blowout because it was kind of a wonderful time in my life, and I liked going back to Philadelphia where I grew up to create all the locations or find all the locations. I first wanted to be an electrical engineer, and I used to design computers. I came to New York in '58 and got into a whole different artistic world, and suddenly saw all these movies from Europe, and everybody was talking about cinema, and somehow those computers weren't as interesting anymore.
This podcast is not safe for work and will feature movie spoilers. It will feature scenes described of a graphic nature. It will contain language which most listeners may find offensive. Welcome to the podcast Under the Stairs. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we did promise you that we would return with this, and we have a lot of unfinished business on this episode. It is another Director's Conversation episode. This is part 2 of our massive filmography review of Brian De Palma's body of work. This is, like I say, the second part, but arguably the most interesting part, because this one charts his meteoric climb and his inevitable downfall, which seems to be where a lot of these director conversations end up. I always feel so sorry. There's very few that come out smelling of roses. We'll see how far De Palma falls from grace from the lofty heights he will achieve in this segment alone. Now, part 1 was released back in December. Please go and check that one out. It covered his kind of early start right through to Dress to Kill in 1980, so that was his first block of work. On this episode, we will be tracking everything from Blowout from 1981 all the way, ladies and gents, all the way right through to Domino from 2019. Not to be confused with that movie with the chick from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Can't remember what her name is. But you remember what I mean, where she was like an assassin or a mercenary or something?
Keira Knightley is who you're talking about. My beloved Keira Knightley.
Keira Knightley. That Domino movie is not very good either.
Written by the Donnie Darko guy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I just remember, like, she was like, I just remember watching that going, she seems like the least convincing, like, assassin in a ragtag group of assassins.
You know what? Maybe we should do a Tony Scott filmography instead of.
I'm not getting, like, we get to talk about Man on Fire and that, and I will talk about that movie for about 3 hours.
Yeah, True Romance there too.
Yes. Anyway, those voices that you're hearing are my compatriots that are going to be joining me, continuing the Lord's work here as we work through the second half of the De Palma filmography. The first one is a colleague of mine over on Duncan and Bo Come Correct. We came back this year after a little bit of a hiatus to run through that brand new season of True Detective, which apparently the internet hated, but me and Bo really liked, and we don't care. It was also an opportunity for us to break out some Jodie Foster impressions, which, as you can imagine, are just fucking timeless, man. Absolutely timeless. He is also the man behind a myriad of other projects and discussions over on Legion Podcast Network. Is a phenomenal Bo Ransdell. How you doing, Bo?
Here we go. End of the line. Bar's closing. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
It's a very weird Jodie Foster.
I don't know. That's my Carlito.
I knew
Of course.
by the time you got to the last line, I was like, he's doing his Carlito, and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I set you up for Jodie Foster, though. Ruined this recording, Bob. We're
although
not
that
doing
would
it tonight.
that would be
That's
great.
it. Cancelled.
It's the end of the line, Dr. Lecter. I hope you take that money and you dance somewhere in the sun.
So
Hey,
worth it, so
we're
worth it.
we're doing De Palma.
Yep.
Ignore everything that came before. No, I'm excited to be here. This is literally some of my favorite movies that have ever been made.
Oh, yeah,
we're talking about today. I can't wait.
It's exciting times. And like we were talking off air, quite a few first time watches for you in this group.
Oh God, yeah. None of the good ones. I was right. It turned out when I watched them, I was like, oh yeah, there was a reason I didn't watch this.
Bo's movies, Spidey sense was kicking in strong.
Good job, past Bo.
It's why I make a juror. Also, is I can judge a book by its cover.
General consensus, correct in all of these cases.
Yeah, I can spot a shitty movie just like that.
Joining myself and Bo on this. We'll find out when we get to this little introduction here how many were first time watches. Well, there was a lot of them that were first time watches for him, but he is the man behind the Cinema Smorgasbord podcast, which has as an umbrella faction tons of content there for you to check out. He also does some stuff on the No Budget Nightmares podcast. He is a phenomenal Doug Tilley. How you doing, Doug?
He's an absentee landlord.
Listen, while we're doing Pacino, I was howling with laughter yesterday.
You are here to help us, not to fuck us. But that was terrible. That one didn't work at all. I'll go back to my devil.
It was kind of like a Pacino Arnie kind of Brundlefly thing. I loved it. There was
Brundlechino.
That news come out yesterday that Pacino and Dan Stevens are going to be in another fucking Exorcist movie where they play trouble priests.
People love Exorcists.
I don't know what is going on right now, but there is a whole push and like devil babies all over most of it is unwanted. That new Omen movie, what are we doing? But there's a ton of things getting flung right now, but I was giggling with laughter and I realised that I might be one of only 3 people that might ever laugh at some of this, but I just couldn't get like Heat era Pacino out my head. He's you possessed because you got a great ass, and you, my little possessed friend, that got your head all the way up it. Hooah! Yeah, we're going to talk about Pacino.
You can have her soul, but you cannot have a man's television.
You cannot sit around in this useless girl's body here, but you will not watch my motherfucking television.
We're burying the lead a little bit. Heat 2 is coming. That's another one. We have to do a catch-up episode on all of the directors that we've covered, and that will include Michael Mann, who's just fucking powering through.
I swear to God, he waited until we did this, the director's conversation, and now he's like that. Now I will do all my movies. Now I will do them all. I haven't done anything in a while, but
your Michael Mann is almost as good as your Pacino.
Oh, I thought that was Pacino.
I hate you all. In terms of this kind of back half here of the De Palma filmography, was there many first-time watches for yourself, Doug?
Yeah, very much so. And it's going to be a little embarrassing when we get to the final 4 or 5, where it's basically I have not seen any of them previously. I will say that I am not. I was going to say I don't regret seeing any. No, I don't regret seeing them, though. I will say that I had kind of preconceived notions. Some of them were, some of them shifted around a little bit, but for the most part, I'm with Bo. The ones I thought were going to be not so great, you know what? Not so great.
I love that we're just the start of this episode is just us patting ourselves on the back, just rewarding ourselves how great it is.
We managed not to waste our time up until Duncan forced us to.
You're welcome. I wouldn't have it any other way. We have
like we were saying before we started recording, we all knew we were all smart.
Yes.
But we started with the cameras today, and we're also very attractive.
We are. Thank you, Bo. We have a lot to discuss here. There's so many movies. On this first segment here, we're going to cover the rest of his 80s content. So we finished on 1980. So we're going to do his movies 1981 through to 1989 because that's the 80s. Just for clarity. The movies we'll be covering are Blowout, Scarface, We will be moving it Body Double. We'll be doing a little bit of Wise Guys, The Untouchables, Casualties of War, and it's probably worth saying he also did 2 music videos in this decade. One for Frankie Goes to Hollywood in a body double version of Relax, and the other one is Dancing in the Dark by the boss man himself, Big Bruce Springsteen. Which I don't know if I watched him, and well, I mean, you couldn't tell it was the film. I don't know. We'll get to them. But that, yeah, that's surprisingly active in the 80s in terms of content here. I think this might be his most active decade. I think overall, I think like the number of movies, I think this beats out the 70s. Just in terms of the movies he's doing, and when you get to run through this and see the caliber of actors and actresses that he worked with in this decade, is absolutely nuts. But we should start where we always start, which is the first movie on the list, which is Blowout from 1981. Now, I make no secret about this one. I mentioned it on the previous recording. I think I've mentioned it anytime the movie's ever mentioned, or when anyone asks me about my favourite films ever made. Blowout is my favourite De Palma movie, so spoiler alert. It's also one of my favourite movies ever made. I absolutely adore this one, and they can keep Criterion out there. You can just keep releasing versions of it, and I will keep buying it. So just change the packaging, and I will buy another copy. So let's get into this one. Blowout is directed, of course, by Brian De Palma, who co-wrote this along with Bill Macy Jr. The music here handled by the great Pino Donaggio, whose name will appear a lot on this list, as well as the DP on this one, who is Vilmos Zsigmond, I think is how you pronounce his surname, probably not. He has also worked with De Palma on Obsession, which was in the prior decade, Bonfire, The Vanities, that we will get to, and Black Dahlia, which we will also get to. The cast here, we have John Travolta, Nancy Allen, John Lithgow, Dennis Franz, Peter Boyden, Kurt May, loads of others. Synopsis for this one: a movie sound recordist accidentally records the evidence that proves that a car accident was actually murder, and consequently finds himself in danger. A little bit of trivia, love throwing these in here. The idea of discovering a crime by listening to a recording and reinterpretation, it's a reinterpretation of Michelangelo Antonioni's film Blow Up from 1966, but instead of sound, they used photographs. Quentin Tarantino, whose name appears in a lot of trivia all about De Palma, has stated in an interview that his favourite Brian De Palma movie is this one right here. In fact, Tarantino cast John Travolta in Pulp Fiction because he liked his performance in this movie so much. Al Pacino was director Brian De Palma's first choice for the role of Jack Terry. When he proved unavailable, John Travolta was signed, prompting a suggestion from at least one studio executive to cast Olivia Newton-John in the role of Sally, which Brian De Palma refused. This could be why he refused. Brian De Palma was married to Nancy Allen during the making of this film in 1981, and of course they divorced in 1984. Right, gentlemen, I am just going to get this out of the way. I adore this movie. I think this, to me, you're going to see more refined versions of the cinematography, especially when we get to things like Untouchables, where like it just feels like every it's Babe Ruth in these shots, everything is just going exactly the way they want. But to me, this is the most peacock version of De Palma I think we get, in terms of a mixing that kind of that thriller, kind of Hitchcockian side that it has, with all the knowledge and construction of cinema and film that he loves, he genuinely loves, and it's all on display here, with kind of inside nods as well to the genre he's probably most famous for, and underpinned by one of my favourite villains that he's ever had in any of his movies, his performance by John Lithgow. But this has easily one of the most nihilistic gut punch endings in cinema. And it's so darkly comedic, but also at the same time so fucking cruel. I kind of love it. I think, like, across the board, this is just one of those movies that, like, the more I go back to it, the more I kind of revel in just how really well put together it is. I love the subplot here with John Lithgow just going a little bit off piste, and just kind of, he has a plan here. He's going to do his plan his way. It just so happens he gets to kill a lot of prostitutes. I think Travolta is phenomenal in this movie. Like, I struggle to get my head around some of Travolta's performances, but specifically kind of late 90s, early 2000s, where I just don't understand why he's in, like, certain movies performing the way he is. Here he's brilliant, like, he's like top level. I think you could argue maybe the weakest point here, but I think it's deliberate, is Nancy Allen's character, where I think she has to deliberately play kind of this ditzy character in a way which she doesn't feel like a three-dimensional character at all. It's a very kind of two-dimensional caricature, but it kind of works for the movie overall. And like I mentioned, like, there's so many segments in this where De Palma's use of things like the split screen or the long tracking shots are just mesmeric when you're watching them. I find it just, and the score, DiMaggio's score is phenomenal, and the kind of soft cinematography is wonderful, and yeah, it's a movie I will never tire of watching. I think it gets better on every single viewing. I think it's his best movie, even though critically speaking it's not his best movie. I understand why so many directors, so many film students, and so many actors keep coming back to drink from the well of this movie when they talk about De Palma, because I think this one is, like I say, I think it's the one where I feel like he had most control over everything without necessarily having all the full level of technical skills he will accrue in a couple of years from now, or the budget to do them. I think it's, I go as far as to say I think it's a perfect movie, and that's that's all I really have to say about that. Like, when you bookend this movie with like John Travolta laughing at a terrible kind of Foley sounding scream, to like his broken character listening to his the love of his life being murdered, playing over, and then the director's happy and he's now fucking miserable. But he found the perfect scream. Ladies and gents. It's just, I kind of almost want to reverse the "what are we doing here, De Palma" to "what are we doing here, De Palma, you son of a bitch." Yeah, I absolutely adore this movie. Doug Tilley, thoughts on Blowout?
De Palma turning to his wife and being like, "Yeah, no, you're going to be a prostitute again, yeah, for sure. Sorry, when I look at you, I see prostitute."
It's not a sex thing.
Remember that time I called you a whore?
When I look at Dennis Franz, I look at you and see the filthiest man alive. It's terrific. I'll tell you what, John Travolta, if you've ever had like kind of a concept of his limitations as an actor, he definitely is limited, right? We've seen him be bad in movies, even in the recent past, but he is so good here. Like, he really does carry the movie. And what's great about that character is that he's not just a nice guy, you know? He's kind of an asshole. He gets overwhelmed. He starts screaming. You know, he really feels three-dimensional in a way that some of the protagonists of some of De Palma's movies don't always feel that way. Craig Wasson.
Hold.
No, I just think he's really, really good. And I really want to make a point of mentioning it. De Palma's using his whole bag of tricks here, right? The long takes, the split diopter stuff where with the owl when he's recording the sound. I mean, that shit is, give me that all day. I'm going to eat that up. Nom, 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 nom. I love that stuff. It just feels like he has a real steady hand on everything that he's trying to do here. Has a good script, has a good villain, even has a good ending. I know some people feel a little iffy on the stinger at the end. I mean, we can dive into any spoilers we want to here, but putting the scream in the movie, I think it's great. I love it. It feels like such a De Palma. It feels almost like something he might do in real life. But it also feels kind of like an urban legend. It's like that scream in the movie is from a real dying woman. I really like it. I don't know if you guys know this. This movie initially was called Personal Effects. And there was a Canadian film magazine called Take One Magazine. And De Palma, had a contest in this magazine. And the contest was, here's the outline of a movie called Personal Effects, which ended up being Blowout. And I want the readers of this magazine to write a treatment for it, a script for it. And the winner will make a movie with me, Brian De Palma. And this contest went out, and there's some articles about people who got chosen for the contest and things like that. But in the end, he was like, nope, these aren't good enough. I'm just going to make it myself.
That's a real dick move that I respect a lot. This was all shit. You should all feel bad about yourself.
This movie was initially going to take place in Canada. It was all going to be Canada set, but instead he was like, you know what? How about none of that? And I'll just do it my way. I will say that the only thing that takes it away, movies don't need to be perfect. I don't mind rough edges. If anything, I don't mind being reminded of the filmmaking sometimes. And with De Palma, you're always kind of aware. There's that kind of always a little bit of a layer distinguishing between the two. But the stuff at the parade, which kind of notoriously they lost a lot of that footage. It got and you can kind of tell when you're watching. It's like, ooh, it feels like they're with a car crash. It's like, I don't know if I know the geography of what's going on here, because it felt like they didn't have enough footage to cover it all. But it's okay, because at that point everything is so frantic. It fits into the tone of everything that's going on. You're right that the soundtrack is great. John Lithgow is a creepy weirdo. I guess we won't see him do that again. And this is the movie. One of the things we're probably going to say over and over is, people didn't appreciate it at the time, but then it got reevaluated and people like it a lot now. It happens to almost all of his movies, which is why when we get to the end of his filmography here, I'm always going to be a little bit careful. I'm like, look, people they're going to listen to this episode in 3 years and be like, they didn't like that? They didn't. I'm not naming names yet. We'll name them later. But anyway, just to sum it up, Blowout is terrific. It feels like the natural extension of the movies he was making in the late 70s that were not home movies. And it feels like, this, it almost feels like that step up, right? It feels like the more polished version, maybe the more palatable version to a certain extent. And I just want to say, I wish De Palma would just stop now in his mid-80s and make the horror movie he made, the fake one at the beginning of Blowout.
Oh, we need that.
I mean, it kind of feels like he's taking the piss out of John Carpenter a little bit with all the Steadicam stuff, but I know it's just a joke, and I like that. That's maybe one of the few bits of humor in this entire series that's going to end up working. But I love it. I love that stuff so much because it is so stylish. He can't even help it when he's trying to make a sleazy, low budget parody. It still looks great.
Yeah, it still looks amazing.
So yeah, I mean, look, it's unimpeachable. I almost don't want to spend too much time on Blowout because it's been discussed so much, but it is a great movie.
Now, Bo only saw this recently in the last couple of years, which that blew my mind, because I think I just assume everyone's seen this movie. Everyone that has a podcast has seen this movie, and it turns out that's
that's how you get a podcast.
That's right.
Yeah,
I had to perjure myself.
Just as if you're talking about movies, you've seen Blowout, but Bo hadn't, and I know that you really care for this movie, so have the floor. Go for it. Let us know.
All right. So yeah, as we've discussed, I came to this movie kind of late. I mean, it's fucking amazing, and for all the reasons you guys have already listed, it's De Palma at the height of his powers. It's when he's all the ingredients come together and they're right, and Lithgow's amazing. Who would have thunk he could play a real creep? But he's great, and like you said, Duncan, the fact that he goes off the reservation, and they're just like, oh, this fucking psychopath, what the fuck? It's so good.
His plan kind of the thing is, though, his plan does make sense. It's just he seems to be enjoying it a little bit too much.
Yeah, well, yes, because he it's the tiger that they've had on a chain, and now he's loose, and they're like, oh shit, this is not going to turn out well. But it is all about like everything about it is great, but it is Travolta. A lot of people are going to tell you his best movie is Perfect. They're wrong. This is the performance. But it comes down to the last moment. The reason I love this movie so much and his performance in it is because of that. It's a good scream. It's a good scream. I mean, it is him acknowledging what a piece of shit he is. Mm-hmm. It is everything about it is perfect, and the whole movie has to happen to get to this one emotional truth of like, this is who I am. I recognize the kind of individual I am. Because like you said, he's kind of an asshole all through the movie, but you don't know how much of an asshole he is until that moment.
He's flawed. Like, the more you find out about what has happened to him in the past that has resulted to where he is, he's just repeating the same mistakes he did before.
Yeah. Well, but that also, you know, thematically, it is the thing on a loop. It is the thing that happens again and again and again, and it reveals some darker truth. And yeah, so it's well written, well shot, well performed. It's got a gut punch of an ending. It is truly not just one of De Palma's best movies, one of my favorite movies ever made. It's fantastic.
Boom. Well, there we go. Let's just keep the good times rolling. Like a movie which I think this is the one that I imagine I hope everyone has seen when we get to talk about it. Although, if you haven't, it's so ingrained in popular culture that I don't think you could ever even remotely spoil anything about this. Scarface, 1983. This one went through a series of different reviews, directors, screenplay, rewrites, and you know, so it's like based on the original novel by Armitage Trail, screenplay by Ben Hecht in 32, Howard Hawks in 32, Oliver Stone, just like a whole lot of people getting their hands all over it. Eventually ends up with Brian De Palma. This one has music by Giorgio Moroder, I think it's, once again, probably not. Mordor.
I believe that that's Mordor.
Yeah,
Mordor.
Giorgio Mordor. There we are. Take the ring. How do you pronounce it?
I think it's Marauder, maybe?
Let's go with that. It sounds better.
Performed by Frodo Baggins in the middle of Frodo. Yes.
Interesting factoid about this composer here. Same year he did this, he worked on the score for Superman 3. So there you go.
It's a big year.
Yep, but that was a gangbuster year.
I'm just saying right now, people love this fucking guy, so you got to be a little careful mocking him.
I would never mock anyone. Listen. I as a musician, game respects game. I love the score on this. The DP on this one is John A. Alonso, who did Chinatown. Oh, Chinatown. One day we will have to sit down and, you know...
Are we doing a Polanski roundtable?
We're going to have to do a Polanski roundtable at one
Seems
point.
fraught.
I think if we approach it with a degree of tact and distance ourselves from everything except the movies, Doug, we will be fine and no one will cancel us.
Yeah, just like with this episode where we're going to be able to distinguish the man from the fucking work, right?
We've had plenty of training on this. Like that's every one of these that we've done thus far is training for the eventual moment we have to do Polanski, right? So...
yeah, that is the title fight. Is us v Polanski.
Working our way up to
The final boss.
Yeah, final boss indeed. This one has, it's an embarrassment of riches for a cast, but we've got. I've only grabbed a few here, so we've got Al Pacino, Michelle Pfeiffer, Stephen Bauer, Mary Elizabeth Malistrano, Robert Loggia, F. Murray Abraham, Paul Scherner, Pepe Serna, Orlando Santana, Harris Yulin, like the list goes on and on and on, and those are the ones I just grabbed very quickly from IMDb. Synopsis for this one is: in 1980 Miami, a determined Cuban immigrant takes over a drug cartel and succumbs to greed. That's exactly what happens in that movie. Brian De Palma liked the script so much, according to the trivia on IMDb, that he dropped it at directing Flashdance to make this movie. My brain almost melted when I thought Brian De Palma almost directed Flashdance. That just like after doing Blowout, give him Flashdance.
The camera's gonna follow the water down onto your tits. We're gonna do a oneer all the way around you and the chair. End up in your vagina.
Instead of working at a metal factory, can she be a prostitute?
Can she be Nancy Allen? Can she be a prostitute?
Is there a chance that the film could be shot through someone's window looking at her?
Yeah, that's right.
John Lithgow in an overcoat will be watching her the entire film.
Steven Spielberg and Brian De Palma had been great friends since the two began making studio films in the mid-1970s, and they made a habit of visiting each other on set. Spielberg was on hand for one of the days of shooting the Colombians' initial attack on Tony Montana's house at the end of the film, so De Palma let Spielberg direct the low-angle shots where the attackers first enter the house. There we are. So it wasn't all Brian De Palma. This is that poltergeist all over.
This is a poltergeist situation.
All over again. It's always Spielberg that's involved with these things. Always
Son of a
Spielberg.
bitch.
Always Spielberg. When Scarface was re-released in cinemas in 2003, the studio wanted Brian De Palma to change the soundtrack so that rap songs inspired by the film could be used. De Palma refused. Which is a very De Palma thing to do. No, we're not changing that. That doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, I gotta go with De Palma on this one. That sounds ridiculous.
Just because a movie becomes very popular with a particular, a particular grounding of musicians doesn't mean you change the soundtrack. I mean,
also, who apparently never watched it all the way to the end.
No. They'll never saw the rise, never the fall. Let's go to Doug. Doug, take a swing at initial thoughts on Scarface.
I have gone through cycles with Scarface, right? Where at the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, what's the big deal? And then I saw it a few years later, and I was like, this is a fucking masterpiece. And I've kind of gone back and forth. I've settled on, you know what? It's really fucking good. As long as you can get past the fact that these are a lot of white actors who have been browned up a bit doing I mean, look, you have to deal with that, right? I mean, and it's not just Al Pacino. Right, it's F. Murray Abraham. I mean, it's ridiculous what they're doing here, and it's amazing to think that they thought they could get away with it. There's no real reason that they couldn't have just gotten some Cuban actors to make this. That said, you wouldn't have that Pacino performance, and this guy is a force of nature. I know that we're used to bombastic Pacino performances at this point. I mean, we were mocking them a little bit at the very beginning of this episode, but like if you watch like Dog Day Afternoon and then Serpico and then watch Scarface, you're like, this guy. This and Cruising.
And Cruised is a fucking hell.
It's like, what? This guy is insane. This guy is the greatest actor that's ever lived. And he carries this movie on his back, which of course, because I mean he's in almost every moment of it. But this is the first De Palma movie that it really feels like it's epic, right? It feels almost like a Scorsese or a Coppola movie where he's telling a story that's going over like a decade or 20 years or whatever. And it feels like you're getting every little piece of it. It also feels like it was written by someone who knew every in and out of cocaine. Like he knew Oliver Stone was addicted to cocaine, and then he ran away from the States, and he's like, I'm gonna write this now that I'm not on cocaine, but I can still feel it on my gums a little bit. And you can kind of feel that this was written by someone who's like, no, this stuff is real bad, but look at it. Look at that pile. Oh boy. So many great moments. I tell you, the thing that we'll find with De Palma as we go through his career is that his movies just become sequences. Yeah. This movie feels like it has more of a thorough line, but there's still great sequences in it. That chainsaw death is still fucking amazing. I'm not sure that a loud television would cover the sound of both a chainsaw and a bunch of gunshots.
And then who cares? No, like today,
yes. No, it works.
It works, yeah. Maybe there was a big speaker in that television, but I like all of the supporting performances. I think Robert Loggia is terrific. I love when he's groveling at the very end of his life, him and Harris Yulin in that scene. I just think it's terrific, and it's what I read in one of the Letterboxd reviews for this is that this is a movie that for the reviewer they were like, this is a movie that makes me happy to be unambitious. Yeah. Because, which I actually think is like the major takeaway, which is just that it's just like you can be happy with enough. You don't have to have more and more and more. Yeah. with Tony, it really feels like this is a guy who would never be satisfied until he died in a hail of bullets. Like that was the path for his life was set from the opening moments of this movie. I can imagine someone not being able to get over the fact that there's a lot of white people playing Cubans and that the lead character is doing that. But if you have a problem with that, well, we have Carlito's Way a little bit later to also have a problem with. as well. I am hesitant. Like, I'm not going to say this is De Palma's masterpiece, but this is the first time that I felt like, oh, he could be like a Hollywood director.
Yeah.
Like, he could be a guy who made like sort of work for hire stuff that fits his theme still into it, where all of his flashy tricks are on display. You know, this is kind of his To Live and Die in LA type, Red Manhunter type. It still has that flash with that soundtrack, especially, where it feels, oh, this is like the 80s movie. And for a lot of people, I think that's what it ended up being, right? It kind of became symbolic of that era to such a great degree. I think it's great. And I also think that I feel bad for how much I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, like, I imagine if De Palma could have monetized its use in popular culture, I mean, he'd be set for the next, 100 lifetimes? Because it is absolutely everywhere, and it has bred, whether for better or worse, so many imitators. It's like it's almost the de facto template.
I also want to push back. Look, I get that that's kind of like a joke. I'm not knocking Bo for mentioning it, because I think about it all the time as well. The idea of like not seeing the fact that this ends with him riddled with bullets and everyone he loves dead, and like this is like a tragic ending to a very great extent. But it's just like, I can see where if you're living a life where every day is a struggle, where you're living a life like how a person of color's life might be presented in, say, the Bonfire of the Vanities, that it doesn't, that it already feels preordained that the path is going to end tragically. Well, let's at least let's pour ourselves into that ambition and be memorably flashy, be memorably, over the top in the way that you live. I can see the appeal. And when you watch this, I mean, you get on board with her. You get on board with Tony. It's like, yeah, Tony, fucking do it. Sit in your club and just stare at people until they shoot at you. Just do it.
He's the thing that, like, Pacino is like, you are right. Pacino is the driving force of this. He is so good in this movie. It's ridiculous, and you can, like, in this decade in particular, you're gonna get to see him work with Pacino and De Niro. De Niro, obviously, a guy that he's had a much longer relationship with in acting, but I mean, there's a reason he was trying to cast him, and Pacino in the previous movie made, etc. He had that connection with him there. It, like, all just fits like a glove here. I don't know who you put in that role that delivers the performance at this time period on the level of, you just get the feeling that he, like, Tony Montana is Al Pacino. Like, they can't be split apart.
I think he's so good that people are able to move past the fact that it's a
that's it. Like,
right?
this is another thing about him. Like when he finishes this role, he's on to the next, and then he transforms himself into something else. I love the thing about it is, it is an epic movie, but I love the pacing of it. I think it flies really, really well. I think it gives you enough time in each of those time frames to not overstay its welcome either, and you do get these great snapshots. You can see what deception's going to happen, when it's going to happen. You can inevitably track that rise to power, but the movie still, that chainsaw scene, still, every single time I see it, I'm just like, fucking palms are sweaty watching it. It's just like, it's the way it's shot. It's that kinetic energy that De Palma brings to
it's so ballsy to include that in a way that you just don't, like, a lesser director would not even, like, they cut that immediately. There's no way.
Would be gone. You know what I mean? And I love his convictions to what he did. Like, this is the one, I think, where he kind of lives up to a kind of delayed expectation of where I think he thought he was going to be, years before, but he's there. And like the other directors that were linked to potentially doing Scarface, I don't know if they do it as well as this. I think they make the same, they still make a great movie. I just don't think it has the same flair and ambition that, you get from a Brian De Palma movie, where, like, you can talk about, like, it helps he's got a great cast here because they're carrying, like, those performances there, but because he doesn't have to worry on Al Pacino's performance here, it really means that he can spend a lot of time doing some incredible work in set piece design, cinematography. Like, all that stuff is just, it's chef's kiss. It's so well done. So yeah,
this feels like maybe just the one time in his career. People pit him against Scorsese all the time, and of course they were friends and all that. But this is the one time where maybe he had an edge on Scorsese as a director. Like maybe not in terms of mainstream popularity, though. Even in this part in the '80s, but just like the idea of when Scorsese would make The Color of Money, which I really like, obviously. But the way that Brian De Palma was approaching his, I'm going to make a mainstream movie, with the chainsaw fucking murder and stuff like that. I just want to mention before we move over to Bo, De Palma got a Golden Raspberry nomination for Worst Director for Scarface.
He's like, see, when we can use that factoid in almost any movie now moving forward. He for some reason, people just liked putting his name beside the Razzies. I'm not going to defend every single one. I'm not going to defend every single one. Some of them I'm like, yeah, you're probably right there. I will say this about Scarface. Similar journey to you. When I first watched this, I was a teenager, so I was like rock hard about this movie. I thought it was fucking absolute. my teenage self fucking loved this. I kind of grew cold on it quite a bit in my kind of early 30s. I wasn't that keen. It had been a while since I'd watched it. Recently I've come back to it. I don't think I love it as much as I did when I was a teenager, but it's hard not to just get lost in the movie. I think it's a great example of a director not finding his voice. That voice has already been there, but being given all the tools, once again, the money and the ability to go epic, go a bit long, and not really feel like we're going to talk about as we move through the amount of battles this guy's going to have as well with censors, and he had them here, but I don't feel like at any point this movie is compromised because the things. It actually feels like one of those weird scenarios that maybe adding a little bit more violence in maybe dilutes a little bit more of that story, or fucking around with it too much might actually take away from the elements that made it stand the test of time. So this might be one of those moments where the arguments between the negotiations between the censors and the film director itself and the studio kind of actually even themselves out, and the finished product you get is one that's it's iconic. People will still be talking about Scarface 20, 30, 40 years from now. It's one of those movies. It's just locked in now to the discussion on cinema. But enough of myself and enough of Doug. Let's get to the man they all want to hear. They all want to hear what Bo has to say about Scarface. Because Bo's nickname, people don't know, when he was back in his college days, Big Bo Scarface Ransdell. That's what they called him.
Yeah.
Spaceman.
Yeah. So, small point of order.
I've done a lot of cocaine, guys, and I can tell you it's totally glamorous.
I'm off my tits on blow. Bobo Yayo is what they call me. In reference to appropriation of Scarface, I say that as a public school teacher in a fairly suburban area, and these nerds have never felt the sting of ambition. They just love Scarface as a concept. And when I say they've never watched to the end, that's who I'm thinking of. These little 13-year-old shitbags.
Can you name names?
Yeah, and I love them all. But they are truly stupid.
One question you need to ask yourself was, how do I save these kids?
Yeah, that's a great question, Duncan. We're on the losing side of that battle, I'm going to tell you that much. Anyway.
What you should do is next time you just go and it's like, look, we're going to watch the last 30 minutes of Scarface so you guys understand.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, but okay, so...
This is a segment of the class that I like to call Bo's Life Lessons.
Getting real with the kids. I'm going to turn the chair around, sit on it backwards, all right, listen up, you little assholes. For all your celebration of this character, this is how he ends up. Oh my god! How many squibs did they use? A lot. And that was the point. That's what we like.
Gary Oldman at everyone!
Yeah. We like cocaine and we like squibs, and this movie has a lot of both. I am conflicted about Scarface. On the one hand, I recognize the technical achievement it is. It is so big and ambitious, and despite all that ambition, that cocaine-sized ambition, it manages to fulfill that ambition. It's a big Doug used the word bombastic to describe that Pacino performance, but the whole movie is. It is a bombastic film. It is baroque, even, to be alliterative. It's that kind of movie. That said, I have no emotional connection at all in this movie. Like, watching this movie is an intellectual exercise where I'm like, all of this is great, and I see that this character is taking this journey, and as Doug alluded to, that, you know, this is a character from frame one. You know where this character is going to end up because there is no moral code or compass to guide him. It is naked ambition, and it is symbolic of America at the time, and it's on all of those levels, it's fantastic. But also, when I'm watching it, I don't like any of the characters. Like, Loja is fun to watch as always, but even he's kind of a dirtbag in the movie. And
just a bit.
yeah, and I'm just like, there's no good guy. And I'm not, like, there are anti-heroes and so forth, but Tony Montana isn't an anti-hero. He's just a villain that the movie is following. And so I find myself very disconnected from it. I don't think it's Pacino or De Palma's best. I certainly don't think it's Pacino's best performance. I think this is like the early days of the hoo-ah Pacino that I'm like, like Carlito's Way has it too, but less so, and I can tolerate it a little more there.
Don't make me call you a filthy cockroach, because I will, you son of a bitch.
This is full on, I take a flamethrower to this place, Pacino. So, which I don't love. It is not my preferred Pacino. I like a second gear Pacino and not a fifth gear Pacino. But yeah, it's really, really good. I understand why people love it. It's just not my favorite, for purely subjective reasons. I just, the story's fine. It's well put together. It's just not my jam.
Interesting. So, well,
I think, by the way, Duncan, that complaint, which I think is a very valid one, that we don't have a character to root for, is something that is going to, I think, it's going to depend on your perspective to a certain extent, but it's going to repeat as we go through.
Yeah, a large shadow that's going to carry over from this review.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that, maybe we should talk about Body Double.
Body Double, 1984. This movie took a fucking kicking when it came out. I don't think anyone liked this movie. Well, I think there was a very small few people, but those people tend to be Brian De Palma defenders already. Body Double from 1984, written and directed. So Brian De Palma comes right out from this huge, this is a Hollywood massive movie, and then slips right into a warm bath. That warm bath is a little bit sleazy thriller, and we get Body Double, both written and directed by him. Once again, DiNaggio returns to do the score. DP, this is a name that's going to pop up more and more as we work our way through the back half here, is Stephen Burnham, who did The Untouchables, Casualties of War, Raising Cain, and Carlito's Way. The cast here, it's a mixed bag. Craig Wasson, Melanie Griffith, Greg Henry, Deborah Shelton, Guy Boyd, Dennis Franz is back again, Al Israel, who is in shitloads of these movies. He's like in almost all of them. Barbara Crampton I've included here because one of the facts that I removed, because I thought that is purely for my own benefit. This has I believe the first topless shot of Barbara Crampton in a movie, and I was like, why have I put that in as a fact? With the fact that
I salute the screen every time she's on.
Like that. Apart from the fact that I like that fact, I don't know why I'm putting that in there. So I made sure she was included in there.
I guess it's sort of like, maybe he didn't get a home run, but everybody remembers the first day Jackie Robinson played. When the greats show up for the first time, it might not be their best effort, but still.
I could not understand that reference if I tried. But Doug laughed at it, so I'm sure it was witty and poignant. So me being someone that doesn't follow sports struggles to put them in analogies at the best of times. It usually does them wrong. But we have a synopsis here that says a young actor's obsession with spying. Wait 1 second, spying on beautiful woman who lives nearby leads to a baffling series of events. It's never great when the synopsis says is baffling. A baffling series of events with drastic consequences. Some trivia here.
Your guess is as good as ours, says IMDb.
So here we go, some trivia for this one. This movie was nominated for, wait for it, the Golden Raspberry Award in 1984 for Brian De Palma on Worst Director, but believe it or not, lost out to John Derek for Bolero, which is a movie I've never seen, but I'm now compelled to go and check out. This was the first of a 3-picture deal at Columbia for Brian De Palma after his tremendous success with Scarface in 1983. However, this film received so poorly that the studio cancelled the other 2 films. It's a true fact.
We're good flaws. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
I like his response was, "I'm going to show them, wise guys."
Yeah, like, I don't think that's right. I do like that. I believe the clause is called "We'll call you." Clause, yeah, we'll call you. Bret Easton Ellis's novel American Psycho, adapted into the movie American Psycho from 2000, references this film many times. It's one of Patrick Bateman's favourite movies, and he's rented it over 37 times. It keeps getting funnier every time he sees it.
That's the videotape he needs to return.
Yeah, it's constantly having to return body double. I just can't. Dennis Franz based his portrayal of Ruben the director on Brian De Palma. Which, hello. Brian De Palma, I love this. This is one of my favourite facts. Brian De Palma originally planned for this to be the first Hollywood film to boast unsimulated sex scenes. But the studio thought differently. Which is a very nice way of saying no. Like, I was just thinking, maybe no. Maybe we could just no. But I think no.
What if I just hide in a closet while 2 people have sex? Is that okay?
Is that okay?
Can I just have to make that happen?
Like, I'm not even saying we don't have to film it. It'll just be in my mind's eye.
Let me rephrase that question. What if I did hide in a closet? Can I use that footage? No. Well, then what did I do it for?
Well, let me just swing my 2 cents on this one. I have a soft spot for body double. I always have. I fully admit this to me is the this is kind of why I love Brian De Palma. Because I don't think at any point when he was making this movie he thought this was going to be a huge hit. I can't work out how you would come to that conclusion. Like, if you were going to go to that conclusion, you would never hire Craig Wasson as your lead. I've said it before, he could be the stunt double for that dude that does fucking American talk shows. What's the guy that does the...
Bill Maher, certainly.
Yeah, Bill Maher. He's like a stunt double Bill Maher. It's off-putting when you watch him as well, because I was going to say he's not as funny as I don't find Bill Maher very funny.
No.
But
Bill Maher's already pretty off-putting himself.
He's a more off-putting Bill Maher. He's not a great performer. To me, you watch this movie for Melanie Griffith and Greg Henry. Greg Henry is fucking great in this movie. I absolutely love him. His performance in the villain role in this movie sits just marginally behind the performance of John Lithgow in Blowout. I love it. There's a little detail in this one when you watch the documentary, the De Palma documentary, which does make me wonder if he is a little bit tone deaf to some of these movies. And there's a great bit where they talk about his apparent misogynism in the movies that he makes. Specifically the fact that the woman gets murdered with a giant drill. Yeah, and his answer to that is, well, the drill has to be giant because it has to go through the floor so I can film it, which I actually think is exactly how Brian De Palma...
vindicated.
Yeah, I actually think that's probably how Brian De Palma sees that shot. He doesn't see anything else. He's tone
so
deaf
close,
to
Brian. Just one or two more steps.
Look, his dick needs to go through the floor, okay? That's what's important.
Literally, for the composition of the shot, that made sense to him, and he could not read the very obvious sexual symbolism in that shot. Listen, the thing about this one is, it's like a B-rung kind of Hitchcockian thriller idea. De Palma tarts up in all manner of really, really smart and clever filmic ways. There's some shots in this movie in particular I fucking door that he even himself doesn't like. The underpass scene, I absolutely love. I think it's incredibly shot. The scene inside the mall, where you get those classic tracking De Palma shots, fucking love that. Like he is to me invested more in the making of this movie than he is in anything else. Everything else is, and I mentioned this to Bo before we started recording, this to me is, it emulates a lot of what you get from Argento in the 80s, where he's like very, very interested in the composition and development of the way you film a thriller, and maybe less on the actual content and the characters. That being said, it kinda wraps up in a satisfying way. It has a beautiful score, which I'm going to get sick of saying. I think the cinematography is awesome. It's a sleazy movie. You can't get away from that. It is a sleazy, like you want to take a shower after watching Body Double. It's like it's not a movie I throw on for a good time, but for all its flaws, of which it has many, I'd be lying if I say I don't kind of love this movie. I love this movie the same way I love a movie like Tenebrae, where I just get locked into it. I'm invested in it. I love how nasty it is. I love how sleazy it is. And from a film perspective, filmmaking perspective, it's Brian De Palma in the 80s. Like, once again, with that bag of tricks, which he just seems to effortlessly deploy in more interesting ways, with complexity that never feels like, it's maybe one step too far on that shot. It always seems to fit for me. So yeah, Body Double, I'm not even going to call it a guilty pleasure. I think slowly attitudes to this movie have kind of changed. But yeah, I think it's a great movie. So I'm happy to take a kick in for this one. So Bo, if you want to start with that, you can go first.
No kicking here.
All right.
I'm committed to all of my analysis coming down to SAT style analogies. And so this one is Body Double is to Brian De Palma as Existenz is to David Cronin.
Interesting.
In that it has all of the things that De Palma is known for, but it seems like De Palma went all in on concept and like you were saying, Duncan, it's almost like he's picking apart how to make a thriller, and forgetting to make one that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one that you can easily throw this is just a Hitchcock movie. like the central premise, the idea is, it's a leery version of it, like a very leery version of it. But it's Rear Window, isn't it? Like
ChatGPT.
Yeah, like,
mix Rear Window and Vertigo together.
Yeah, and
ads, please.
Yeah, and like Body Double comes out. Like it's those ideas that are like well trodden and well tested and well known. And it kind of at this point, like I can't see, and he's honest about it in the documentary where he says, "Listen, if to me, I feel like Hitchcock set out a template, I took that template and ran with it." He never really shirked from that. But at this point, like you're just advertising that you're like Hitchcock's biggest fan. maybe like
right,
some ideas in his homework.
Sure, but 30% hornier.
Yeah, always hornier.
And
the argument that Tarantino and a lot of people put forward on this one is that, and I don't know if I think we spoke about this in the previous one, as I don't know if it is a fair thing, is that essentially if Hitchcock had started his career in the 70s, he'd be making movies like Body Double in the 80s.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Frenzy, you could see, him moving forward into those areas.
Frenzy is a nasty fucking movie.
Yes, it is.
It's a really nasty movie.
I like how messy Body Double is. I like it because it feels like it's his id kind of run loose, while the rest of his conscious brain was working on shot composition and stuff. Like that Tempest style monster from Forbidden Planet was just loose on the screenplay and directing the actors and so forth. It was just, what if you fuck him on screen? And the other side of him is like, the camera's gonna come around like this, and it's gonna be mind-blowingly beautiful.
What he says in the documentary, that holy mackerel, Doug.
Yeah,
that's right.
Holy mackerel. He's a giant drill bit.
So yeah, and also I think the ending has almost this blood simple quality to it that I really like. And yeah, it's a big mess of a movie, but it's a really fun mess of a movie, and it never stops being weird or sleazy or gross. And there's something to be said for a movie that is so unabashedly like, hey, you want to see her get naked? And you're like, I don't know if I do. Yeah, you want to. Come this way.
There's a degree of fun, playfulness, and irony about Craig Wasson getting upset about observing a guy peeping on a woman while he himself is peeping on a woman.
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
The same woman. It's like, you're disgusting. Don't do that. Get out of the way.
And I do like movies where, there's that voyeuristic element that sort of suggests, well, like, you as the viewer of the film, are you any better than this guy who's peeping through the window? Because we're both here for the same reason, right? Like, you want to see it too, man. And so like De Palma makes us a co-conspirator in his sleaze, which I think is kind of a fun and nasty little trick that directors do sometimes.
Very nice. Doug Tilley, thoughts on Body Double?
I didn't see Body Double until we did the 80s series for the podcast.
That's right, yeah.
And at the time, I can't remember what I said about it. I will say that I probably had really mixed feelings about it. And you probably both have the impression that I'm down on Body Double, but actually, I'm really up on it.
Yeah,
I figured it out, and now I really like it. And I think the big thing, and I think contextually, like watching his movies one after the other in chronological order helped me with that a lot. The fact is, the Craig Wasson character, he's a fucking creep. But like the movie knows he's a creep, right? That part where the cop like first confronts him, he's like, "So you have her underwear, right? You took that out of the garbage. You've been following her around." I mean, like it's like, oh yeah, that guy was doing really weird stuff. Yeah. He's not Jimmy Stewart. He's a Jimmy Stewart character. Except, what if we were looking at him through the eyes of real life? Like this guy. He's, instead of watching a woman to try to protect her, from another perspective, he's just a guy creeping on a woman and looking at her through a telescope, and like all sorts of really creepy, odd behavior. It does play into like Bo was saying, like De Palma's pet interests, let's say. I also like that in some way it's like a response to, it's like, Mr. De Palma, your movies so far, it seems like you're a misogynist and you rely very heavily on violence. So any female characters in your new movie? Oh yes.
that's what I was saying. Like, to me, it reminds me so much of Tenebrae, and like Argento directly references that in that movie, like with his conversations with the Peter Neal character, where he's like, you get accused of misogyny and all the rest of this. That's him basically saying, listen, I get this all the time, so I'm just going to put it in my movie. Like, I'm just going to steer into it. And at that point we'll see where the conversation goes. People hate, I can't stress it, like, go back and read some of the reviews of this movie when it came out. People hated this movie.
This might be the cockiest De Palma movie, right? This is him being like, well, fuck you then. I'll just do it anyway. And I think it also feels like the end of an era, right? This feels like the end of the 70s style De Palma movies to a certain extent. We're going to be moving into different places after this. And I also think the other thing that unlocked this movie for me is the ending, right? The ending credits, which is so memorable with Craig Wasson with the vampire in the shower. Like, this is not a movie you're supposed to take very seriously. At its core, it's a joke. It's not always a funny joke. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a guy in indigenous makeup running around. But it's such an attractive movie. Everyone, the people who shouldn't be in on it don't seem to be in on it. Yeah. So, and even though I've been down on Craig Wasson as this character, I don't think he's a bad actor. I've seen him in The Boys and Company C. I think he's a good actor. It's just that what he's being asked to do here is impossible. Yeah. And it's very similar in some ways to the casting of Tom Hanks in Bonfire of the Vanities. It's like he's been cast because, like, he has kind of a general likable quality to him that kind of helps you ignore the fact that everything he does is just like, hey man, I don't know if that's a good decision that you're making now. I also think the very fact that they decided, it's like, well, there's a lot of vertigo in this movie, Mr. De Palma. No, he's claustrophobic. It's a completely different mental. The claustrophobia element of it is so funny to me. Yeah. Just the idea, it's like, it's just, hey, no, that again, it just feels like, oh, you rip off Hitchcock. Oh yeah, no, I rip him off to such a weird extent that you can't help but think about these movies when you're watching it. There's a guy looking through a telescope. It's just like Rear Window. I think that him leaning into his detractors in such a cocky way makes me enjoy this movie all the more. I don't know if Brian De Palma is a misogynist. I will say that up to this point, even though we have Carrie as an example to the contrary and Sisters 2 an example to the contrary, where they have strong female characters, up to this point, like there's just we're in a series of movies where the female characters are all, and again, we are. I hope I'm universal in saying this. Sex work is real work. We're not knocking the professions of the people, but they're also very thinly written.
Yes.
But when I think about this movie, I think about Melanie Griffith in that grave at the end. Not sure if she should take Craig Wasson's hand because he's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, it's real good. It's real good.
When I think about that, I'm like, oh, he knew what he was doing. It feels like this is one of those movies where the critics just didn't get it. Yes. And I think that's. I mean, I didn't get it the first time I watched it, so I'm not knocking them for it. But it's like, what did you think you were? You think people are going to like what you were doing here, Mr. De Palma? This is a movie that is best rediscovered, I think.
Very nice, very nice. Well, I know what you're saying about maybe thinly written female characters. Well, how about this movie for you, Doug Tilley? Wise Gals.
Oh no, we need to talk about the Dancing in the Dark video.
Yes, we did. Like, let's do it properly. Let's do it properly. So, like, I will. This is where I hand in my music card. I am not a big Bruce Springsteen fan.
Really, the boss man himself?
Yes, not a big fan. Now, listen, I have friends that I've got a friend that I grew up with that travels on tour with him whenever he tours Europe, like as and goes to all the cities and to basically see the same set every single night, which to me is just a colossal waste of fucking money. But I'm not. To me, it never translated. I never went through my Springsteen phase, and I don't particularly like this song either. so I was like,
well, somebody's not starting a fire.
Like, is anyone here like you, Bo? Obviously, because I think you like.
Obviously, a Springsteen fan, yes.
Yeah, to get an American passport, you have to be. But are you, Doug?
I am actually a huge Springsteen fan, specifically of his 70s and early 80s albums.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm like, and like this to me is like what that transition into the Born in the USA era where he's just this larger than life. Like, I'm not going to jump into the video quite yet. He just is such a superstar here.
Yeah.
That even he can get away with that dance that he does in this fucking video.
So, like, was this, like, because to me, I didn't know until we started doing this that De Palma had done any music videos at all. Was this a known quantity for fans that Brian De Palma had done the music video for this, or is this one of these weird factoids that you find out later on?
Well, he wanted to do a movie with Bruce Springsteen in the 80s anyway, I think, right? They'd been working together. I think they wanted to do a movie together for years. So I guess that element is probably how this all kind of came together. But I mean, there wasn't a lot of, in 1984, even big musical artists didn't necessarily have famous directors making their music videos. So this was kind of a big deal. The funny thing about it is that it's just him on a stage, pulling Courtney Cox up to dance with. Like, it's not like it's all done in one shot or anything. I mean, it looks great. It looks great. It's just that it's like there's nothing particularly De Palma-esque about it. The woman looks happy. She isn't getting murdered, right? She has most of her clothes on.
Courtney Cox got murdered with a guitar.
You don't see De Palma in the corner watching from the side of the stage, telling her what to do at all times.
It's just like, to me, I watched it and I was like, yeah, that's the music video for a song that I don't really like. So I got to there, but it surprised me quite a bit because you tend to find nowadays, not always, like with established directors that do music videos, it's the other way. And actually, I would say it is the other way around. With established directors that do music videos, you tend to find it's very little of the director's flair that moves over. But when people come from music videos into making movies, it's generally because there's a visual eye or there's an aspect in how they do those that carry into how they make the movies.
Yeah, you're David Fincher or you're Michel Gondry
100%.
or you're Jonathan Glazer. Yeah, that's there was that time, right, where people got that they were kind of labeled as MTV directors because they came from making music videos. It's weird, just the idea of like, maybe it's because De Palma wasn't quite De Palma as we know him now at this point, but he was still. I mean, this still seemed like an odd thing.
Yeah,
even the
Scarface is doing your music video, Bruce Springsteen. Yep.
Even the video for the Relax.
Yeah,
it's a segment of Body Double, right? I mean, it was already being shot for the movie. That's a little odd in itself, but that feels like, oh, that he's doing his De Palma stuff because it's part of his movie. This feels like it's not just work for hire. It's you almost get the impression that he is in awe of Bruce Springsteen when you're watching this, and I like that. Maybe that's an element of it. It's just like this guy, De Palma, he loves me, so I'm gonna make me look like a god in front of everyone. And look, I get it; it's cheesy and 80s in a lot of ways. But when I watch this, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the boss right there.
Thoughts on this, Bo, as a card-carrying member of the Bruce Springsteen fan club?
Yeah, I'm probably like Doug, where I really like early Springsteen stuff. Like that feels very authentic, like all the Born to Run years and up to and including Born in the USA, which, you know, the joke is it became such a like a national anthem, but nobody bothered to pay attention to the lyrics.
It got kind of the De Palma issue, right? People they're not really seeing what he's doing. It's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, it's right. Like it is the Body Double thing of like, yeah, I know. Yeah, you know, this is sleazy. You're right. You get it. But yeah, so I think it is that sort of mutual affection thing of like Bruce Springsteen was one of, if not the biggest star in the world at the time. De Palma was on the up, and it might have just been, you know, one of those serendipitous things of like, hey, you know, I want to direct Bruce Springsteen. I want to direct the boss who, you know, did all these great songs about Jersey and living in, you know, dying industry towns and shit. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a fine video, I guess. I mean, it was eponymous. It was everywhere.
Yeah, it's an iconic video for that time period for sure.
Yeah, but it was like, yeah, it's, you know, it's fine. It feels really innocuous, you know, like it's this weird little bit of fluff in the middle of this weird run of De Palma's. But
the fact that the woman he pulls out ended up being a big famous actress is so bizarre when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this was Misfits of Science era Courtney Cox. No one knew that she was going to be like the star of the most successful sitcom for years and years.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's really the crazy, but you know, that's kind of De Palma. I do think that he has good luck with casting. I think he ends up getting lucky a lot of times.
This next movie is fucking ridiculous.
Sorry, I'm just picturing the end of the video is Courtney Cox is like, "Ooh, thanks, boss. By the way, I'm a prostitute in my regular life. I should probably mention that before we finish up."
Right, but not a real prostitute, like a movie prostitute. Because there's the De Palma movie prostitute, and then there's actual sex work, and never the two shall be.
Unless you're Melanie Griffith, who like spent all that time like with porn stars, adult entertainers, and call girls for that fucking role in Body Double. So she did her homework.
She's good in them. That's maybe my favorite Melanie Griffith performance.
She's really good in the movie.
She's good.
Yeah.
She's really good. It's weird how long it takes for her to show up in the movie, right? It's like half over before she even shows up. I like Something Wild better than this, but I mean, she's a good actress.
She basically credits, like she says all the homework that she had to go through basically to do that movie. She wouldn't have had the career that she had.
Yeah.
I mean, Bonfire notwithstanding, that's not.
I guess she even told Antonio Banderas to do Femme Fatale.
That's
because
literally one of the factoids later on. Like, Antonio Banderas was not like that project, and she basically said, "Listen, I owe this guy my career. Go and help a brother out."
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. But first, we're going to get to Wise Guys from 1986.
Are you ready to laugh?
As Doug said, this is Brian De Palma saying, "Cancel me, will you, Columbia?" Oh, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wise Guys, let's just a complete cheat. Like, just wait till I start working through like who did the music, who the DP was, what their credits are. But Wise Guys, written by George Gallo and Norman Steinberg, obviously directed by Brian De Palma. Music here, Ira Newborn, who worked on like basically every movie I grew up with as a child. So Ferris Bueller, Dragnet, Naked Gun, Uncle Buck, just like a murderer's row of comedy films that just entertained young Duncan's heart. The DP here is Fred Schuller, who did The King of Comedy. He also did Fletch, which feels like a big drop off. But he has been a DP on a movie that we have discussed in our previous director series. He was DP for the 12 Angry Men remake that our good buddy William Friedkin did.
Did you just throw shade at Fletch?
I have a kind of love-hate with Fletch.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, man. I used to find it really, really funny. I watched it a couple of years ago, and it was the first time I'd seen it in like almost 2 decades, and I didn't laugh as much as I thought was gonna. And actually, I started checking my phone a lot. Yeah. Sorry. We all have those.
Not
movies.
enough Gina Davis in that movie, but that's true of every movie.
That is very true.
This is true. Cast here: Danny DeVito, Joe Piscopo, Harvey Keitel, Ray Sharkey, Dan Hedaya, wrestling legend Lou Albano. There we are. I can see everyone was excited. Like, I get Bo not being excited because he didn't watch wrestling. Doug knows who Lou Albano is.
I know Captain Lou Albano, and I'll tell you, he gives the best performance in the entire fucking movie.
I was great.
I was thinking the same thing.
He's fucking great in
Best
this.
character in the movie.
He's absolutely brilliant. Synopsis in this movie is Harry Valentini and Mo Dickenstein, or Stein, are both errand boys for the mob. When they lose $250,000, they're set up to kill each other, but they run off to Atlantic City. And according to IMDb, comedy follows. It just was in a slower.
And
It
never
never
catches
catches
up to the movie. Yeah.
This is what they call the hive mind, which is one right here. In recent years, Brian De Palma has expressed regret in making the film. In 2013, when in an interview with Fandango, De Palma replied, "It's not one of my favourite because nobody at the studio ever liked it. It was given a go by one administration and then left, and then another administration came in. It was a bastard child that no one wanted anything to do with. So that was not a pleasant experience, but I did like working with Danny DeVito so much that we managed to soldier on through it." In 2016, in an interview with Business Insider, he added, "Oh, Brian, I should have just taken the money and walked instead of dealing with a studio that didn't want to make the movie." I would agree. You should have done anything else except this. The film was never shown theatrically in the UK when it was released, which was probably why it was a first-time watch for me. It went straight to video, and as we've already mentioned, it is the debut credited cinema role of ex-wrestler Lou Albano, who was billed as Captain Lou Albano for the WWF and whatever it was before that. I think there was an extra W. Bo. Wait, go for it.
Oh man. Feel like I lost a bet.
Had you seen this before?
No.
Had you seen this before, Doug?
No, this was
Right, so
definitely
this is
the
all
first
three
time.
of us were a first time
Yeah,
watch. Interesting.
Yeah. So as soon as silly credits show up, I was like, "Oh boy, that ain't good." And seeing Captain Lou Albano's name right in the credits, that was a little bit of a wake up. But as we were saying earlier, he's probably at least the most interesting character in the movie. It has some of the old De Palma, and I put in quotes, comedy trademarks.
What, the ones
Of like the sped up shot, especially when they're, DeVito is sent out to start the car in case it explodes. The thing is, the premise is kind of okay,
Mm-hmm.
but where all the joke should be, there's just sadness. and
sadness and regret.
and existential vacancies. And wondering like why I'm watching Wise Guys with the short time I have left, instead of doing literally anything else.
It's baffling to me that, like, within a year of making Wise Guys, which is a movie about the mob, he makes The Untouchables, which is a movie that deals with the mob.
Yeah.
And one of them is, like, if you're going to use the word masterpiece, you may as well attribute it to The Untouchables, and it blows my mind that the same director did both movies. Like, I can't give
Maybe that was he made some weird deal with the devil, like some Phantom of the the Paradise deal where it's like, hey, Paul Williams, how about you let me make a version of the Untouchables that's one of the greatest movies ever. He's like, yeah, but you have to make a movie with Joe Piscopo. And it's gonna be one of the most unfunny films that has ever been put to screen, despite incredible talent attached to it.
The cast is I can't stress this enough. The cast is everybody's scene by scene, and I'm just like, how the fuck is he in this movie?
And people are going for it, and they're doing their fucking best, but it's just it's just not funny. And De Palma, I know we've said it before, but he can't do comedy. He doesn't have the chops for it. I don't know if it's a timing thing. I don't know if he was born without a sense of humor.
He's a funny guy. Like, he is, like, if you listen to him in interviews, he clearly has a sense of humor. It's just that sense of humor is really only funny to Brian De Palma.
But the thing is, it's like a perfectly serviceable film. And if it were more of a dramedy, where it was like, okay, we're actually going to deal with these characters as real people instead of being cartoonish. And I think that's really the big problem, is that it feels like a big Roadrunner cartoon, but it's not funny and it's not slapstick enough for that.
What's the name of that? There's a
Johnny
Dangerously. There's a Sylvester Stallone mob comedy.
Oh, Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar is exactly what this movie should be.
I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
That's like saying, hey, Fight Club. Yeah, what about that movie with Clint Eastwood and the ape? What if they did that?
Like, you ask me right now with like a fucking deer hunter, like Russian roulette gun, which movie I'd rather watch 10 times in a row? I would rather watch Oscar 10 times in a row than Wise Guys.
Man, I mean, to quote a movie later, I think you've gone full Dee man. That's crazy.
I just can't. This movie broke me. Like, it being backbreakered me. I honestly, like, I was about 15 minutes into it, and I regretted even suggesting Brian De Palma as the candidate for fucking. It was so bad. It's like, it actually made me like, at least the previous comedies that he did, there was a little bit of inexperience. It wasn't like. You didn't have the money, you didn't have the talent. You could throw all those things as potential crutches here. This is it laid bare. There is no stone to hide behind in this one. As much as he wants to blame administrations, you still had the same people involved with it. You still had the same script, and this is what you delivered. That's not the studio's fault. That's your fault. So it's fucking awful. Sorry. That's all I've got to say about Wise Guys. Doug Tilley.
Here's the thing about Wise Guys.
Listen, Duncan.
If you accept that it's not funny, like, if you just accept that it's never going to be a good comedy, it's actually not that difficult to watch. Like, I don't think it's a terrible movie. I still think it looks great, right? He still does. He's doing the split diopter stuff.
Yeah,
it's just them on their doorsteps.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, and it's got like. One example of a gag is that they steal Captain Lou Albano's car in this, right? And then they fucking trash it, right? They're getting to Atlantic City and they have to trash the car. And that's just in itself, the fact that it's now trashed is supposed to be funny because Captain Lou Albano is so tightly wound that we know he's going to freak out when he finds out his beloved car has been smashed. Like, that is the height of what this comedy is being delivered here. It's almost impossible to imagine that the writers of this movie, one of the writers of this movie, the next script that they did was Midnight Run, which is one of the best comedies.
One of the best comedies ever fucking made.
It's great, right? And the other writer of it, he wrote Johnny Dangerously and worked on Blazing Saddles, like someone who obviously has a comedic mind. By the way, the idea of Brian De Palma, this is like a known fact, of him seeing a screening of Johnny Dangerously and just laughing his ass off, just like, this is great. I need Piscopo, I need DeVito, these guys are going to be in my comedy, need the writer for this, and then this is the fucking movie. I think if this, instead of being a fairly light comedy, even though it's about some pretty dark topics, and it also has the word fuck in it like 1,000 times. If it was just like a really, really, like, it's only lightly comedic but super dark, right? I mean, even if it had like that kind of high mom type tone to it, it maybe could have worked because, as Bo was saying, the concept of these two kind of wise guy schlubs who have to murder each other, I think that's great. But the movie abandons that idea almost immediately.
It's the
right?
difference between how the Coen brothers approach making a movie and how De Palma approaches making a movie.
But it's kind of the difference between Blood Simple and Crime Wave to a certain extent.
100%.
Right? This feels a little bit like Crime Wave. It's just like the tone is off to a great extent, and maybe it's because of the director in both cases. I'm not joking. I think Captain Albano is great in this.
He
I
is
think
really good, yeah.
It's almost like get me Joe Spinell, and it's just like, no, he's not available. Let's get his non-union equivalent. But I like that. I wouldn't say he's legitimately funny, but he's legitimately giving a performance, and that's something.
Look, he's surrounded by in the movie, and he's fucking holding his own.
And also, I think DeVito's really good. I mean, his character is annoying, and his character also makes decisions that are just like, if you were his friend, and he's just like fucking you again and again like that, it would just be it's a frustrating character. Just got two things to say. One is, how did the gangsters not smell the gas leak in the apartment at the end? I don't understand. They go in there, it's like, what's going on? It's a little hazy in here. They all get blown up. And also, like, the ending of this movie with them getting the restaurant together, like Joe Piscopo, like they committed a bunch of crimes. Did Joe Piscopo just fake his own death? By the way, him getting ready to hang himself in the apartment because he thinks he's killed Danny DeVito, that's such a sad, dark thing to include.
It's funny.
In this wacky
It's a funny movie, though. It's a funny movie, Doug Tilley.
I will not say in any way that this is a good movie or that it's an effective comedy. It's so bizarre that I feel a certain attraction to it, but I'm not going to promote it any more than I already have. I will say this. I think I'd rather watch Wise Guys than watch the Bonfire of the Vanities, because Bonfire of the Vanities is wrong-headed in a way that I find personally distasteful. This is just bad humor.
Yeah, if we're playing that game, if I'm putting the same gun down and I'm making me choose between Wise Guys or Bonfire of the Vanities, I will watch Wise Guys 10 times before I would watch Bonfire of the Vanities.
Let's hope no one puts you in that position.
Well, I'm just kind of, I just want to...
Are guns held to your head a lot, Duncan? Is this something we should be concerned about?
I'm not American, so...
No, nor am I.
Is it the kid? Are they doing it to you? Because I know the kids are coming home with guns all the time.
They're getting big. Well,
yeah.
They're getting big. Right, ladies and gents. So that is Wise Guys from 1986. You'll be happy to know that Brian De Palma will not make another comedy ever again. So we are. Why are you laughing, Doug Tilley?
Well, I'm just gonna say the truth is he'll never make another funny movie again.
Yeah. Well, when you feel like that. But weirdly, this guy goes from, like I say, making not Career Suicide, it's not a very good movie, to making maybe one of his best. So ladies and gents, we are gearing up and we're going to talk about the Untouchables next. So the Untouchables, I think, Doug, I think it's your time to lead on this, but let me give you some information. Brian De Palma, once again, directing this one, based on the book by Elliot Ness and Oscar Frehley, and the screenplay done by David Mamet. The music here, Ennio Morricone, it just makes me so happy. Once again, DP here, familiar name, Stephen H. Burham. We have Kevin Costner, Sean Connery, who won Best Supporting Actor Oscar for this role. Robert De Niro. I think is this Connery's only Oscar?
Yes.
There we go. Charles Martin Smith, Andy Garcia, Richard Bradford, Jack Keogh, Brad Sullivan, Billy Drago, yes, he's in this movie, Patricia Clarkson, some various other folks. Synopsis here is: during Prohibition, Treasury agent Elliot Ness sets out to stop ruthless Chicago gangster Al Capone and assembles a small, incorruptible team to help him. Some of the trivia here, of which there's so much trivia that I just pulled some things here that just felt concise enough to read very quickly. Marlon Brando refused $5 million for 2 weeks' work as Al Capone during early casting. He was replaced by Robert De Niro, who portrayed young Vito Corleone in The Godfather Part 2. In the original script, the final gunfight had Elliot Ness and George Stone battling Capone's gunmen on a stopped train. Brian De Palma conceived the gunfight on the steps in Chicago Union Station when Paramount Pictures decided that staging the scene and finding a 1930s period train would be too expensive. And then lastly, Robert De Niro tracked down Al Capone's original tailors and had them make some identical clothing for the movie. I can't imagine there's going to be much deviation on opinions here on this one here. I've been wrong in the past, but Doug Tilley, what do you think about The Untouchables?
This feels like De Palma after he's had his knuckles whacked a couple of times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, all right, Mr. De Palma, we've been watching your recent films, and I don't know what to think. And he's like, I'm so sorry. Let me make something that everyone will enjoy. I will say, I was recently writing a thread on social media about De Palma, and someone responded to it saying that De Palma had 14 bad movies.
Ooh.
And one of the ones that they listed were The Untouchables. Of all the films that people had listed in that thread, and there's a lot of backlash to it, the one that people took the most umbrage with was the inclusion of The Untouchables as a bad movie. People who like this movie really like it. It might be the most universally beloved of Brian De Palma's movies. This feels like I'm setting up me to say, but I don't like it. No, it's not that at all. I love it. I really think it is not as psychologically interesting as everything we've talked about so far. But if I wanted psychologically interesting, I can go back to home movies, and I don't want to ever do that. There's still people looking through windows every once in a while, right? But you got finally a script, first time in a while, that really lives up to, right? Probably the first time since Scarface that really lives up to the ambitions of Brian De Palma. You got Mamet doing this Untouchables story. I will say that there is a clear weak link in this movie, and that weak link is Mr. Kevin Costner, who is. Look, I'm not saying he's always bad.
National treasure,
beloved. But I'll take him as a fucking director before I'll take him as an actor. I'll tell you that much.
Let's not get crazy.
Look, that's the next roundtable. Kevin Costner. We'll get our postman feelings out.
Only if we can do both in front and behind the camera. It just allows me to continue saying back and to the left, back and to the left, over and over again.
That his delivery of "here endeth the lesson" at the end of this is real bad, and it's and he just is kind of a blandly. I know that's part of his character, right? That the idea of that this incorruptible man gets corrupted. By the way, I think that's something that people miss out in regards to this movie. That Elliot Ness is actually he gets fucked the whole he doesn't get fucked by the system to a certain extent. I guess he does, but what I mean is by the end he's been turned right. He did all the stuff when he's in front of the judge and he's like, I've done all the stuff I said I'd never do, and he says I can still live with it. But like the last moment of it is, hey, you know how your entire campaign was because of the prohibition? Yeah. Well, that's over now. That was out. In fact, not only is it over, in retrospect, it was a bad idea, and no one is ever going to ever think it was a good idea. And it's also kind of a joke. And it's like, that was all for naught, man. Like, yeah, you got one guy off the fucking streets. You did nothing. Yeah. Maybe you got Billy Drago, like you got him out of the way because he seems like he's crazy. Yeah. But it's
if you're hiring Billy Drago to be in a movie, it's to wear white suits and be crazy, right? That's.
But this movie has so many great fucking sequences. Like, there's so much good stuff. There's also feels De Palma at his most like adventure movie, like the idea of them all on horses at the border, like that's so ridiculous. But all I can do is pump my fist, and I'm like, hell yeah, that's right. But even the idea of Charles Martin Smith, where he's like drinking the alcohol after having his big moment with the shotgun and stuff, it's just like these guys don't even believe in the shit that they're promoting. I think that the movie is at least somewhat aware of that there's a perversion of these characters that's a little more interesting than, hey, it's just Elliot Ness and his Untouchables running to the scene. All of his friends are dead, right? Everyone is fucking dead by the end except for Andy Garcia. And it's just, I think there's a sadness that people don't necessarily realize, and maybe it's because it's so slick. Yeah. It's a super slick movie, but it is very, very entertaining, and it looks great. Right, the period stuff is great. All their suits look fucking great. If Kevin Costner was a little bit better, I'd say this is almost a perfect movie. Mm-hmm. It's weird. I love it so much, but I don't feel an affection for it like I do for some of other De Palma's movies that are more flawed because there's comparatively little of him in it. It's more like it's a great movie as opposed to it being a great De Palma movie, I guess is what I'd say.
Did you ever hear I've seen this a couple of times. It pops up the clip of Bob Hoskins talking about his involvement with Untouchables. Is anyone aware of this except me?
I remember. I have a vague idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah. So when he couldn't get Brando involved, his next pitch was to get De Niro. And so
they signed Hoskins, right? Like they actually had to pay him for this. That's right.
Hoskins signed to it, but he then used it as leverage to get De Niro in. So De Niro, because he's obviously friends with De Niro, and when he told him that Hoskins was in, like De Niro was like, "No, I want that role." But
a little bit
to his credit, Hoskins said that he received a check for, I think it was $250,000 from De Palma, thanking him for basically leveraging De Niro into the movie. Which I think it's just a really cool little detail.
Absolutely it is. And then he went off and he's like, you know what? I'm Mario with my brother Luigi Mario. I know, it's a few years later. It's actually 87,
does that
right?
movie Shattered at the start of the 90s that I fucking love that not enough people have seen.
I mean, I guess he actually bounced back because 87 would have been Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I guess Bob Hoskins
he was doing
perfectly
right.
okay for himself.
Went off the deep end a little bit. He was doing okay.
He's like, as long as I get to wear, period accurate clothes, I'm okay with it.
You can't, like, every movie can't be The Long Good Friday. They can't be, right? Everyone can't be that.
I just a couple more quick things. One is that the squibs in this are fucking amazing. Like every shot is the blood just goes everywhere. It feels oddly like every once in a while you get kind of John Woo vibes, which I don't think I'd ever say with De Palma, particularly with the Odessa Steps tribute sequence in the bus depot, that is fucking amazing. I mean, that gets all the credit for good reason. But there's lots of that, and I didn't mention De Niro, but De Niro's great, right?
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun. He's way over the top, exactly as he should be. It's just that
dinner table scene is fucking chilling.
Chilling and also iconic in a lot of ways. I mean, that's another thing. Lots of iconic sequences. But you got Sean Connery, you got De Niro. Kevin Costner is this like wilting flower. I mean,
it's like you do have like powerhouse personality actors around the guy who is not necessarily known for being a powerhouse personality actor.
Yeah, but he should be thanking his lucky stars that he was put in with those guys, because it kind of raised him up that he could. I mean, look, like I said, I think he's a good actor now, but at this point, I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to go on record as saying I want to cite this movie here to all the detractors out there that say that Sean Connery couldn't do a foreign accent. Listen to him with an Irish American accent.
Oh man, movie. Spot on.
Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. The story.
Hot on a cloud.
He's an Egyptian Spaniard. The stories of him giving like people like Andy Garcia and Kevin Costner pointers on this movie that they've retold since are fucking timeless.
Oh, that scene, by the way, that scene in the fucking church is also amazing. Oh man, you know what? Now that I think about it, it's funny that Wise Guys has that scene in the church, and then the Untouchables has. Compare those fucking two things together.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost as if he was like, I can't. Why am I trying to do this as a comment? No, I need to do the Untouchables. Or like Bo said, some weird Faustian pact. Bo Ransdell, we've spoken about the Untouchables more than once, and I dare say we will again sometime in the future. Thoughts?
I mean, I love the Untouchables. It's one of my favorite movies. Doug is absolutely right that the problem with this movie is that Costner is the least interesting actor in the movie, and he's also the star, and that's not great. But everything else about the movie is fucking amazing. Yeah. The Morricone score.
The score is ridiculous.
This is one of those scores I listen to just on the way to work sometimes. Yeah. Like, it is so good. All the sequences that have already been mentioned are amazing. It's like it has so many things I love in a movie. There's the getting the team together, which is incredible. And the scene between Connery and Garcia.
Yeah.
What was your name before you changed it? That whole sequence is so good. Giuseppe Pedre. Oh, I knew it. It's
that scene where Sean Connery takes the corpse and puts it up against the window to intimidate the guy. And
oh, you're going in all day, pal. Like, Connery deserved that Oscar 10 times over. He is so good in this movie. You know, the whole what, and then what are you prepared to do? You know, like all of that stuff works. And like the Billy Drago, again, not a great actor, Billy Drago, but certainly a face. You know, he's got a real presence. But he's incredibly creepy in this movie.
Yeah, he sure is.
You know, the whole your friend died like a stuck Irish pig. Like, you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you not know that you were on a roof with a man who that, like, you killed his father figure?
Yeah, but this is a guy who's got uncorruptible morals. What's he gonna do, Bo?
Right. Yeah. Come on, Kappa. But anyway, so that's all of that stuff is amazing. Like everything about it just works. Like presenting him as a family man. The line he has in the courtroom that Doug mentioned, that, you know, I have become what I beheld, and I am content that I have done what is right.
Yeah, right.
And like all of that, like this thing is written and directed within an inch of its fucking life. And it's not like it all works, you know, it doesn't come across as being too much. And in a weird way, this feels like the movie he has to make before he makes Mission Impossible. You know,
Absolutely.
like he has to be able to work within a Hollywood system to get his signature stuff, because his camera tricks are all over this movie and they all work in this movie, and it's broad entertainment. But I do agree that there are darker themes kind of running beneath it, but that just enriches it. And I mean, God damn, I love this movie. Like watching this movie always feels like a treat.
Yeah.
At the end of it, every single time, by the time, you know, De Niro is like, nothing but a lot of talking a badge. Like by the time you get to that point, I'm just like, I love everything about this movie. The ending line is great. You know, I think I'll have a drink is fantastic. It's just, you know, not like you said, not a perfect movie, because there's that one little piece that is slightly off, but everything else around it is just like pure movie entertainment, and I love it. Charles Martin Smith. Oh my God. How can I not mention Charles Martin Smith, one of the most underrated actors of his generation. His death with Touchables written in blood. I mean, it's just, oh my God. Like, I love his character being this nebbishy guy that becomes heroic, and then his death is just rips the heart right out of you. This is such a great movie.
That's how you know the movie's done its job. Like, when the heroes die in this movie, you feel for it. I lose count of how many times I watch a movie nowadays, not to throw shade on modern movies, but like like a heroic protagonist character dies and I couldn't give a fuck. Like, just like no interest, no purchase, like no interaction, no connection at all with them. Yeah, The Untouchables for me is a movie I grew up with. This is like this was like, we had this on VHS and it was fucking wore out.
This is probably the first De Palma movie I saw because of it, right?
I think you're probably. I think I'm the same. I think that this must have been in or around the first one that I saw, and I think Carrie was not long after, and that was because I started getting heavily into kind of horror and Stephen King and stuff. But this is the one that I remember, and obviously there's there's a connection to Scotland with Sean Connery being there, and like I'm a huge Sean Connery fan. I'm not gonna admit, like hide behind it. He's my favourite Bond. I know some people don't like that, but
oh yeah, that's a controversial opinion.
Come on, like you'd be surprised to admit, like in the UK, you are either Sean Connery or you are fucking Roger Moore. Daniel Craig doesn't even get a look in. Like, it's one or the other, and you don't speak about anyone else. Like that's how it stands, and I'm a Connery man. Yeah, I think he is the. It's weird because I always liken my opinion of the performance with Kevin Costner kind of similar to how I approach a movie like The Firm. Like, I think when I watch The Firm, I'm not overly enamored with Tom Cruise's performance in that movie, but he's surrounded by such fucking powerhouse actors that just elevate everything else in that movie that he actually comes across as, you know, a kind of character that I can kind of believe in. I kind of believe in Kevin Costner, even though I think he is maybe not best cast for this movie and maybe a little bit in over his head. But the surrounding ensemble cast is of such a high quality, it's kind of insane. You know what I mean? Like like, when I watch The Firm, I've got Gene Hackman. Like, so, like, I'm in safe hands in this movie. I've got Sean Connery and Robert De Niro. So I'm in
You got
safe
Wilford
hands.
Brimley.
And Wilford Brimley is so good. In The
He
Firm,
is
by the way.
amazing in that movie.
He's absolutely fucking terrifying. Like, Brimley asks you to come into a cupboard to speak to him, you're in deep shit. But how would Wilford Brimley sound asking you to come into a cupboard, Bo?
I need you to get in this cupboard, goddammit.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Worth it.
He looks down on me every night, Duncan.
Shaking that bristly moustache. This to me is like, I think you're right. It's maybe of the big movies, you lose a little bit of the personality of Brian De Palma, but what you do get is all the trickery of Brian De Palma, and it is on full display in this movie. It's just, like I mentioned, that I think Blowout is kind of peacocking at the best of both worlds. If we're just talking about filmmaking in general, I think Untouchables is his best made movie. Like across the board with all the, like that centerpiece shootout sequence, there's a reason. Once again, it has kind of worked its way into like everything from like parody all the way through to like pure homage, and it's because it's phenomenal. It's just a different level of craftsmanship, and he appears to just be able to do that when he needs to. He's like, it's his secret weapon in almost any movie is, how do I make this scene more interesting? Amazing tracking shot. How do I elevate this action scene so it's unlike anything else you've seen before? Well, watch this. He has those tools in his bag, and he's refined them over all these movies to the point that when he has to deploy them on the Untouchables, they're at their zenith. They're not going to get any better than this. In fact, if anything, we're now going to be comparing pretty much all those techniques right back to the Untouchables moving forward. And that's
it's almost impossible to believe that the same guy who made Wise Guys made Untouchables.
It's so like I just can't. This is like watching Wise Guys, knowing it was the movie before the Untouchables. I had it in my head. I was like, this is going to be like some gem I've never seen. I can't believe this. Like, he went on to do the Untouchables right after it. Here we go. And I keep mentioning Argento as that kind of linking thing. I think their careers have followed similar paths in that whenever they make the colossal misstep, they tend to come back with something that just like kind of reaffirms your faith that they're a great director of what they do. But Untouchables is even a different level above that. You know what I mean? It's a phenomenally put together movie.
You kind of get the impression that De Palma, at least at this time, he kind of felt like he could just do a movie like The Untouchables whenever he wanted. Yeah. He just wasn't as interested in doing movies.
That's why you
like
get
that.
The next movie. Like, I think that's like any other director, right, who's burned bridges with studios that has had that kind of, I've made a great movie. Look, I'm on cloud nine. Everyone loves me. Right, I'm going to make my next movie. And people are like, whoa, what are you doing, buddy? Like, any other one would eventually course correct. And he doesn't. Like, he comes off The Untouchables with all the accolades, and he goes and makes the movie that he'd been wanting to make for, 20 years, in Casualties of War, which is a story that he'd read, and he wanted to make the movie, and he was told no one would finance him then. But now, look, he's brought in an Oscar and all these nominations and all the rest. Guess what? I'm making this movie now, and I'll get it financed. And boy, does he get it financed. He makes a Vietnam War movie, which has, three action scenes? This is a first-time watch for me. I had, 3 shootouts in the entire movie, because that's not what the movie's about. So let's go into that. Let's go into Casualties of War. First-time watch for me. First-time watch for you, Doug?
I definitely had seen bits and pieces from, TV showings of it, but certainly this is my first time watching it start to front. I knew exactly what it was about.
Right.
And I also knew the marketing of it. Very strange marketing where it's Penn versus Fox. It's supposed to be this big acting show off between these two young actors, and we'll talk about how that turns out in the movie proper.
Yep. Bo, first time watch for you?
It was. I was very aware of it, like Doug said. I knew it more almost from parody of it,
right,
than the film itself. But like Doug, I knew what the movie was about, and that also was not appealing. Like that. The subject matter of the film does not beg you to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of it, right? It's just I knew what it was. I knew who directed it, but it's Am I feeling like I want to ruin the rest of my day?
Yeah. I want to watch a Brian De Palma rape movie.
I was gonna do that. I just watched Wise Guys again.
Yeah. Just somewhere right now, Brian De Palma just got a pain in his chest.
Fight through it, De Palma. Move away from the light.
Yeah, like the only thing I knew about this movie was what had been mentioned in the documentary, where I think he talks about the experience of working with Penn and Fox on set. And and how he'd wanted to make the movie. I knew nothing about it. So even the central premise of how graphic we were going to get into that, I did not know. So yeah, let me give you some details. Casualties of War. This is how we're closing out this segment. It's 1989. It's based on the writing of Daniel Lang and David Raab. Music again, Ennio Morricone, so he continues over. Stephen H. Burham, he continues over. Cast: Michael J. Fox, Sean Penn, Don Harvey, John C. Reilly in his debut role. I think it was on screen for about 5 minutes before I clocked who it was. John Leguizamo, we have Eric King, Ving Rhames, Dan Martin, Dale Dye, other folks. Synopsis for this one is: during the Vietnam War, a soldier finds himself the outsider of his own squad when they unnecessarily kidnap a female villager. I thank IMDb for skipping out what happens there. So, Brian De Palma said that he'd been trying to make this movie since 1969 when he read the first article of Casualties of War in the New Yorker. But with the Vietnam War still going on, there was no way that was ever going to happen, even after many years after it had ended. However, in 1980s, following the success of Vietnam War films like Platoon in 86, Full Metal Jacket in 87, and his own gangster hit, The Untouchables in 1987, studio bosses at Paramount gave him the green light to start developing the project. Stephen Baldwin was originally cast as Hatcher and shot several scenes before he was replaced with John C. Reilly, who was hired as a background extra. And another little bit here, we have Michael J. Fox and Sean Penn. They traded shots with each other. Sean Penn would be telling Michael J. Fox that he was nothing more than a TV actor, so he could get the genuine reactions that Brian De Palma wanted on the movie. Brian De Palma.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez, don't say that.
Brian De Palma invited Steven Spielberg to a private screening of the film, and after the screening ended, Spielberg said to Columbia Pictures executive Don Steele, "You'll be thinking about this one for a week." Who wants to go in on this one first? I'll do it. Yeah, I like
Great.
that. Yeah, I'll go first. I found this movie like really uncomfortable. Like I didn't know what I was getting into, and then the penny started to drop the further the movie went on as to what I was going to get, and then we arrived at the bit that I didn't want to really be around for, and then we continued on with it, and I'm conflicted. I think some of the performances in this are really... I think Sean Penn is great in this movie. I think Michael J. Fox is a bit meh in this movie, if I'm honest. He's the carryover from The Untouchables, in that Kevin Costner might not be like the best lead there. Michael J. Fox might not be the best lead here. In fact, let's just talk body double as well while we're at it. He's fresh-faced and just completely unbelievable in the role. There's a scene where he's approached by it's like a chaplain, and he's several beers in. We know he's several beers in because there's empty cans stacked up, and that's how I know. But his drunk acting is fucking awful. And those scenes took me out the movie quite a bit because it's like it's almost unfair because Sean Penn is doing, like, he's 2 steps away from having a cartoon moustache in terms of villainy. He is so horrifically evil in this movie that it almost borders like cartoonish levels of evil.
Duncan, I have to admit, halfway through watching the movie, I paused it to look up how tall you had to be a soldier in Vietnam.
You're a bad man. but Sean Penn and Michael J. Fox were okay.
To go to Vietnam.
There were limits, and I actually think that Michael J. Fox is like right at that limit. But
just got in and no more. The thing about it is, like, this has got like a really I like John C. Reilly in this movie. I like to think of
Yeah, barrel laughs.
yeah, he's done serious movies before. We need to talk about Kevin. But even like seeing like a young John Leguizamo, and you know, like there's good casting through here. The problem with this movie overall is I found it deeply unpleasant, and even by the end of the movie, I still didn't. This isn't like A Few Good Men. When you get to the end, you're like, "Fucking goddamn Ronnie out of the cold red." You're not given that at all. If anything. If anything, the movie undoes things by in the middle of the credits telling you that one of them appealed and got off. I never found that I could hang myself on the moral compass of this movie. Overall, I found it like deeply muddied. But with elements that I think the action scenes, which like we talked about with the Untouchables, I would never have craved to see a De Palma war movie. I actually think the scenes that he shoots of that are done very, very, very well. We get some of that trickery here, the camera trickery, but it's not showboaty in any way. I think in this movie, he's actually surprisingly restrained in it. I think the score, the Morricone score, is once again phenomenal, but that's like saying, oh, I hope this fucking vanilla ice cream tastes like vanilla. You know what I mean? It's a given. Like, Morricone doesn't really deliver anything subpar anyways, but he scores is very handsome in this movie. I found it a bit too long, if I'm honest, and I found it a bit too leery. I understand we have to understand the gravity of what they've done in order to understand, I was going to say the dilemma that Michael J. Fox is put into, and a character here, and how brave he is for standing up at the end, or all the way through the movie, but getting justice at the end. I understand that, but I found those segments, rightly I would imagine, deeply unpleasant to watch. I just got to the end of the movie kind of conflicted in that there are parts of the movie that I think are smartly brought together with clever casting and good delivery, and then there's other bits that rely on better performances from Michael J. Fox, who I've always struggled to watch in anything and not think Back to the Future. That's my problem. Even The Frighteners, which is maybe my second favourite thing he's ever been in, I always lean back on that one. I found him difficult to believe in the role that he was in. Whereas Sean Penn, if you told me, like, at the end of this movie he'd actually raped a woman, I probably would have believed you.
Oh my god! Well, actually, you'd probably be right in this fucking case.
He's terrifying. He's absolutely unhinged and terrifying. And the longer you spend with him, the more you see how just like awful this character is, and how he's been given. He's probably always been this way, and this war's afforded him the opportunity to get away with the dark side that's always been in there. Once again, I'm coming off. I watched a lot of these movies and segments. I took them as groups to watch them chronologically, but I switched up the time frames. So for me, I kind of started this particular grouping with watching a Body Double, and then into Wise Guys, which I was like, oh my god. And then I watched the Untouchables, and I was like, yeah. And then I watched Casualties of War, and felt even more icky than I did watching Body Double. And it just, like, he is all this decade, like I said before, delivers maybe arguably two of the best De Palma movies ever, but it also delivers movies that I understand why as a filmmaker you'd be attracted to making movies with compelling stories, but I don't understand if this is a good choice of a movie to make right after The Untouchables. I also imagine it's probably the only time, notwithstanding when Mission Impossible came out, that he would have had the clout to do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Someone else talk.
It's funny to hear you say that, because he does remake this movie many years later.
Yeah, he does. Turns out, like
Casualties of War.
We'll get to that. I'll talk about it before, because I'm sure Bo has much more interesting things to say about this. I want to disagree with one thing you said, Duncan, which is I think Sean Penn is doing way too much in this movie.
Oh, right.
I just think he's acting so hard. You know what I mean? Where he just it feels like award season is coming. Time to really turn it on.
Right, yeah.
Oddly, the guy that he's basically playing in this movie is even more evil than the guy that he is in this movie. He got out of jail, became a white supremacist, and killed another person. I hate the framing stuff in this with Michael J. Fox on the subway.
Oh yeah, I
especially
didn't
the
even
ending.
think about that. That's like it's a throwaway, forgettable element.
That ending with her, like that woman forgiving him. I mean, that's what
yeah,
what are you doing, De Palma?
What are we doing here?
Come on, De Palma.
That said, I like. It's a noble movie, right? This is De Palma, who he's like, I've always wanted to do this particular story because I wanted to have a character like Michael J. Fox, a noble character in this hellish environment. And I'll tell you what, even among all the 80s Vietnam set movies, war is hell in this fucking movie. It looks like a nightmare all the time, which is appropriate. And I do think Michael J. Fox is a little weak in it, but also he just has Sean Penn screaming in his face the whole time, so anyone would come off as a little bit weak.
Yeah.
And he does sometimes seem like a little kid dressed up in his parents' clothes sometimes when he's out there too. He just looks so young is what I'm really getting at. Tarantino thinks this is the best movie ever made about Vietnam. He said, this is a quote from Quentin Tarantino. My favorite war movie probably is De Palma's Casualties of War. And there's a scene in here. It happens towards the beginning of the movie where Sean Penn's character's best friend is shot and he's taking care of him. I really used it when I was doing Reservoir Dogs, not copying it frame by frame or anything, but just when I was writing the script emotionally. He really loves this movie. It's not that I feel that it's emotionally empty. It is harrowing, right? It's punishing to watch. So it makes it really difficult even to think about going back and rewatching it and trying to appreciate it on any level outside of, oh God, what a nightmare. I do wish that the movie tangled a little bit more with the way that Full Metal Jacket tangles with, oh, they turn them into these demon people, right? That there's that part where Billy Drago's son shows up in this fucking movie looking like a little Billy Drago, and he's in there for 2 seconds before he gets killed. But that moment right afterwards, where Michael J. Fox was so cold to him before, and then he sees his corpse, and he's like, he realizes, oh, I'm becoming like that. I'm becoming hardened like that. That I've managed to keep my humanity up to this point, but I'm losing it. I wish that they leaned into that a little heavier, and I wish that the courtroom stuff lasted a little longer. I know that
it's done very quick. You know what I mean? Considering
shockingly quick, right? and I will say that I don't like the way that he presents the evil characters. It's like you're either totally evil, like you're either like traumatized evil like Sean Penn, you're like Sean Penn's number one guy who's just a psychopath, or you are like a half-wit like John C. Reilly, right? It's like there's no other real category of people, or a coward maybe like John Leguizamo. But like that was a problem that we'll have with the semi-remake of this too, where it's just they don't feel like real three-dimensional people. When if you play it into a little bit, it's like I was told to go out here and kill these people. I don't know who's my friend. I don't know who's my foe. It's a nightmare outright. Like I wish that they blamed the system a little bit more rather than the individuals, I suppose. But it's also, I just feel like the ending is toned up. You know, the original ending was that Michael J. Fox had a dream about all those men, like the Sean Penn and the other guys, breaking into his house after getting out of jail and raping and killing his family. Look, that's dark, right? Like that's super. That's way darker. Like that's a way darker ending, but it also feels a little bit more appropriate for the material. Yeah. And it would be so memorably dark that, though it would be even more memorably dark if instead of it being a dream sequence, that it actually, I don't know. Maybe I lean too heavily into the darkness here, but the fact that they try to have any sort of light moment at the end of Michael J. Fox feeling like, well, you know, she doesn't hold it against me, even though she has no idea what he's fucking talking about or why he's traumatized or anything like that. I also don't like the fact that Vietnamese people are very much backgrounded or treated like I know that it's one of the bravura things where they cut to the underground and they're scurrying around like mice, and it's like, you know, I even says in the documentary, right? They think it's bad on top. Well, look how bad it is underneath. Well, just like maybe give them a little ounce of humanity. But I don't think it's a terrible movie. I like I said, I think it's I'm glad that he took a big swing after the success of the Untouchables, but I will say that what we've seen in this point in his career is failure, and then him scurrying back. It's like, okay, I'll do something a little safer. Yeah. And somehow, and I hate that I like when he's safer. I hate that I like when he's pulling back and doing something that's a little more palatable. But in terms of unpalatable Vietnam-based movies of the late 80s, this is one of the least interesting.
Yeah, some directors, it's not that they have a lane, but some directors, I understand, like, you don't want to be known as the guy that does the thing, right? Like, you don't want to be, like, the same way actors don't want to be typecast, directors don't want to be typecast. I get that. But there are certain directors that when they're bruised from trying to do something else, or trying to like expand into something that has an interest for them, but maybe not something that they are technically gifted to do, whether that's in storytelling or filmmaking or whatever that is. They go back to the source, and there's a reason that those movies, when they go back to that source, are popular. It's because there's an audience for that. There's a bit of a brand in there for that. You don't have to look at people like a recent example is M. Night Shyamalan, who I don't think will ever do anything now. He's never going to do another like Last Airbender or whatever that movie was, or another The Happening. He's come back. He's kind of started small again. He's built up his brand, his name, but he's done it purely in that weird psycho horror / twist ending theme that he kind of started from. And those movies do really, really, really well. They do a lot of money, and they're interesting to an extent, even though you go in knowing that it's all, everything you're watching is going to be probably undone when the ending happens. You're like, oh, right, this is what it's all been all along. But that's his lane now, and he's happily back there and doing it, and he's making elite run at kind of re-establishing his name from the ground up. De Palma keeps coming back to it. Argento kept doing it as well, where they go back to doing I don't want to be the Giallo director, but turns out whenever I make a bad movie, I go back and make a Giallo and everyone's happy. So
I do like that this movie still has that one scene with the POV shot where Michael J. Fox is in the shower, and like it's like I need to still I need to peep on this man. I can't help myself.
resist to peep, resist to I cannot.
Must have butt.
Bo, right? You were also first time watching this one. So how did you get on with Casualties of War?
Yeah, I think I land somewhere between you guys, or maybe I like this more than either of you do.
Yeah, I don't know what stress. Did not dislike it. I just find it has some elements that I thought were really, really, really good, and some stuff that just didn't work for me.
I think the movie. Yeah, I think if Penn played the Michael J. Fox role, and he had to tone it down, and then you had another powerhouse actor in the Penn role, that this movie would be like twice as good.
I would agree with that 100%.
Well, originally, the role opposite Penn was going to be Eric Stoltz.
Oh.
And then, of course, they
you
shot.
Take the piss.
They shot.
Yeah. It's the Back to the Future story.
I got it.
He's sorry, I thought I lost.
It's been a long night. It's been a long.
Night. So, all right, I agree with much of what has been said, but also I'll push back a couple of places. I do think Fox is totally wrong for this. I get he's boyish looking and looks naive, but as soon as he has to be drunk, or they mention that
drinking thing,
he has a wife at home, and I was like, surely not. Like, he's not old enough for that, right? Maybe he got special permission from his parents or something.
But sorry, not to interrupt you, Bo. I don't think we ever really mentioned it. For those who haven't seen this movie, the soldiers rape and kill a woman. Like, that's their deal.
Yes,
right?
yes.
I mean, it's horrible to say out loud.
They kidnap a woman and then drag her cross country for what feels like an eternity, which feels like about half the movie, before they ultimately then spend an entire day and night raping her.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's so the progression of it is part of my pushback. I do think Sean Penn is definitely going for his Oscar here. But also I do think that they construct the character in a way that, like, I don't think he's necessarily a good guy. But I don't think he's purely just looking for an excuse to be terrible. I think it's watching his friend, somebody that he was going home with in 30 days, die in his arms, or, certainly receive mortal wounds in his arms, and then being turned away from their R&R shortly thereafter, with the word at least being, well, they've shut the brothels down in town because the Viet Cong are in town, and so the normal sex workers that they would go to are servicing the enemy. And this is the thing that leads him to say, well, we're just going to get our own then, and take her across the country. And that is not to say this is a justification, but I think it does inform the character somewhat. Like I mean, he's not a good guy, or I'm certainly not making that argument, but I think in his own mind, being broken by this war and seeing how much it takes and saying like, I'm going to take back, makes some sense for the character, even though Penn plays it big. And I don't think the movie gets salacious, you know, like it's never portraying the rape scenes as anything but horrific, which is also unlike De Palma a little bit.
Yeah.
So there's some restraint there. And there, like, it's good De Palma direction. There's that one shot after the woman who they've kidnapped and raped has been killed, and the camera goes across her body and across the bodies of the soldiers, and then some of the Viet Cong, and then back to Americans who were killed, like in a friendly fire.
Yeah.
And you know, thematically, it's easy to see De Palma saying like, look at all of this. Like, all of this is horrible. There is no everything about war, what it does to people, what they are forced to endure. All of it is hideous, and that kind of stuff works. But then, you know, like you said, Ed from Northern Exposure shows up for 30 seconds and gets immediately murdered. And then Michael J. Fox gives this speech that might as well have a sign come up in the corner that says like, all right, everybody be quiet, this is important. And it is Michael J. Fox delivering the theme of the movie about how, you know, I guess it's just that war, man, it does something to all of us, and we really got to fight back. Maybe that's what we're fighting for, man. It's just being decent people and humans.
He's given the Henry Fonda speech, right?
Yeah, right. And then, and it's terrible, and you're like, oh God, like, this movie wants to be important, and it's telling you it's important, and that's what makes it irrelevant. Ultimately, although one part of my notes, because eventually I got bored, was I really wanted the end of this movie, like after they try to frag him, to be a revenge story of Michael J. Fox systematically killing Penn and all of his underlings. And his catchphrase would be Alex P. Killin. So, you know, that's where my mind was for the end of this movie. But I do think the courtroom drama stuff, like that was kind of interesting. And I remember thinking at the time, I wish this whole movie had been the courtroom drama.
That's
of
exactly.
Yes.
And this would have been, I mean, I know then, well, like, that's just A Few Good Men. Yeah, but fucking right. A Few Good Men is awesome.
It turns out that movie's pretty good.
Right. And imagine De Palma doing a courtroom drama and using his camera tricks to make a single setting, like, dynamic and fascinating. I'm like, oh, that's the movie I really want to watch.
Yeah, De Palma's 12 Angry Men would be fucking amazing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So,
how many camera angles can we get in this one room? Watch me.
But I come down ultimately, like, I think it's a well done movie. I just think it's deeply problematic for a lot of reasons.
Yeah. Well, there we go, ladies and gents. He closes out the decade with Casualties of War. But I'll tell you, you can never keep a good De Palma down. And I will tell you right now, he comes out fucking swinging in the 90s. We're going to take our first full break of this episode. When we return, it's time to talk about his 90s run, which kicks off with, oh yes, the Bonfire of the Vanities. We'll then be talking about raising Cain into Carlito's Way, Mission Impossible, and Snake Eyes. Ladies and gents, we'll be right back right after this.
Spielberg lived down the street from me, and I would often go and have dinner, just he and I, you know.
As one does.
Yeah, as one does. You know. But I knew him since basically, you know, I was a kid also, and I lived down the street, and we would go and, you know, talk about movies, which we did. You know, he would direct a film, or, you know, and I would often get him to, like, screen one of his movies, and then we'd talk about it. You know, I'd get him to walk me through every shot. You know, often I'd start asking questions, and then I remember seeing Saving Private Ryan. I was like, ask a question, and then finally I was like, you just got to watch the whole movie. And afterwards I was like, wow, okay, I'll ask you those questions
Good job.
tomorrow. Hey, good job. Call
Good
Hanks.
job.
Good job.
Yeah.
You know, but And I remember one night I went over and there was Brian De Palma. And so we had dinner. 3 of us had dinner in this place up the street. And we were just talking about movies, and there was Brian, and I'd seen all of his films, and I went home that night. Mission was on my mind. I was actually preparing. Also, I was prepping Interview with the Vampire at that time, and working on a few other things. And I went home that night, and I stayed up for about 14 hours, and I just got all of De Palma's movies, and I restudied all of his films.
For De Palma movies, we're talking about Carrie, Blowout,
Yes.
Dress to Kill,
Untouchables.
Untouchables.
Okay, and I just went, oh my gosh, that he's got to direct Mission Impossible.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. So, we've closed out the 80s. We are turning our attention to the 90s. We have a fair few movies to get through here, and all manner of quality. That's the best way I can think of it saying this. On this segment, we will be covering The Bonfire of the Vanities from 1990, Raising Cain from 1992, Carlito's Way 1993, Mission Impossible 1996, and Snake Eyes in 1998. We're kicking it, of course, off right at the start here with Bonfire of the Vanities, based on the novel by Tom Wolfe, the screenplay done by Michael Christopher, but spelled in an interesting way. Music here is done by Dave Grusin, who did The Firm that I mentioned earlier on, and also The Goonies, which makes me happy, and Tootsie. So he's got a varied career. Vilmos Zsigmond is back doing the cinematography here. Cast. Huge cast here. Oh, the cast. Tom Hanks, Bruce Willis, Melanie Griffith, Kim Cattrall, Saul Renbeck, Morgan Freeman, John Hancock, Kevin Dunn, Clifton James, we've got Barton Heyman, Norman Parker, Donald Moffat, loads more. Synopsis here is, after his mistress runs over a young teen, a Wall Street hotshot sees his life unravel in the spotlight and attracts the interests of a down-and-out reporter. So, some trivia here, of which there is loads. Tom Hanks considers this his worst movie. So there we go. Adrian Lynn was originally penned in here to direct this movie. He, however, turned it down in favour of directing Jacob's Ladder. I'm just going to say, Adrian Lynn, that's a smart move.
Did a reverse flash dance on this one.
He did a reverse flash dance. I'm going to love Jacob's Ladder. Brian De Palma felt that John Lithgow would have been a better choice to play Sherman McCoy.
Yeah, sure.
I would agree. Morgan Freeman claims that he knew during the filming that this movie would be a commercial disaster. I was almost going to try and do a Morgan Freeman impression, but I pulled myself back. That's when my pacing slowed. He likened it to a series of mishaps leading up to a plane crash. Not dramatic much, Morgan. Bruce Willis was added to the cast to provide box office clout, even though very few of his non-action movies had ever turned a profit. His fee was $5 million, same as top-billed Tom Hanks. Right. Who wants first crack at Bonfire of the Vanities?
Oh, I'll go first.
This was a first-time watch for me, I will say as well. Anyone else want to claim a first-time watch, or anyone sat through this before and I made them watch it again?
No, this was absolutely first time for me.
Doug?
This is the first time for me. I'd always been fascinated with it because of its reputation as this massive disaster. But it was one of those things where I'm like, if I'm gonna watch this, I'm gonna have to digest all the shit around it. And so I did. When for this, I anyway, I'll get into it when we talk about it.
You went forensic. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the commitment and dedication to the cause that you put yourself through for these things. Bo Ransdell, the floor is yours, sir.
Great. First of all, it is hard to undersell what a big deal this book was. It was the it book of the time. And as a result, when this movie was announced, it was equally a big deal. Getting into production aside, like Doug posted a great link for a lot of background stuff about Bonfire of the Vanities that's incredibly fascinating. But the resultant film is not just unfunny. It doesn't suffer from the wise guy's problem of not being a funny comedy, although that is true also. It is a offensive
It
in
is.
ways that are surprising.
You just did the Ron Burgundy question mark. I'm Ron
I mean,
Burgundy.
yeah, because it's baffling how the theory I think that De Palma seems to be chasing is this idea of, as we mentioned earlier, like this idea of like justice being fair and blind to money, and that people are treated the same, and it gets lost in these tangents about the racial politics of using this injured boy, and the way that it's portrayed in the movie is baffling, because it I don't know if it's meant to be from Sherman's point of view, and that's why these young black men are just made to be terrifying and threatening, or if that's just De Palma not understanding the irony of filming this and while having this be the message of his film. It's and everywhere you turn there's something like that. That's one thing that's wrong with this movie, and then there's all the bad casting and the dialogue being terrible, and it is just wrong-headed in almost every way. And it's interesting as a movie because almost every decision made by the creators of this film was the wrong one. And on that level, it's kind of amazing. But it is front to back. It is hard to watch. It's overlong. Everything about it is wrong. It's staggeringly bad. But I'm always reminded of that Roger Ebert review, and I can't remember. I think it might have been for North, where he said only people this talented could make a movie this bad. And I think that's the case here, that only people really reaching for the stars, really making something that they thought was going to be a political statement in a lot of ways. And it was just awful, just rotten.
Yeah, there's that I think I shared it with us when we did the first part of this, the kind of long form Tarantino interview, where he basically says only Brian De Palma could make the 90s Bonfire of the Vanities. He's like, it's just like the filmmaking, you know, like the approach and all the rest they took. But then he also went on to say he thinks it's one of the great social satires of the 20th century, and I think that's where me and Quentin Tarantino have to disagree quite hard. Doug, you went into the weeds. You went full tinfoil hat in this one, and I love you for it. Knowing that you'd steered away from this for so long, how did it finally feel to be at the footstool of the mighty Bonfire of the Vanities?
The problem is that you can read Julie Solomon's book, The Devil's Candy, and you can listen to the podcast that she did with Turner Classic Movies, which basically breaks it down and has all the interviews that she did. All the recorded interviews are incorporated. So there's all this stuff with Brian De Palma. I mean, she was part of this back to front, all the casting, all the behind the scenes talk with the studios. She was there and saw it all. And if you ever wanted to have a front seat at how a disaster happens, you think you could read this or listen to it and you would figure it out. But you listen to it all and you're like, I still don't understand. Because when you watch it, it still doesn't make any sense that anyone thought. I don't know the book. I don't know the Tom Wolfe book. As Bo said, it was a massive hit. Everyone was talking about it at the time. I guess it was like this. It was particularly supposed to be critical of the waspy type upper class of like New York and things like that. And that's, you know, it certainly wasn't alone in taking aim at that. But that's not what this movie seems to be. It kind of makes Tom Hanks heroic, which is like the worst, weirdest decision you could possibly make with that character. Because he doesn't directly murder a black man, he's supposed to be then heroic. That part at the end where he plays the tape in court that proves that Melanie Griffith was the one who's driving the car. Is that not supposed to be a celebratory moment? If it is, what are we celebrating?
What are we doing here?
There's the anecdote. I said it before we started recording, and I sent it to you earlier about De Palma. When he was 23, he got drunk, lost his money in a poker game, got shot in the leg by a cop and brought to jail. He said this, and he said he took this experience and used it in the movie. He said, I understand this moment. This is him in court for Sherman very well. When you're brought up as a middle-class kid from Philadelphia, you've gone to private schools in Columbia, and suddenly you're in the tank? Whoa, you're in there with people you sort of read about in the newspaper, and you realize you're just one of them, and everybody is equal before the law. Is that the message of Bonfire of the Vanities? There's a part in this movie where Tom Hanks and Melanie Griffith go to the Bronx. It is hell on earth there. It is only violent criminals and pimps. And that's the whole, like, that's all they show. And if that is supposed to be through satirical, like Bo said, maybe it's through the eyes of Tom Hanks' character, then what is this movie even trying to say? Yeah. We also find out that they try to, because you have a, whether it be basically a preacher character, like a Jesse Jackson-ish type character, who is making this young black man make him seem like, oh, he was a straight A student. He's very sympathetic. It's like, isn't it enough that he's just a human being who didn't deserve to get run down by a car? Even though they make him look like a kind of confusingly a thug in this movie. I'm using that word exaggeratedly, but it's just, this movie doesn't know what it is. It doesn't know what it meant to be. And can anyone even tell me what Bruce Willis's character is supposed to be in this movie? What is he a satire of? The kind of drunken paparazzi type writer of the time period? I don't know. Are we supposed to like him? I do know that this movie starts with an amazing tracking shot, an amazing oneer that is like one of the most impressive things of all of De Palma's movies so far. It kind of feels like he had somehow seen Goodfellas ahead of time and was like, I'm going to break that record right here. Yeah. And it's just like, and this goes right to what Bo was saying, right? It's like about the Ebert review of North, but not about this movie, but the fact that it's like, he's so talented and he's firing really on all cylinders in every way except for the stuff that counts, the stuff that's most important. The casting, terrible all around. The dialogue, awful all around. The satire, it equally toothless and so weirdly racist that it doesn't, like, I don't even know what message to take away from it. At the end, it seems to be celebrating the person and the people who are supposed to be condemned. Mm-hmm. Like talk about, you can't fail more entirely with satire than to end up celebrating the people that you are supposed to be making fun of in the first place. It is. And also, by the way, like, I think Tom Hanks, you could see he's trying to give a performance. Bruce Willis is terrible in this. Just an awful performance.
Bruce Willis is seeing this time period is an anomaly. Like $5 million for this movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I just don't understand.
You can kind of understand, like, Morgan Freeman is also, like, I don't know what. So if you read the book or you listen to the podcast, he wasn't originally cast. Driving Miss Daisy came out and De Palma was like, we need him in here. It's really important. That character is not supposed to be a black man. It changes the dynamic so much to have him be a black man. And he's like the one uncorruptible character in the movie. But it's like, that's not reality. Yeah. How could this be the same De Palma who's been trying to make a Harvey Weinstein movie for the last few years? Yeah. Does he not know what happens in these situations? Justice is not fucking blind, my dude. Maybe he should have read the newspaper in the last week or so. Yeah,
I do now. Like, I do now. Like, suddenly feel slightly worried about that concept as a movie with De Palma behind it.
Maybe this is just something he was thinking at the time, and maybe the fact that this is 2 years or a year or 2 years before the Rodney King riots and things like that, this feels like it's from a different planet than the 90s. You know, it just feels like such a naive, such a privileged, such a white fucking movie that has taken this perspective that seems alien to anyone who didn't maybe live in 1987, rich and privileged and know what that was like. It is such a failure. And I wish I could say it was an interesting failure, but it's not. It's such a fucking annoying, bad, racist movie that it made me kind of question whether I ever liked any De Palma movie. Because, like, all the criticisms, like, look, it's not that he's a misogynist, it's just that he's taking from Hitchcock, who always had a misogynist lens that a lot, even his movies that had females front and center tended to leer at them and stuff like that. It's just an exaggeration of that element, and we know that he's not always like that. It's like, well, maybe he is. Maybe he just hates women. Maybe that's what it's all about. It's real bad. I mean, it's interesting in the sense that you can read about how all the stuff around it, but I don't think I ever found a coherent explanation for why it's so bad. In the documentary, he says, "Oh, it's just people who read the book. People who read the book, they hated the movie. I didn't read the book. I still hate it."
Like, yeah, I mean, I can't remember if we spoke about this off air, if I made the statement at the very start of the episode, but I said to you guys that I think Bonfire of the Vanities is the biggest kind of what the fuck moment of any director that we've covered, in terms of what you have with budget, with studio support, and with cast. Like, across the board, this is
the ultimate. What are you doing, De Palma?
It really is.
Coming from every direction, right? Even the studios are like, "What are you doing?"
And like, it is mind blowing that this is what comes out.
There's that famous story, right, about the second unit director trying to catch the shot of the plane landing, and like just the idea of it's like so much. The idea that you're supposed to be mocking these upper class privileged people, and you're spending tens of millions of dollars every week to make this terrible movie.
So if you're going to come for them, you better not miss. You know,
honestly, a more interesting movie would be someone making a dramatized version of the making of this movie.
We might end up getting it, man. We might not be in De Palma's lifetime, but you gotta feel that it's going to happen someday. It's bafflingly bad. There is when I talk about my favorite filmmakers, right? I always understand that my favorite filmmakers are still humans. They will make mistakes. They will make movies that I don't think I have a favorite. Even my top 5 filmmakers, I don't think I like every movie that they've done. It's just, you know, the overall voice, tone, delivery, aesthetic, whatever you want to call it, like, resonates closely with me. Their vision, their eyes, their voice, that's what resonates with me. And very much like what Bo has said and what Doug has said, like, I was watching this, like, feeling like that I knew Brian De Palma less than I'd ever known him through his entire career. And that's after spending, like, basically, like, we're now into what our third full decade of cinema with him, and just realizing that this guy, like, when he goes off, he is so far off, it's unbelievable. And I just don't understand how he himself couldn't course correct at any point in this. You know, it confuses me. It's tonally just fucked from start to finish. And I just realised that even really early on, and like the frustrating thing about this one is, you mentioned about that opening kind of tracking shot is fucking very, 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 very smart and very De Palma and all the rest. But I just felt myself seeing small bits and going, right, I understand you can do this, but tell the fucking story. You know, like, I understand you, like, you can deliver these things at any point, but that's not what this movie is. This movie is more about the content, and that's where your eyes should be there, and you either don't understand it, which is a possibility, or you were so less interested with it, you believe that I can look, I'm surrounded by all these talented people, I can chaperone this through. But this, it was a horrible watch. And I got to the end of it, and this was part of a group of watching as well, so I did like a group of 3 on this one. So I flowed through Bonfire of the Vanities, Raising Cain and Carlito's Way, so I finished on a relatively high note for me watching this. But once again, you put even Raising Cain back to back with this movie, and it feels like a completely different world. Just like just a completely different director. This is like, I will never watch this movie again. Ever.
It's funny going from Casualties of War, which is like this noble failure, right? And then to this movie, which is just like, how fucking out of touch could this person possibly be?
It's it's Bo said, on every level, it's just wrong. Like, it's like you had, like, it's like a kind of choose your own adventure, but you keep choosing the wrong page. Oh my god, like, fucking rough doesn't begin to describe it. But you mentioned something earlier, Doug, about when De Palma's back's against the wall, when his chips are down, he goes back to the well. And this well that he's going back to is the well of kind of Hitchcockian style thrillers. And in the case of this one, he's going way back to the well. We are bringing back John Lithgow, Pino Donaggio. We are doing some Raising Cain from 1992. This is both written and directed by Brian De Palma. Like I mentioned, Pino is back doing the music. Stephen H. Burham is on the camera work here. Cast, we have John Lithgow, Lolita Dodonovich, Stephen Buer, Francis Sternhagen, Greg Henry back again, Tom Bauer, Mel Harris, Terry Austin, Gabriella Catharis, and Barton Heyman. The synopsis for this one is: the oncologist wife of a prominent child psychologist, we're just trying to fuck me up here, suspects her husband has an unhealthy scientific obsession with their child, unaware of what or who is really going on inside of his head. Some of the trivia here for this one. According to Brian De Palma, the story in the screenplay of Raising Cain was supposed to begin with the Jenny's half of the plot. And we'll talk a little bit more about the various fuckery that went on about this one. Can't even just get his way when he wants to make a thriller. John Lithgow portrays 5 characters or personalities in this picture. Those are Cain, Josh, Nick Sr., Margot, and Dr. Carter Nix. The Los Angeles Times' Kenneth Turin said the film is a reworking of Michael Pill's brilliant twisted thriller Peeping Tom with elements of Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho and director Brian De Palma's own sisters thrown in. Brian De Palma said that he got the idea for Raising Cain from a friend of his who is or was a child psychologist who took time off from his practice to be able to study the development of his own child extensively full time.
I'm sure he loved seeing this and what he did with that.
Yeah, we need to go and see Brian's new movie. Yeah, he said he took inspiration from me. Like 30 minutes in, Brian, I don't think you understand me. I don't think we can be friends anymore.
I'm about who I am as a human.
Yeah, like is that how the society sees me? Is that how my child sees me? Oh no. Yeah. Raising Cain, we mentioned this, we kind of touched on it earlier on. This is a movie that is kind of infamously, it now comes hand in hand with stories of like essential final cut, studio involvement, and all the things that directors usually use as a crutch and an excuse when they themselves get backlash for something they were kind of originally confident about, but then they get that initial backlash and they're like, it's not me, well, I didn't get final cut. Well, the studio said this. I don't know. The thing about Raising Cain is this is one I saw in or around when it came out. So I've just, I had seen this well before I knew about any studio fuckery or any alternative cuts or anything. So the way I watch Raising Cain is the way I watch Raising Cain, and that must have existed that way up into the 2000s until I had better access to the internet and, message threads, Wikipedia and all the rest. I liked it from the start. I still like it. I think at times is a little bit over the top in camp. But I also think that John Lithgow's the guy you get in to do that. I think he's fucking incredible in this movie. It's the thing that always made me smile about, and I think I've used this analogy more than once and possibly on a Raising Cain review before. It always blew my mind when people were like, have you seen season 4 of Dexter with John Lithgow where he plays a serial killer? My God, who knew he had the range? And I was like, cinema knew. Like, decades of cinema. Just like decades of Brian De Palma movies where he plays a sadistic, psychopathic serial killer. They knew. He's brilliant in this. He's absolutely great. And I think he approaches it with the right level of performance, which is at times way over the top in pantomime, and a lot of times you actually, I think you get like a good sense of his range, and he's a great actor and he's done a lot, but he's surrounded by interesting actors as well. It's great to see Greg Henry appear again in a movie here. The story, for all its kind of messings of the studio, for me still holds together as a movie. Doesn't it's not as narratively interesting as the piece together what they're calling quote unquote the De Palma cut, which was released on Shout Factory's Blu-ray recently, and then it's made its way to the UK as well, where you can go and see a film editor who has edited the film based on De Palma's own notes of the time of how the movie was supposed to be structured and pieced together. So it isn't De Palma's cut, it's an interpretation of how De Palma thought he wanted to shoot the film or how it would be shown. So it's completely different in the way that they market that. And I've watched that one, and I like that version as well. As two separate versions of the movie, I think both of them hang together. To me, it's this is a safe movie, even though it's absolutely fucking bonkers. It's a safe movie for De Palma that I feel he just sits on a treasure trove of these sorts of movies, and he churns it out like at a time period, and we mentioned this a lot. 92 for context is less about the horror side of things and more about the thriller side of things, and Raising Cain certainly fits into that over-the-top, outlandish, early 90s thriller style, even though it is ebbing a lot of details from his previous works and some of the formula that had worked well in the 70s and 80s. It holds together well here. Once again, I'm repeating myself, Pino Donaggio's score is lush. Love it. Really, really dreamlike, really woozy, very Carrey-esque. I love that element about it. I love the camera work as well. A lot of soft focus as well. Kind of reminds me of the work on Carrey as well. And yeah, to me, this doesn't feel like De Palma is doing any stretching at all. Rather, just kind of making sure he still can do a movie that's not going to get him beaten up. And it kind of achieved that. Like, he comes out of this movie, and then lands another large movie after this, which I imagine was probably in the works in the background anyway. But, you know, sometimes you go away, you lick your wounds, you come back with something, it gets you out there, builds your confidence up again, then you take another swing at the big time, which De Palma appears to have to do over and over again. So I like this one. I like it. It's not top tier De Palma by any stretch of the imagination, but it's one of those movies that, from being an early teen watching it up to being a 42-year-old man now and coming back to watch it again, I have a ball with this one. Not as much fun as Body Double, but not far off it for me. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Raising Cain. What about you, Doug Tilley?
Can you imagine being Gaylan Hurd and being married to James Cameron and then getting divorced and marrying Brian De Palma? That must have been... She's got to be the most tolerant fucking lady. You can kind of see after, because you could tell that not only was the response to Bonfire to the Vanities incredibly negative from everybody, right? Didn't make money. Everyone said it was terrible. Everyone blamed De Palma. Right before that, in the De Palma documentary, he mentions when he was making Casualties of War, he was miserable because the conditions in Thailand were really terrible, right? It was just, this one, he's like, I'm pulling back, making a smaller movie. It's basically all the sets are like the studio just right around the corner from where we live. I'm making it with my wife producing. And so I think it is very safe. Safe is the right word for Raising Cain. It's still crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's still a crazy movie. I had watched this when I was a teenager, but remembered nothing about it. And I didn't know anything about Brian De Palma at the time. So I certainly wasn't paying attention to the craft of it. The final 20 minutes of this, in any form, are terrific. Yeah. I love all that stuff. I wish more of the movie was like that. The issue with this movie is something that was identified by the studio notes, and I hate to agree with them, but the fact that the Jenny and Jack stuff, like the John Lithgow's wife and her affair and stuff, that like people who did the previous screenings said, we don't really care about that, which is why he pushed all the John Lithgow stuff earlier into the movie, even though it kind of fucked up the structure of it. I can see why they say that, because I don't give a shit about Jenny, right? I don't give a fuck about their old relationship. It's like, I got, they broke up and his wife got cancer and all that sort of stuff. It's like, I don't care. It makes more sense in the re-edited version where you see her first, it starts in the watch shop. It's with her running into Stephen Bauer's character. They have a passionate affair, and then you see John Lithgow crack.
Yeah.
Right. Then you see it for the first time. The problem with that as a structure as well, though, is that no one walks into this movie without realizing that John Lithgow has a split personality.
Yeah.
All the stuff that's a tease, none of that works because we all know right from the beginning what this movie is supposed to be. It's not like Psycho, right? When people were walking in and were surprised with that element of it. There's no trick here. I don't know if it was ever meant to be.
The poster and cover art has
That's it.
John Lithgow face. It's like
the fucking tagline for the movie The tagline for this movie is, when Jenny cheated on her husband and he didn't just leave, he split.
I wonder
By the way,
what this movie's about.
The other tagline for this movie is demented, deranged, deceptive, De Palma, which is fucking great, actually.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah, that one is terrific. So it's like this movie, it was too, and then, you know, when he sinks her in the boat and stuff like that, it also has that psycho feeling. It's like, whoa, they're getting rid of this main character halfway through the movie. But the problem is that this is a character that I don't think audiences generally give a shit about.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the big problem with the movie. That probably could have been solved by adding 20 minutes to it, but then this movie would be 20 minutes longer, and that's not good either.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like this movie, it takes a while to get going, and then at the halfway mark, it takes off, particularly in the re-edited version, because you just get to see John Lithgow be crazy again and again and again and again in different forms. And I'm like, yeah, give me all that. Give me that slop. That's what I'm into it for. So it's cheap thrills, but they're really stylish, wonderful thrills. And it feels nice after, especially watching them chronologically, for him to pull back and be like, oh, right, this is still De Palma. It isn't quite as sleazy as the kind of De Palma we saw in the 70s or the 80s in particular, but that's fine as well, because some of that stuff kind of rubs me the wrong way. It feels a little safer compared to those kind of movies, but compared to what he was just doing, it's just like, fuck yeah. It's amazing to think that he took this and then he's going to be like, okay, look, I made a movie. It made him a lot of money, apparently, because he had 10% on it.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to make Carlito's Way, which is another kind of safe movie. Then I'm going to make like my big, huge blockbuster. The fact that he was able to crawl back into being a huge mainstream director again. Within 6 years.
He makes a career low movie and then makes a fucking huge blockbuster within 6 years.
It's why you can't count this man out. Even now, I wouldn't fucking count him out. But yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I don't think it's a great movie. I don't think it stacks up to even Body Double level. I think that one has a lot more kind of fun, amusing, and interesting and revealing stuff about it. But look, this is the John Lithgow show, and if you want to see John Lithgow do a lot of wild stuff in a lot of different forms, it is. And sometimes though, you kind of feel like John Lithgow is like he's doing like acting exercises. Yeah. You know, now you're an older woman, now you're a child, right? That sort of thing. But that's cool too. I'd watch that all day. Right.
Raising Bo to the mic to give us his review of Raising Cain.
Am I my own father? Tune in to find out. I love Raising Cain. I think you guys are underselling the most important part of this, which is that it's fucking bananas. It like, this feels like De Palma just having a good time.
Yeah.
And a good time for De Palma is weird and sleazy and creepy, and Lithgow is just chewing every scene he's in. The thing I will never forget from this movie is other twin Lithgow, the cool one in quotes, the one with the comb over and the sunglasses, when he is talking to that babysitter.
Yeah.
And he says, "It's not the model, honey. It's the make." And you're like, this is the creepiest Lithgow has ever been ever in this instance right now, and that's saying something. And the fact that the twist of the movie is that, he is not also the father that is stealing babies from the playground.
Yeah.
That's the good news, I guess. It's fucking crazy. And like you said, the last 20-30 minutes of this movie are just outstanding. It's lesser De Palma in the sense that this isn't like a big budget swing for the fences. Like you said, Duncan, it's safe. This is De Palma's wheelhouse, but he's also, unlike, I think, something like Body Double, where I like this more than Body Double because I feel like there's a little bit more focus to this. And Lithgow maybe is just a little more fun. I think an incredibly good time of a movie. And when De Palma just wants to cut loose and be a little freewheeling and let his actors go completely bananas, I'm for it. It's fun.
I think even at the end of this, I feel like I didn't get enough Lithgow, but maybe that's just my endless hunger for him as a performer.
He's so good, man.
I
He's so
love
good.
I love how much of the movie is spent with him. It's like, I need to set up Stephen Bauer's character. I need to make him look like a murderer. And the cops get him and they arrest him. And like 2 minutes later, it's like, oh no, he was just being set up. They all figure it out immediately. Right. This guy's loony. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, all it takes is for like the person who knew him for 30 minutes 10 years ago to show up to be like, wait, that guy? That fucking that fucking banana split? He's been crazy since he was a kid. He was built that way. His father made him crazy. You didn't hear anything about this?
I also feel like this isn't the first time this happened, but De Palma movies from here on in, there'll be like a really important piece of information where you're told something, and at the end it's like, oh no, that was a lie the whole time. It's like, the guy's dead. Oh no, he's just not dead. Well, how did he pull that off? Just don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. You're thinking about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
But him slipping by in drag, it was like, dressed to kill.
Yeah.
I remember ye.
I also remember The World According to Garp.
Sure, yeah, Roberta Muldoon for sure. He tackles Glenn Close. Look, Raising Cain is a blast. If you want to have yourself a good time watching a movie, get yourself a little Raising Cain in your life. It's fun.
Well, he flexes right out of Raising Cain and then right back into some, let's just be honest, A-list material here with Carlito's Way from 1993, so the following year. This is based on a novel by Edwin Torres and the screenplay by David, is it Cohip?
I think it's Kep.
Kep. Now that name's going to become important because they are basically going to bounce right through the next two movies together, working in partnership. We have music here by Patrick Doyle, who did Donnie Brasco and Gosford Park. DP again here is Stephen H. Burham, so that connection's locked in. He's got his DP now, and he's happy with where he is. He's sticking around for a while, but you know they'll split. I'm going to say amicably, but I don't know. The cast here: Al Pacino, Sean Penn making a return. Penelope Ann Miller, we've got John Leguizamo again, Louis Guzman, James Rebhorn, we've got Viggo Mortensen appearing in this one, and loads of others. Like the cast for this is another one that, like Scarface, goes on forever. Synopsis for this one is: a Puerto Rican former convict just released from prison pledges to stay away from drugs and violence despite the pressures around him and lead to a better life outside of New York City. Some trivia for this one. David Koepp wrestled with the voiceover throughout the writing process. Initially, the voiceover was to take place in the hospital, but Brian De Palma suggested the train station platform. According to the writer, Al Pacino and Sean Penn had trouble with that hospital scene, so kept rewriting to the point of being requested on set by Brian De Palma when the scene was shot. Before shooting, Pacino wasn't really convinced with it, but because he sensed his character would never go to the hospital, alright, they eventually shot it anyway. My character would never get medical assistance. He would listen, if he got shot, that bullet bounced off him. John Leguizamo turned down the part of Benny Blanco 4 times before he finally took the role after Brian De Palma allowed Leguizamo to improvise many of his lines.
Sorry, Mr. De Palma, I have House of Buggin' responsibilities I need to get
Yeah,
to.
sir, I am the pest.
Directors John Mackenzie and Abel Ferrara, which that in my mind, but like Abel Ferrara's Carlito's Way, holy fucking shit, sign me up. Were considered before Brian De Palma was hired. De Palma was originally reluctant to accept the job because he did not want to make another film about a Latino gangster. If only he'd just done the same with Casualties of War. Didn't want to make another film about a Latino gangster as he did in Scarface, but the script convinced him otherwise. Bo Ransdell, I've seen your letterbox score for this one. I love you some Carlito's Way.
I do, man. This is a real hometown fave for me. I like. Look, I'm a Penelope and Miller head. As far as I'm concerned, she was not in enough movies. I mean, this I feel like is the Scarface with a character I can get behind a little bit. Like, you know, much like the character of Tony Montana. As soon as Carlito, like, you know, because of the framing of the movie, Like his decisions are going to result in his downfall.
Yeah.
But the decision at heart is sort of this moral code that he feels like he has to live by that ends up fucking him. And Sean Penn, unlike Casualties of War, I think his performance as this
I fucking love
like
him in this
cokehead
movie.
lawyer
Is
so good.
It's so good.
Like he's such a piece of shit, and he's a great piece of shit.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Like, see when
And-
you meet him at first to where he is, like 45 minutes later in the movie, you're like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, I love the charting of that character, and the moment when he the fateful turn when they're going to bust the dude out of prison, and Pacino's reaction of like, oh, you killed us.
Yeah, you killed us. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, fuck you did. Oh man, why did you fucking do this? And like, yeah, it's so good. Everything about I like the relationship between him and Penelope and Miller. I like the fact that it feels very adult. It's not it's not a very simple like I got out of prison and I came straight to you, and it's this very tentative, like they're both these wounded people who get along with each other and they love each other, but there's also these complicated histories, not just with each other but in general, and they're just kind of damaged, and there's something compelling I think about that character in crime movies that is just trying to get out, is just trying to be straight and put it all behind him, and can't, every time they think they're out, they get pulled back in and whatnot. I love this movie. I think it's, Pacino has a little bit of the hoo-ha in him for this one, but it's a little bit more subdued, I think. And I dig the scene, especially that sequence when he's going with his nephew or whatever to the deal and just sniffs it out immediately of like this seasoned old gangster that's like, oh man, I like every time I turn around, the life is just right there waiting for me.
Hey, hotshot, I'll show you to do this pool trick over here. I'll take my time setting it up, a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about why I keep looking to the right at that door. I'm just curious about architecture and types of doors.
I just gotta go take a piss. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Say, can you hold these balls for a minute? Yeah, but it's the right kind of that shit. I really have a lot of time for this movie. I really like it. I think De Palma's doing his thing. I think Pacino's great in it. Sean Penn though is a showstopper. He's just
He's so
like rarely in cinema outside of a performance by Burt Young as America's sleaziest uncle. Like he's just that level of dirtbag, and it's so fun to see an actor just embrace it and live it. It's wonderful.
Doug Tilley, thoughts on Carlito's Way?
The fact that this movie starts with that courtroom scene and Al Pacino does that speech to the very skeptical judge because he, kind of got out on a technicality and he's like, I'm going straight, never doing this again. Right? It's like you're watching, it's like, oh yeah, sure, Al Pacino, we know what this is. This is Scarface Part 2 with you as a Puerto Rican Scarface instead. And that's cool. That's exactly what we want. And then he legitimately just wants to go straight. He just wants to have his rental car business, and he wants to move away. He has the plan in his head, and it's just like, stop distracting me. I just want to do this one fucking thing. And it's exactly as nuanced as Scarface isn't in some ways. You know what I mean? Where the idea, and I love that that Bo brought up like the relationship aspect. It is so much more adult, right? It's not Tony Montana completely blowing off Michelle Pfeiffer as soon as he gets her in his eyesight and manages to get her in his house. In this case, it's a guy trying to have an adult relationship, but and not necessarily recognizing his own doomed nature. The fact that his undoing comes from the fact that he was disrespectful to someone who was, as someone says in the movie, right? He's just you 20 years ago. John Leguizamo was supposed to be just like he was before he went to prison, and it's like he matured up. and he hates that that person was the person he used to be, doesn't want to be near him, insults him to his face so much, throws him down the flight of stairs, and that ends up killing himself. It's killing him at the end. That's such a beautifully circular thing in this movie. The direction is fucking great. I'm telling you right now, I like this movie more than I like Scarface. I think it's a better movie.
Yep.
The fact that, according to the De Palma documentary, that Sean Penn just showed up with his hair shaved back,
Of
and
course
that
he
hairstyle, that he didn't ask him to do it, that he does like this Alan Dershowitz thing, which I know that Alan Dershowitz was upset. Fuck Alan Dershowitz. That's who he's playing in this movie. The fact that he showed up like that and it's perfect. The fact that De Palma didn't go, shave your head, we're putting a fucking wig on you. What the hell are you doing? It's just like everyone's working on a higher level. Luis Guzman is fucking great in this. Viggo Mortensen in his one scene is amazing. Such as, oh man, he's sweating through his fucking
You're wearing a wire
with the wire. I'm not gonna kill you.
So good. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, there's so much great stuff. The fact that they made a prequel to this movie, a straight to video.
I've never seen it.
With Luis Guzman somehow coming back. It doesn't make any sense at all. Can you imagine? I have never seen it. Just imagine how fucking terrible that must be. It's great. I love this movie. I think Pacino is terrific. He absolutely has the hoo-ha thing going on, but he's a very endearing character in this.
Yeah.
You want, hey, for the first time in a while, I want to see this guy succeed. I want him to get out of the life. The fact that he's like at the finish line. Oh shit! All that stuff at the bus station at the end, all that whole sequence is amazing, and it also feels like a bit like a dry run for what we're going to get next in Mission Impossible. Just these huge like chase scenes, and they just feel so epic, even though they're all in one location. This feels like Untouchables De Palma. So confident, seems like he's got a real handle on the material, and it kind of feels like he's matured a little as well. Big Carlito's Way fan, and I'd seen it before, but I've never enjoyed it more than when I watched it for this. But maybe that's because we were coming off. I like Raising Cain, but the fact that we still got that stink of Bonfire in the air.
I think like I'm with you guys. I'd like this one to me is once again it's the what a world would look like if Brian De Palma had just kind of stuck doing these movies. Maybe I mean, I wouldn't be happy because a huge swath of his filmography wouldn't exist, and I love the personality there, but he is very, very capable, very, 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 very good at doing big set piece action dramas as if they're nothing. And this is a great example of that. I mean, it helps that you've got like the cast that he has here who are just like driving this story through. Once again, like Scarface, like I never feel that this has a wasted second. I kind of feel the pacing in this movie is spot on all the way through in its story delivery, and it does. You like weirdly care for this criminal who is just trying his hardest to go on the straight and narrow, which is as cliche as it is, never feels cliche in this movie, which I think is a very difficult thing to do as a storyteller. Like across the board, this is brilliant. I honestly I'm borderline in love with the Sean Penn performance because it is just so bananas and it's amazing. And every scene he just gets more unhinged.
The more coked up he gets, the more I like his performance.
Me too.
100%.
That scene where he's getting upset about Penelope Ann Miller on the dance floor. Is it whoever on the dance floor where he's getting upset? Yeah, he's getting more and more upset. And you got Carlito, and Carlito is like trying to hold him back, but also egging him on at the same time. It's like, why don't you go over there? Sorry, I forgot to do that. Go there and say something. Beautiful stuff. I just love it. I also love. I know that it's him losing his soul a bit, but throwing the bullets down and you realizing what happened with that. That's perfect. I love. You know what? Let's go watch Carlito's Way again right now.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down for it.
That brings us to the movie that inevitably everyone will know. Even if you have never seen any other Brian De Palma movie, you know of Mission Impossible. The reason you know about it is they're still making them. We have a brand new one, which I think has been delayed. It's not coming out this year. It's coming out next year. It's the second part of the movie that came out. I want to say it was last year, but I've not seen that one recently. A series which I lost interest with, I think, about the third one. I think I'd had enough by the third one, but then came back in on, I think it was maybe the fifth one, and I've enjoyed pretty much every movie since. But a lot of people might not remember that Brian De Palma was the guy there at the start. Ladies and gents, we are about to discuss Mission Impossible. So, Mission Impossible from 1996. De Palma, as it stands just now, and I don't think this will change, his most financially successful movie of all time. Then I think followed by The Untouchables, so this is the biggie. This one here is based on the TV series created by Bruce Geller. We have a screenplay by Robert Town, Steven Zalian, and David Keep, who's back again. Music, I did not know this. Music for Mission Impossible, Danny Elfman.
Mm-hmm.
Did not know
Brought in late.
Yep. Replacing
So,
another score.
Yeah, if you need a score, you bring in Danny Elfman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he had like two months, something like that.
He's got miles and miles of music. He
Sure.
can just like
Oompa music.
Yeah. The DP on this one, Stephen H. Burnham, back again. Cast here was a huge cast, so we'll just focus on a few. Tom Cruise, John Voight, Henry Cerny, Jean Reno, Ving Rhames, Vanessa Redgrave, Nathan Osgood. Synopsis for this one, although you probably already know what Mission Impossible is about. An American agent under false suspicion of disloyalty must discover and expose the real spy without the help of his organization. So, this apparently was the last motion picture from a major studio to be released on home video on Betamax video cassette format. There you go. It feels like that went on late. Like it was 96. What are we doing here? Someone just holding out hope. It's like when people tell you that they're still using Zune for podcasts,
Yeah.
and you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's like,
It's a better format.
it's terrifying. It's also the first movie to be released in over 3,000 cinemas in the US. So there we go.
Yeah,
A lot of first year.
crazy.
Brian De Palma has said that one of the reasons he agreed to direct this movie because he needed a commercial hit at the time. I just need a hit, guys. Got of those hit movies lying about.
I literally need a new pair of shoes.
Fuck my passion projects. We need some money.
Yeah.
Papa needs a new hit. Come on. The filmmakers delivered this movie on time and under budget. When was the last time you heard that?
Crazy, right?
Yeah, with Tom Cruise doing most of his own stunts, and still does, even though I'm fairly sure the studio would desperately wish that he didn't.
Was one of those stunts fucking Vanessa Redgrave in this movie?
Oh man, that's a horny scene, and I'm here for it. Are you kidding me? That Max scene? Cheeky boy. Yeah, goddamn right.
That's right, Max.com.
Uh-huh.
Paramount Pictures owned the rights to the TV series and had tried for years to make a movie version, but had failed to come up with a viable treatment. Tom Cruise had been a fan of the show since he was young and thought it would be a good idea for a movie. Cruise chose Mission Impossible to be the first project of his new production company and convinced Paramount Pictures to put up an $80 million budget. How do you convince people to give you $80 million? We need to work
You're
on
Tom
that.
Cruise. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Apparently, you just maniacally laugh and jump on someone's couch until they give you it.
There's about 10 times in the making of this movie where they hit the Tom Cruise button.
Yeah.
like the whole train sequence, they didn't have the rights to shoot on the train, and they hit the Tom Cruise button. He went to dinner with like the prime minister or some shit, and next, bada bing, bada boom, now we can use the train. It's that shit. It's, you know.
Hey, pal, don't make me call Miskovich.
Yeah, right. It's something, man. He is such a, you know, like you alluded to, Duncan. He's such a force of nature, producing this movie, starring in this movie,
own stunts.
Right,
which are not like they've grown grander, but even in this movie, the stunts are pretty full on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is not a De Palma movie. There's a lot of De Palma in this, but this is a Tom Cruise movie too.
100%, 100%. I think coming back to this one for the first time in a wee while, I hadn't seen Mission Impossible in quite some time. You could be forgiven for forgetting Brian De Palma directed this, and not. I don't mean that in any way, shape, or form. Out with the fact that it's not generally road that he travels on as director. However, if you sit back and you just study the camera work, this is totally a Brian De Palma movie.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, the thing about this is we talked about before. Talk about like Brian De Palma as being an architect of scenes that transcend the movies and just become part of the lexicon of cinema, how to make cinema. And people like describe, like, I want an action set piece that's like the shootout in The Untouchables. Everyone knows what that looks like, so everyone is locked into that one. And it's been in almost every Mission Impossible movie since, but the scene where they have to break into something and Tom Cruise has to do some like bizarre gymnastic, like last minute catch and bead of sweat thing like that is a scene where not a lot is actually happening, but it is so tense while you're watching it. That is great cinema. That's like incredible cinema, and he nails it here. The action stuff, this is big action. And it comes across really, really, really well. Like, it's almost as if he's been cutting, like, De Palma's been cutting his teeth on whether it was working on Casualties of War and doing, like, some of the shootout sequences from then, certainly from The Untouchables, Carlito's way in terms of the scope. He brings all that in here, but it's steroid injected and it's huge. I love that this one is, like, from a story point of view, it's probably the most insular of all the stories in them, because they have to get more outlandish the further they go along. It is still absolutely ridiculous, and I kind of love it because of it. Like, the revealing this is so silly, but I kind of love that aspect about it. It has, like, it's kind of world, kind of globe trotting without feeling like we're doing huge amounts of that. It's not like an Indiana Jones movie, but we get almost perfectly placed action set pieces delivered exactly when you need them to move the story along, and then we can get a little bit more exposition and then on to the next. The cast is brilliant. It's, as action movies go, one of the best in the 90s. 90s has maybe not the same pedigree as the action movies of the 80s. I know some people would argue with me there on that one, but you've got Tom Cruise being Tom Cruise here, and a whole movie built around him, which just makes him look like the man is invincible. And I think that's kind of what they were trying to do here, and Brian De Palma showed once again, very, very carefully, that if he wanted to, he could just be this director forever. He could just do this and make a lot of money and make movies that made lots of other people lots of money. But that's not how Brian De Palma rolls. So we'll get to that in a minute. Mission Impossible, it's a great movie. It's like does it need full-on critical analysis? Probably not. But like, can I like munch through a couple of bowls of popcorn and a 6-pack of beer watching this and still be having a great time? Fuck yes. Doug Tilley, Mission Impossible.
I'm thinking back now to that beginning of Carlito's Way again, with Carlito in front of the judge saying, "I'm going straight," but it's Brian De Palma in front of the producers instead. It's like, under budget, no problem. Me and Tom are like this.
Bringing it in on time.
On time. Hoo-ah. I am a huge fan of the 60s Mission Impossible series. And if you are, one of the things you'll hear a lot if you dig into this movie a little bit is that people who love the 60s Mission Impossible series do not like this movie for a very good reason, which is basically undoes that entire TV. That show went on for like 9 seasons, and basically the lead character on that show is the John Voight character from this, right? Yep. Think about someone taking like the lead character and then doing a movie version of this show that you watch, and he's like, oh no, he's evil now.
He's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy, and it just fucks up everything, and I love it. Fucking love it. The fact that like they went
like contrarian at heart,
like Doug's just drinking in those fans' tears.
The fact that like they even say in the De Palma documentary, right? It's like well, Tom Cruise is on board. Usually for a Mission Impossible movie, you'd think it would be an ensemble. Well, it's Tom Cruise. We got to kill them all off in the first fucking scene. This movie isn't even a movie as much as it is a series of elaborate sequences, and they're all fucking great. The opening sequence is great. The sequence with him and Henry Czerny at the restaurant is fucking great. The scene with them getting the knock list is fucking great. The scene at the end on the train is fucking great. It's all great all the way through. You got Rob Bottin doing the special effects, the physical effects on this. That's another name. I mean, I know that he didn't like the Robert Towne stuff to the script, but you have David Koepp and Robert Towne doing the script. You got Danny Elfman. You got half of U2 doing the fucking theme song. This is De Palma's like, just shovel as much of the shit, like as much as like the quality shit as you can get. He's just going to take it all and he's going to De Palma it down and spread all the De Palma-ish around. And he's going to get something. Look, this isn't a perfect movie. It's got all that stuff with the internet, which looking back on it is ridiculous. All the stuff with
anything involving the internet in the like kind of mid to late 90s is all ridiculous.
Absolutely. But this one even more ridiculous than some of them, right? But like him sending the email about the Bible passage, all that stuff. But I love that too. Tom Cruise doing sleight of hand and somehow doing it like incredibly well, like really, really well, and apparently just doing it on screen.
Yeah.
I love this movie. You're right that it's sort of toned down De Palma, but that slow zoom into Ving Rhames looking out the side of the van with his eyes going back and forth. I love that. I love that one shot so much. I just keep going back and watching it because it's just like, that's so cheesy and it's fucking great and I love it. It also, I mean, I can't believe there's no. Can you believe that this movie does? I don't think there's any split screen in it. The fucking TV show had split screen.
Yeah.
Was there none in that opening sequence at the ballroom?
I don't. I mean, they have multiple cameras, so maybe they do. But also, that's another thing. We've moved into tech territory for Brian De Palma, so it's always like looking at screens and people looking at screens of stuff that's happening. And I mean, his fetish for that sort of shit is definitely still on display. You can see. He's like made for spy movies. Why the fuck wasn't he making spy movies?
It's one of those things where like he's so fucking good at it.
Yeah, it's if he had just decided after this to be like, okay, I'm the guy who makes these kind of movies. Instead, he's like, oh no, I'm turning down Mission Impossible 2. I don't want to do this shit anymore. I'm gonna do my passion project.
Oh yeah, I mean he learns nothing. Like it's like I think maybe he thinks that if I get 2 big Hollywood movies and then I do my own movie, maybe that'll work better. It's like, no.
I love this movie so much. I watch it a lot. I think I love it way more now than I did when it first came out. And I also can see more of the De Palma in it the more I watch it, which I really like. This is like De Palma's North by Northwest. This is him just leaning into the big set pieces, and I wish we had another 10 just like it. And I like the Mission Impossible series, but none of the following movies are like this one at all.
Bo Ransdell, Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I agree with Doug. I full-throatedly say that this movie is awesome. And it does have a lot of like De Palma's tricks in his style, and that's awesome. But the thing that makes it Mission Impossible and the thing that makes it so much fun to watch over and over is the pace of this thing is just breakneck. It is bouncing from one set piece to the next. Like there is we're going to assemble the team bit in this movie that's like 38 seconds of like, hey, my whole team got murdered. Well, let me go get these guys who have been disavowed, and that takes no time at all. And then you're on to break into Langley after the scene with Max that we mentioned earlier. That's amazing. And then that whole sequence, I for my money, there is not a better we have to break into this thing sequence in movies. It's just perfect. It is from the setup to here's what we've got to do. Here's all the there's the code and the optical scanner and the temperature can't raise and there are pressure plates on the floor.
I love the rules. And then I love Jean Reno up at the top with the frayed rope and the rat crawling around. I mean, that is perfect.
That like catching the beat of sweat and the night drop, like every beat of it is perfect. And like you said, it's a movie or a sequence that's been ate by other movies over and over again.
Like this series continued onwards in pretty much any spy movie since.
and there are great stunts and all of that, and all of that is exciting. But just for pure craftsmanship and building suspense, it just doesn't get any better than this. And then the final bit on the train. Actually, I think the Voight speech at the end of the movie about particularly the bit about one day you wake up and the president is running the country without your permission.
Right.
This kind of idea that he explores later to varying degrees, but De Palma exploring this idea of there's this intelligence community that is all too powerful and so forth, and but it's just front to back terrific. It's so entertaining and well paced and well acted, and Tom Cruise is a weird dude, but by God, he makes a good movie.
Oh yeah, he's been doing it for a while.
Right? Yeah, like Mission Impossible is super. I quoted the other day just to mention it for all the people listening who are like, somebody talk about Emilio Estevez getting a face full of elevator, because it was so shocking when you saw that for the first time. And I actually used the other day the line where he's talking about the gum, you put the red half and green half together, and hasta lasagna, don't get any on ya. It's so fun, and his death is so shocking.
Yeah.
All of that stuff. It's just right. It's like going back to the Untouchables, where De Palma seems to be able to very casually make a big Hollywood crowd pleasing movie that everyone loves, and even if you prefer the later Mission Impossibles, nobody goes back and is like, Mission Impossible sucks. It's always it's kind of quaint or whatever. It's more of a spy thriller than the later movies, but that's what makes it kind of wonderful, I think.
It's what makes it stand out. Definitely, there's the more unique one because it is more of that and less of the globe set and massive stunt, out of plane with a bike sort of movie. Let's conclude this decade with the Passion Project. So Brian De Palma, David Keep get on really, really, really well, and between the two of them, come up with this idea for Snake Eyes. Kind of Rashomon-esque story, as I believe Brian De Palma has said he was inspired by to do. So this one is the music here is done by Ryuichi Sakamoto, who will also work with him on Femme Fatale. And the DP is Stephen H. Burnham again. We have Nicolas Cage, oh yes, Rage Cage, Gary Sinise, John Hurd, Carla Gugino, Stan Shaw, Kevin Dunn, Louise Guzman, David Anthony Higgins. Synopsis for this one is: a shady police detective finds himself in the middle of a murder conspiracy and an important boxing match in an Atlantic City casino. Some of the trivia for this one: the opening 20-minute Steadicam sequence is not really one continuous shot, even though I have now read about 4 or 5 reviews in the last week and a half that have said that it's one shot. Yeah. And it's not. It's clearly not. But there are numerous hidden edits, but if you're smart enough, you know where they are. At least 12 minutes of the sequence was done in one take, though, which is no mean feat. Snake Eyes was the last Brian De Palma film for which Steven Spielberg viewed the rough cut. Don't know how they know that, unless he's mentioned that somewhere. That's a weird thing, though. Pino Donaggio wrote a score for this movie, but it was rejected. Which, how do you reject a Pino Donaggio score? Oh, Jesus Christ. Brian De Palma has stated that Rashomon from 1950 was an influence on the film, and Will Smith was originally set to play the role later taken by Gary Sinise. Paramount balked at Smith's $12 million asking price, and I would say rightly so. You don't pay that man $12 million. Bo, let's start with you on this one. What did you think? This wasn't a first viewing, was it?
Yeah, totally.
All right, cool.
I missed this. Yeah. So this was a first time viewing. True story. I know for a fact that these days Nicolas Cage demands $2 million to make a movie.
How do you know that?
Because we're in the process of producing a movie, and somebody mentioned his name, and somebody said, "Hey, these days he commands $2 million to be in your movie."
Want to know how much Eric Roberts charges?
Not enough. Whatever it is, it's not enough. My love for Eric Roberts has grown and grown. mostly because of those Stalked by My Doctor movies.
Well, I've groaned and groaned because of Eric Roberts.
Yeah, well, this is true. But yeah, so point being, whatever they paid Nicolas Cage to be in this movie, it wasn't enough.
No, he's fucking great at this.
This is why you get Nicolas Cage to be in a movie like this.
Yeah.
That it's very particular. It's got to be high energy. It's got to be a little arch and really melodramatic. But you plug him into that and let him go full Cage, and you've got yourself a pretty entertaining movie, even if it's kind of messy. Like, I don't really give a shit about the mystery part of this movie at all. It's okay, but it's nothing special. Cage is great. It's fun to see Carla Gugino, she's what, like 13 years old in this movie. Jesus Christ, she is so young. And De Palma is definitely showing off. Like, he's peacocking with a lot of the usual stuff in this movie, but it also feels kind of routine in a way that a lot of his movies don't for me. The ending song is absolutely hysterical. Is maybe my favorite part of the whole movie. The alternate ending that you sent over, Doug, I prefer that to the actual ending of the movie. By probably a large margin. I feel like the whole thing feels very pat for De Palma. The only thing that really makes it stand out is the Cage performance. I don't really think Gary Sinise is all that good in this.
Yeah.
And it's sort of fine. Like, the best thing about it is Cage. And on that level, I had a good time with it. But as a movie, and specifically a De Palma movie, it's a real, like, yeah, okay, fine. But what else do you got? This all feels like a watered down version of the stuff that you've been doing for a while now.
Yeah, it also kind of makes me feel like we mentioned, you watch like the Mission Impossible movie and like the spy thriller, and you're like, why has De Palma never done one of these before? The idea of the kind of the event that happens, and then you start to piece the story together from different people's perspectives throughout an entire movie. I don't understand why Brian De Palma didn't make many more of those movies as well, because that to me sounds like, from his point of view, from a technical aspect, you could have a lot of fun with that. And he obviously saved it for here predominantly. I've got a lot of time for Snake Eyes. This is another one that I remember when it was released. I went to see this one in the cinema and had a ball with it, mostly because Nicolas Cage was in it, and I was riding high on 90s Nicolas Cage at the time, having been introduced to him. Maybe I've definitely seen a movie, but like Face Off is the one that I think just introduced me to how crazy he could be. Like that opening shot where you just like you just get to know like exactly who this guy is. You're pretty much introduced to all those characters in this massive tracking shot, like all the characters of importance right at the very beginning, and like just settles you right in, and then we are good to go with this one. I'm maybe a little bit more invested with the mystery than Bo is in this one. On the first viewing, it becomes less important once you know what the outcome actually is on subsequent viewings. But I think it's a weird one for me to think of Brian De Palma rushing to do after doing Mission Impossible. I don't know if he just genuinely thought with the names, with this idea, with this story, and at this time period, this one's like a home run for sure, and maybe there was a slight miscalculation. This movie was not a failure by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't think it was nearly as big as he thought it was going to be, and has found its, like Doug said earlier on, this one that has a pretty like solid following now.
Yeah.
And it's been reevaluated several times over because of that. But I think like De Palma is like super playful with the camera work on this. I kind of love that because of that. Cage is like an absolute tour de force. Gary Sinise is fine in this. I on reading the ideas of putting like a Will Smith in there, I don't think that would aid at all. I just think maybe someone a little bit stronger than his presence might have worked a little bit better for me. But once again, supported by a great ensemble cast. The ending, a little bit flat. The alternative ending, much more fun. But I don't know if the audience was ready for that yet. I don't know if we're looking at that, comparing it to the other one, and if we didn't have that comparison, how great that ending would be for everyone on a large scale. You can see why studios maybe stepped in and maybe kind of steered away from. Yeah, like Snake Eyes for me is not a bad movie by any stretch of the imagination. I actually think coming at the end of this decade is fine for De Palma. For where he started to where he ended up, the 90s is a surprisingly strong year for him overall. One like horrendously bad movie, but everything else is kind of like, I'm giving a little bit of myself out of this movie to please Hollywood, and I also get the opportunity to make the movies that I enjoy doing, and they're also really good whilst they're at it. So yeah, Snake Eyes is cool with me. What about yourself, Doug?
I'm so glad that Bo brought up that Meredith Brooks song at the end of the credit. It is so fucking terrible. When it starts playing, I started to laugh. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
Meredith Brooks.
It's a splash of water in the face at the end of that movie. I'm like, whoa. What are we dealing with here?
Meredith Brooks, by the way, a terrible person. I had no idea. But anyway, you can research that yourself. I love it. I love Snake Eyes. I really do. To me, it's him in front of the judge again. It's Mr. De Palma. You've made the biggest success of your career.
In front of the judge. He's always brought back in front of the judge.
He's like, Mr. Judge, can I put in a little bit more of my De Palma shit into my movies? Yeah, I guess so, Mr. De Palma. He had that giant hit, and then he just goes buck fucking wild. And like the fact that he wants to start, this is like the opening to Bonfire, the Vanities, except in this case, it's like a movie that actually works for the most part. Mm-hmm. I wonder, like Gary Sinise was a huge star at this point, right? I mean, this was after Apollo 13 and Forrest Gump, yeah, before the Lieutenant Dan band. But he was like a huge star. So when he shows up in this, at the time, everyone has got to be like, oh, he's got to be a bigger part of this movie than it lets on. He's not just going to be Nicolas Cage's buddy. I wonder if the movie works a little better now that Gary Sinise is not a star anymore. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, oh, he's just some guy. And the fact that he does this big turn in the movie might come as a bit of a shock. Wasn't a shock for me. I know who Gary Sinise is, but I thought it was pretty interesting. I love the idea that he's melding like Rashomon and Hitchcock, and like his influences are kind of moving over, and the different point of view stuff is so, like you said, Duncan, it fits his style so much. So you can use split screen. You can do that part where he's going up the elevator, and you're looking at the camera in the elevator, and all that cross cutting between everything that's happening. I love that shit. I love Stan Shaw as the boxer. I think he's fucking great in this. I love Stan Shaw anyway, but I mean, I love that scene where him and Nicolas Cage are kind of going at it and having a conversation. He's like admitting the fact that he threw the fight. And I also love when Stan Shaw is reluctantly beating the shit out of Nicolas Cage later in the movie as well. Man, this movie is a blast to me. The ending is, I don't know if I like the original ending more, but I do think that the whole movie is building towards the original ending, right? Mm-hmm. The storm is such a huge part of it. If they keep mentioning it, they keep showing the outside, like it getting crazier and crazier. The idea that it didn't end in something, that it just kind of poofs, right? Yeah. That's kind of strange when you watch it. It feels like something is missing, which of course it is. What I do like about the original ending is Nicolas Cage getting milkshake ducked at the end of it, where he, because of the attention he gets from stopping this horrible crime, that people dig into his background, and it ends up destroying his marriage and his entire career. I just like how immoral that character is, right? It's like I kind of would have liked it better if he kind of just got away with it. Like he just is, the fact that he is corrupt and kind of a piece of shit. Well, he still did a good thing. At the end of the day, he had that center moral, right? The fact that he is conflicted with his relationship with Gary Sinise, who's always done the right thing and he's always done the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. That at the moment that was the most important, he did the right thing. I think that is a cool way to go about it. But you know, he ends up okay, I guess, in the long run. I just like all this. Also, the idea that your main character at the end of the movie, he's going to jail, right? Yeah. Maybe for a short amount of time. You might have Carlito, waiting for him when he comes out, but it's still, deeds must be punished, even in a Brian De Palma movie. Mm-hmm. So, I'm trying to think back now. Of all the movies that we watched for the second recording of this, this might be the one I'm most excited about going back and revisiting, because there's so much of it I enjoy, and I just want to spend more time with that Nicolas Cage character. I mean, that is a coup that they have him. I don't know if this movie would be half as good with any other actor in that.
I would agree with that. He's like, I've said it many times before, Nicolas Cage with the right story and the right director is like, you can't take your eyes off him. I think there's just something, and he like genuinely like, I even remember seeing all the criticism recently, although I don't understand the criticism for that Renfield movie that he was in.
Right.
But then there was an interview where he was talking about how he approached that role, and he approached that role with so much more reverence and seriousness and research than I think any other actor in Hollywood have ever approached that, where he was basically citing, I wanted this one to be like homage to Bela Lugosi, I want this to be like homage to Christopher Lee, that's why he walks this way, that's why he acts this way, and like just the fact he had all this like detail in there that he was just like spitting out, this is where I took this influence, like just got, he is a lover of cinema, and if you give him something that he's enthused at, 90s Cage is just ripping with performances like that, where I just think he's just so animated and just so locked in, and hadn't bought a million properties and was in like serious tactics as you they had to make movies. But I think
he did the De Palma though, right? He clawed his way back.
He has.
That's amazing.
He's one of the few success stories of an actor who has physically had to do what he's had to do to get out of that. Most of them don't get out of that. But yeah, it's like, to me, it's like you replace that role, the movie is nowhere near as interesting. And yeah, it did. I mean, it didn't do the huge numbers overall. Still a financial hit. Still clawed its money back and opened at number 2 in the box office, behind Saving Private Ryan, which I would argue were like many movies would have struggled to compete against that one. And actually, as a little factoid here, actually bet out Halloween H2O, which feels right because that movie ain't good. That's just me getting
that feels like we live in a just and moral universe. that's the proper order of things.
Well, ladies and gents, that's us rolled right through, steamrolled right through. How would Bo? How would Al Pacino say steamrolled?
Steamroll.
Thank you.
It sounds like something you can dip some duck sauce into.
Thank you very much.
The name's not Al, it's Dunk.
It's Dunk. We are going to jump into our final segment after the short break. This one here is going to start off with a lot of money. Going to end up with nothing. Well, not a lot of money.
Story of my life, Duncan.
As we run through 2000 to 2019, we'll be looking at Mission to Mars, Femme Fatale, The Black Dahlia. We'll be doing Redacted, because we're going to have to do Redacted. We're going to do Passion, and then close out on Domino, before we do the most important part, the bit that you clamour for, because you love putting us on the spot with numbers. We will be doing some lists of our top 5s and bottom 3s. Ladies and gents, we will be right back to do that right after this.
People talk about Hitchcock all the time, you know, being so influential. I've never found too many people that followed after the Hitchcock school except for me. Here's a guy that developed all this incredible visual storytelling vocabulary, and it's sort of gonna die with him. And I was like the one practitioner that took up the things that he pioneered and built them into different forms and a style that I was evolving. It's like a whole modern form that he created. Having studied a lot of directors and have lived now to practically being 70, you see that your creative periods are in, most directors are in when they're 30s, their 40s, and their 50s. And obviously, they can go on and make another 20 movies or 10 movies, but you'll probably only be talking about those movies they made in their 30s, their 40s, and their 50s. You know, and I always thought Hitchcock was a great example, because, you know, after Vertigo and Psycho, and you can talk about The Birds all you want, and all the other movies he made after that, and then of course the critical establishment finally caught up with him and started to write about what a genius he was. Except those movies aren't as good as the ones he made in his 30s, his 40s, and his 50s.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. So the home stretch, but there's some movies that we need to cover. The 2000s to 2019 are essentially where we currently are with Brian De Palma. He has 2 movies in development, and I think Doug put it right. Never really count him off, ever. I think there's whole areas that he's never really went into that I would love to see. The idea of De Palma doing a TV series, like a mini-series for like a Netflix or an Amazon, where they gave him a little bit more creative control and a good story, that could be interesting. Whether he himself wants to do it, like you've not finished the end of that De Palma documentary, but there is a bit where at the end he just does kind of feel a bit forlorn, not just because he's done an entire documentary talking about his filmography, but also he has that line where I think he openly says that, you know, like directors post 60, really don't have that much to say. And I've been obviously hearing a lot of comments. I'll kind of preempt my kind of closing statements overall. There's a lot of comments in the news in the last 2 weeks about Quentin Tarantino basically scrapping movie number 10 because he's not feeling it. And he's a guy who holds Brian De Palma to such a high level of respect as an influence and a director. But I also think maybe on some level as a bit of a warning as to what happens if you go too long in your career. And as a result, he wants his 10th film to be the right 10th film. And I have been confused greatly at the commentary online about people kicking back on this one. I would much rather more directors walked away from projects that they didn't feel passionate about instead of just doing them. I don't know why that's a thing. Where people can just shit on that guy because he's like that. Yep, no, this is my last movie and I want to do it right. I don't know why that's a bad thing. So
yeah,
no,
hey, I don't think this is. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be very good. We want to see it.
But I think like specifically like De Palma is almost like not like a warning in that his career, but like think about the directors we've talked about, notwithstanding the Coens. Almost all of them inevitably end up kind of here. But it doesn't start that way. This starts with like Disney money. This starts with huge fucking budget, and it starts with Mission to Mars, which came out in 2000. It's based on the story by Lowell Cannon and John Thomas, and the screenplay by Graham Yost. The music here, Ennio Morricone is back, bitches. He's back. Him and De Palma. Reunited and it feels good. Stephen H. Burnham back behind that camera as well. We are firing on all motherfucking cylinders. Cast is great here. Tim Robbins, Gary Sinise, Don Cheadle, Connie Nielsen, Jerry O'Connell. Maybe that's where things drop off. What you're saying. Pierre Outbridge, Jill Teed, Kim Delaney. We have a synopsis that says, when the first manned mission to Mars meets with a catastrophic and mysterious disaster after reporting an unidentified structure, a rescue mission is launched to investigate the tragedy and bring back any survivors. Trivia here, I only picked 3 things. The top one is one that you've got the exact quote, Doug, and I want to get to your quote because your quote's brilliant. The trivia here is the original director of the film was supposed to be Gore Verbinski. When the budget was upgraded, Brian De Palma started to show interest. Rewrites in the script were also done. That's what the trivia here saying. What was the thing that you shared?
So I put this on Twitter a few days ago. This is from a book about De Palma. It says, much as Luke replaced Jim on the first manned mission to Mars, De Palma replaced Mission to Mars original director Gore Verbinski. Asked about whether he had any reservations about helming the picture in Verbinski's stead, De Palma said, the director of Mouse Hunt? No.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It made people so
Mouse
angry.
Hunt bird.
That comment, it brought out every Gore Verbinski detractor and love her. Some people are like, that's where it led to that person who said that De Palma made 14 terrible movies. They just love Verbinski that much. I mean, I like A Cure for Wellness as much as the next guy.
It's a fine movie.
Is it
Untouchables? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This came out the same year as another Mars-themed movie, Red Planet. Both were unsuccessful critically and commercially. There you go. So maybe the moral of this story, unlike what Arnie suggests, is don't get your ass to Mars. There we go. And as of 2024, I thought that would get a laugh. As of 2024, thank you. Not asking for much. As of 2024, this is the last major Hollywood studio film directed by Brian De Palma. So he did this and then he was out and they never pulled him back in.
Yeah, I get it.
So, Bo,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start with you. And the reason I'm going to start with you is in our chat, you were the first one to mention it.
In a derogatory fashion, yes.
In a praising fashion. That's how it came up.
So, I wrote that wrong. Right?
I can't believe it's taken me this long to get to Mission to Mars. Don't I feel like the clown? That's how that went. No, that's not how it went. No? Yeah?
Yeah. Hey, you guys know how much I love really boring science fiction movies with horrible effects. So yeah, all right. Mission to Mars is what they give you if you don't respond to tranquilizers. This movie is so fucking boring. Look, I'm all in on a good space adventure, and especially something like this. Like, this is like literally the movie The Martian, only if worse. Hey, there's somebody alive on Mars. We got to go get them. How do we make that as uninteresting as possible? And by the way, can you whip some CGI on it? That looks, sub Fisher Price teaching software. It's there is one moment where a guy gets spun apart by this giant like fanworm thing, and everything else in the movie is worthless.
I just like one of the Disney execs. Does his limbs have to come off during this?
Right.
Yes, 100%.
Need is the word. Need.
If you want any stars, then yes, his limbs absolutely have to come off. It gets real dull in a hurry. Like I don't care about any of these characters. It feels like the anti-Apollo 13, where you cared about what happened to them, and I didn't care about any of that.
Guy said he survived that and then right into this.
Right, climbs right back in a capsule with a bunch of people.
The same shit happened to the same guy twice.
Right. Then his friends are showing him like, not in my spaceship. Take your Los Angeles space antics somewhere else. Devolves into a Die Hard 2 review. Anyway, I just think that by the time you get to this in business with aliens, there are honest to goodness aliens in this movie.
It's on Mars, of course there's aliens.
Right, but kind of, but it doesn't matter. I mean, by the time you get to the aliens, they're like, hey, we're going to do a prequel to the movie Prometheus. And then, all right, good night, everybody. We're going home. And Gary Sinise is going to some other planet. And I don't care about any of it. And all of that should be interesting. And somehow Brian De Palma managed to drain any of the interest of that kind of space adventure out of this premise. I hate this movie.
It's an unlikely, like we're talking about comedy and De Palma. The other thing that I don't think I ever had a hankering for was sci-fi and Brian De Palma.
This movie is funnier than any comedy he has directed.
Doug Tilley, are you on Team Bo or do you care to retort?
So this is based on a theme park ride.
This is 100% based on a theme park ride. Yeah.
Which I've never been to Disneyland or Disney World, so I don't know what the park ride is about. I wonder.
Bo has though. Like Bo, is this you've been to Disney?
Oh, it's not really a ride. It's an experience. You sit in a chair and hit a button. That's all it is. Which, by the way, more exciting than this movie.
Halfway through the ride, Don Cheadle comes up and tries to strangle you.
Oh, if only. Actually, one of the funniest things I ever saw, I hand of God, this is a true story. We're on the Mission to Mars ride. It's me and my buddy Chad that I used to do Pick Six movies with. And it's a woman and her adult, like mentally disabled son.
Mm-hmm.
And they assign everybody a role based on the seat you're in. Like I was the navigator and, Chad was the engineer or whatever. And they get to the adult disabled son and they say, you're the captain. And his mother, I assume, goes, Christ, we're all going to die. Truly one of the funniest human moments I've ever witnessed on the planet.
All right, I'm going to give a minor defense of Mission to Mars.
Ooh.
Which I did not dislike. I didn't dislike it at all. I won't go as far to say I really liked it. I will say I came out of it thinking, that's it. That's the movie that everyone wanted to make. And then I started reading some interviews with De Palma, who was very much like, I wanted to make a completely uncynical science fiction movie because we live in an era where no one is making movies like that.
Yeah.
And it's so funny, right? I watched this movie. This is my first time watching it. Gary Sinise watching Tim Robbins and his wife kind of dance around, and looking at them, I'm like, oh, he's gonna go crazy and murder everybody. Like that, because why would that's what I'm used to from science fiction movies, right? That it's gonna go, he's gonna lose it, right? But this is a movie that is very empathetic towards Gary Sinise and the fact that he lost his wife and that he lost his position on going to this Mars mission. I just think that in some ways, the fact that it's supposed to be a callback to 1950s style sci-fi, when you watch it through those eyes, it's a little easier to take some of the, basically Gary Sinise is already one of those characters from a 1950s science fiction movie. Yeah. Even the fact that he in real life is a Republican and he loves the military and all that sort of shit. He's just Mr. Spaceman. I don't know why he has emo makeup on. And do you ever notice that in this movie? he's got a weird haircut. He's just really strange looking. Lieutenant Dan.
He's Lieutenant Dan has found Bauhaus.
And the special effects are indeed bad, though no worse than most of the special effects of movies of this time period.
Yeah, definitely.
Lots of that sand stuff. This movie is supposed to exude a sense of wonder, specifically in the last half hour, right? You're supposed to be like, oh my God, the secrets of the universe being unlocked. Oh my God, the aliens have reached out to us. They've sent us a message. Don't know why the aliens had to send a secret thing that if you get it wrong, it will kill you. It will make your limbs fall apart. They murdered a bunch of the aliens. I get what they're trying to do, but they killed a bunch of astronauts that were friends with these people. I do think that the sequence of them trying to get to Mars, the second group with Gary Sinise and Tim Robbins, them getting to Mars and Tim Robbins having to sacrifice himself, I think it's a well done sequence. I think it's the great sequence of the movie, even though it doesn't touch the great sequences in De Palma's career generally. Mm-hmm. It's an old fashioned movie, and no one wanted it. But now that we live in a world that's kind of post-Interstellar, you can kind of see how if someone really was connected to the material, whether you like Interstellar or not, that the last segment of that idea of that kind of transcendent, using a space movie influenced by 2001, of course, to have that kind of transcendent moment at the end, how that could look. This movie doesn't quite get there, but it is trying to get to something like that. The idea of the aliens on Mars being basically our ancestors that populated the planet Earth, and now that they also have their own planet that Gary Sinise is going to beam to at the end. The idea of these astronauts looking out the window and seeing a beam of light and being like, "That's Gary Sinise going to their home planet." It's super silly, but there's almost something a little admirable that they're willing to be that silly. So what I'll say is, it's not good. There are moments of it I really like. Jerry O'Connell is miscast horribly. He's so distractingly. It's not that he's distractingly bad. He's just being Jerry O'Connell. He's supposed to be a fucking astronaut, dude. Yeah. Right? There's also some really hilarious Dr. Pepper product placement where they're drinking Dr. Pepper in space through little pouches. Yo, you're gonna need this. This is what we need to put on the spaceship.
With M&M's and Dr. Pepper. Utmost importance here. We have limited space because you're going to Mars. So we packed you lots of Dr. Pepper and ring dings.
I do like the Morricone score. I know it's a little bit
amazing.
Some people don't like it. I don't love it up until like the stuff on at near the end at Mars. Then I'm like, oh, I love this stuff. It feels like it's trying to capture an old-fashioned science fiction movie. I think that this is a movie best appreciated with embracing its cheesiness, but it's still a hard movie to love. And the first time going through it, at the end of it, I was like, this feels like a work for hire that has no De Palma passion in it whatsoever. And I think I just was missing where that passion was placed. It's still a really strange movie in its filmography, though.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is the... I don't understand how we end up with Brian De Palma for this. Even if he was really passionate about it, I still don't think there's not a... There's on some level, and we have argued it already, there's a tried and tested, give this man lots of money and he will deliver. Like, all those movies have been huge financial successes throughout the 90s, minus one. But, you know, this guy can do it, and actors appear to enjoy working with him, so... And he's going to bring a bit of that visual flair to a movie that requires some visual flair, notwithstanding all the effects that we're putting. Which, by the way, when this movie came to VHS, it was 2001. I was working in a video store. This movie was, if memory serves, a PG, which meant it was played in the video store that I was in almost on loop for the best part of about 2 months. So this is one I was very familiar with and hadn't watched in quite some time. What people might not know is I am actually a huge science fiction fan. I was into science fiction before I was into horror, and I've got a soft spot for like old-timey sort of science fiction movies. I do. Like, it's like there's a part of me that, like, when everyone was walking out of the theater after seeing that movie Ad Astra recently, going like that was fucking dog shit. I walked out going like that is exactly what I wanted. Like, just like on cloud nine, loving every second of what it gave me. It was slow and, you know, existential, and it didn't at any point really need to do much to get me in, but what it did do was brilliant. Missions to Mars lives by that and dies by that, in my opinion. I think at its central core, it's got an interesting story, very cliche, I've seen it done before. It's got good acting. It's not got a great script, if I'm honest, and I think some of the dialogue feels a bit wooden. The score is beautiful. I absolutely love the Morricone score, but I will say that regardless. I actually think this, of the two, this is a better movie than Red Planet. Red Planet was... Ooh.
I should mention, Duncan, when I sat down to watch this movie, I had confused it. I knew that they were both released at the same time. I confused it with Red Planet, and I started watching. I'm like, oh, Val Kilmer's not in this?
Yeah, this is not the... Yeah, like...
Were you disappointed?
I was disappointed.
Yeah, sure.
We've been I've been talking about this a lot recently, about those weird synchronicities with studios where they like both deliver a Mars movie like in the same year. You're like, what's going on? And we've just had it like in the last month and a half where like two different studios, we had The First Omen and Immaculate both come out like within like a very short time of each other, both set in Rome, both dealing with kind of, you know, weird power structures in the church trying to beckon Satan's child.
Somehow Russell Crowe is doing that to his own career.
Russell Crowe is now fully in on being I think Russell Crowe at this stage thinks he's an exorcist, and I am on board with that so much. Like, see,
am I wrong that in The Pope's Exorcist he's playing the exorcist from that William Friedkin movie?
He is the exorcist from the William Friedkin documentary. That is who. Like, you've no idea how overjoyed I was when I found that out. And then the idea at the end, there was some sort of like X-Men bunker where he's just going to go on mysteries to solve. I was like, this is the movie series we always wanted. And I imagine if William Friedkin had seen it before he died, he would have fucking hated it. I don't give it a fuck into a rolling donut what Russell Crowe is doing as an exorcist. Yeah, that's 100% what that is. It's absolutely amazing, and I want nothing but sequels to The Pope's Exorcist. That's all I want from now on, is that it's Russell Crowe's lane and just keep doing them, and I will cover them right to the very end. But yeah, like the thing about this is, ultimately, I find a lot of this movie quite ponderous. And it's not that I don't get it. Like yourself, Doug. I get it's not trying to be. It's not trying to be Event Horizon. You know what I mean? It's trying to pull away from that. And we are weirdly in a decade now that actually there is a tried and tested true method of making these movies via an Interstellar or an Arrival, or movies that like are done by directors who were the Brian De Palmas of the Brian De Palmas now of their day. These big names that are bankable with like accolades and all the rest behind them, that are doing these huge sci-fi movies that talk about the meaning of life and existence and all the rest, and delivering them to audiences that fucking eat them up and critics that adore them. This was not the time. 2000 was not the time. We've literally just come out of technology is going to end the world, right? And we're in a brand new century and a brand new millennium, and Mission to Mars feels like an ill-fitting shoe. It just is not the. I don't think it strikes the tone and the balance and the execution that a movie like this needed to have, and as a result of that, it is a right down the middle movie for me. I don't hate it by any stretch of imagination, but I wouldn't rush out my way to watch this one again. And it'd been a long time, unless I was so familiar with this that I could close my eyes in certain sections. I would know what was happening because it played on loop in the video store that was in. So yeah, I mean it's
just weird that he had to do a work for hire thing.
So
just
bizarre.
A few years after Mission Impossible, you think he would have had all the cachet in the world, and especially after doing this, it'd be like, well, I stepped in. It wasn't a success. It was a failure, but. I was doing it. It wasn't my movie. You think he would have went on then to do like a gigantic fucking?
This is the thing that confuses me here, because he's out now. Like, like whatever happened here, this was enough for him, or this was enough of studios with him.
Yeah.
So it's one of the two, but we disconnect pretty quick right into Femme Fatale, which comes literally 2 years later, and he is back with writing and directing credits. This is him back doing what? This is him, cocooning himself, going back insular. I'm going to do a Brian De Palma story here. I'm going to go back to that thriller moniker that I'm kind of known for, and let's see how we get on.
He's calling up Greg Henry on the phone. He's like, "You got to get here, okay?
You got to be in here." This is the one we mentioned earlier on that has Antonio Banderas, and we'll get to a little trivia on that as how he becomes involved with this one. But to me, this one, almost from the off, just reading some of the details here, you kind of see the aesthetic he's going for, right? Because the DP on this one is Thierry Arbogast, who did Nikita, Leon, The Fifth Element. I imagine a lot of work with a lot of kind of French action directors, of which I won't name here because I don't have to, because you know who I'm on about. The music again is done by Ryuichi Sakamoto, who returns to do a little bit of scoring work for him here. This one stars Rebecca Romijn, I think is how you pronounce it. Romaine. Is that how you pronounce Romaine?
Yeah.
I would have had a Y instead of a J. Language is difficult. Ronin. Rebecca Ronin. She's a samurai without a leader. Antonio Banderas. We have. How would you say that? Banderas is how I would say it. Banderas?
No, I wasn't laughing at that.
You're a motherfucker.
Just the way that Bo kind of grumbled at your
Bo grumbles at everything I say. Bo forgets his place. Like it or not, we're a scary reminder of how you would have sounded if you hadn't put that American accent on. Right? just remember that. Right, Ree Rasmussen. Right, Greg Henry's back here. The synopsis here is: a woman tries to straighten her life out, but even as her past as a con man comes back to haunt her. Some of the trivia here: this film has been developing a cult status, which makes me think it probably didn't perform very well among cinephiles. Even Warner Brothers have added it as part of their Warner Archive collection, and that's how you know you've struck gold, when Warner Brothers are like, we physically have nothing else to release. This is now part of the cult archive. Uma Thurman was originally cast as Laurie Ash, but cancelled when she became pregnant. Melanie Griffith convinced her husband, Antonio Banderas, to take the role of Nicholas Bardo, even though it wasn't the lead. She did it as a favour to Brian De Palma, who had given her her big break in films decades before, respectively in Body Double 1984 and then Bonfire of the Vanities, which she was clinging to apparently, from 1990. Brian De Palma could not find the right girl to play Veronica. Rebecca Romijn convinced him stop it convinced him that one of her friends, Danish model Rie Rasmussen, would be perfect for the job. He met her and signed Rasmussen because he loved the way she walked, which I imagine he observed through a window. And
the only way you audition
some blinds peeled down slightly so you could peek out.
I have to be in another room.
Can you imagine anyone happier than Brian De Palma that drone technology was developed?
I don't even need to leave my house now. You know what I call this time? I call this time Brian De Palma's drone peeping. It's my favourite time of the day.
That would finally get me to subscribe to HGTV. Brian De Palma's home peeping. Peep on a 3-story Victorian. We're going to see just how high this drone can climb. And just who's in that 3rd floor bedroom.
Mr. Judge, I'm in front of you once again.
Why are you here? You're not in the Hollywood system anymore. Oh, that's right. I forgot.
It was just a film misdemeanor then.
Right. Doug Tilley, kick us off on Femme Fatale. Was this a first time watch?
From this point going forward, they're all first time watches.
I'd seen the Black Dahlia, but yeah, that was the only one I'd seen. So yeah, I think we're all pretty much in the same boat now because Bo told me this earlier. So yeah, so how did you get on with Femme Fatale?
So you're right in that this has grown a pretty big cult at this point, and I can kind of see why. Right, this one does more so than even Raising Cain. It feels like he's trying to reach back to his 70s style stuff. This one with more kind of an erotic thriller edge to it. I don't really like his eroticism. I don't know about how De Palma shoots erotic scenes. They don't feel very erotic to me. I know that people always like that scene on the pool table in this movie. I know that people really like. It's like, oh my god, it's so sexy. Yeah, Rebecca Romijn Stamos. That's how we all know her, by the way, here in North America. Rebecca Romijn Stamos. John Stamos even does a voice cameo in this very movie. Oh. But her on the pool table, I know it's supposed to be super sexy, but I watch it and I'm like, what? Why? I'm
what am I doing here?
I'm punching myself in the crotch. I'm like, what's going on? How come this isn't working for me? I don't know. I just don't find Rebecca Romijn a particularly strong actress, and this movie asks a lot of her in this movie. This is supposed to be like her, this is supposed to be her launching pad, right? I don't think she's particularly good in it. The plot is so convoluted that I almost love it strictly because of how convoluted it is. But I will tell you, listeners, if you have not yet seen Femme Fatale, your enjoyment of this is going to be based on how you accept the ending, the final 20 minutes, half hour, which is so fucking batshit. I can imagine seeing it for the first time in a theater, walking out of the theater and being like, fuck this movie. But I have to say, it's so ballsy in a way that I kind of love it. Even though it kind of suggests that Rebecca Romijn's character is at least partially psychic. She has some sort of forward.
She has the fury.
There's no supernatural elements in this whatsoever outside of the idea. It's I guess when I fall asleep, I can see the future. It is super fucking stylish. I love the opening sequence. I think that stuff is it's him in Mission Impossible territory to a certain extent, right? It's like a big heist scene, and I love all the pieces of that. It's just with less engaging actors doing less engaging things, but it does feel like he's really locked in with that sort of stuff. As the movie goes on, I find myself more interested in the Antonio Banderas story than I am with the Rebecca Romijn one, because she is a femme fatale to an extent, but it's a weird title for the movie, right? Because it has the double indemnity stuff at the beginning. Yes. And it's but she never really is alluring to Antonio Banderas in a way where she's trying to get him on her side. He knows she's duplicitous right from the fucking start. So it doesn't really feel like a classic film noir femme fatale. I know that's a weird complaint. It's just that we'll see movies later on that kind of fit the title a little bit better. what I should say is it's super stylish. It feels like a throwback. I found it entertaining. That ending is one of the craziest things that I think I've seen in a movie in a very long time. I like it, and I do not love it.
Interesting. I like it more than you. This is a first time watch for me, and I knew nothing about this at all. And what I was doing beforehand with some of these later ones was just gauging a reaction. Like you kind of standard things you do. You like go to Rotten Tomatoes, or you go to IMDb, and take a quick sense check of what the scoring is, maybe what the audience scoring is, work things from there. Occasionally, like look for quotes, like movie reviews. Good place to do that's obviously Wikipedia, where they'll condense them down. Roger Ebert loved this one, which feels weird to say when you're talking about like a Brian De Palma movie, because more often than not, Roger Ebert, not a fan. This is what he wrote, according to Wikipedia. He said, "Sly as a snake, Brian De Palma's." Here we go. Brian De Palma's Femme Fatale is a sexy thriller that coils back on itself in seductive deception. This is pure filmmaking, elegant and slippery. I haven't had so much fun as this second-guessing a movie since Mulholland Drive. Holy fucking shit.
I've heard that comparison to Mulholland Drive several places. That book that I had the quote from earlier, they have a whole section comparing it kind of beat to beat with Mulholland Drive.
Yeah, well, if you're going to compare it to one of the greatest movies ever made, that's not a bad thing. If you're
Isn't it?
Hey, at least it's not Hitchcock, right? At least it's not Hitchcock. I really like this one. I think it does suffer from some acting issues, which you're going to hear me say a lot from now on. Some casting issues which aren't great. But as a kind of De Palma thriller, this ticks a ton of boxes. I think it's clear there's budget constraints here, but I don't think that's a negative. I actually think you throw too much money in this, you get lost in the weeds.
Yeah.
It actually forces them to be a little bit more lean with the storytelling. The ending is beautifully bonkers.
It's so fucking crazy.
In a way where, like, I was trying to explain this to my wife, who's not watching any of these movies with me at all. She was like having fucking none of it. Except the big ones like the Untouchables and stuff. She's like, "Oh yeah, I can watch that movie with me." I was trying to explain this to her, and then like I got to the end and I was like, does that make sense? And she was like, no. And I was like, yes, because like had it made sense, I would have explained it wrong. Yeah, I love how just brash it is. Like, to me, this is... See, when a director says that they want out of the system to really focus on doing things and having control over their style, and then release a movie like this makes sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like... It feels like you say, it's like Brian De Palma trying to recapture some of the old magic, but not all those big blockbuster movies that he had to do for those studios last decade. Fuck that. Not all those movies that made loads of money. No, these little movies that had small audiences. That the critics
more people watching people. That's what he needs.
Like, that's all I want. But for me, it holds together really well. Like yourself, it does not surprise me this has a cult following. This is the very definition of a movie, mostly because at the end it's gonna generate that hard split in audiences between this is entertaining as fuck or how dare you make me go there. Like, I hate you now. So yeah,
I can see this one of all the movies from this time period being the one that benefits the most from a rewatch, already knowing the big twists and stuff like that.
100%.
You go back, you can really appreciate it on another level, because I will tell you, when that twist happens in this movie, I was like, sorry, you're doing what now?
What's happening here? Should we just go back just a little bit and just explain that again? So yeah, like, to me, this weirdly I was not aware of this movie at all. So I remember when the Black Dahlia came out, and I remember seeing it. I remember hearing of Redacted, but never seeing it. Passion was one I'd heard of, and Domino was one. So I'd heard of his later day movies. Femme Fatale I had not heard of at all, which surprises me because I score it higher than a lot of the ones we're about to talk about. So I don't know if I'm just like off the beaten track with this one, or this one is just generally one of those kind of more cult underground sort of movies in his catalogue or underappreciated, but I think there's still a vestige in this movie here that shows that Brian De Palma doesn't need the system, doesn't need to cater to the man, Doug Tilley. He can go his own way. On this one, and it still holds together. Had he just decided to do the M. Night Shyamalan approach of doing movies like this for the next decade, I'd be fucking fine with that. Because I think the more bonkers he gets in those endings, the more I'm kind of in. He's really good at putting them together, and I also genuinely think he doesn't care if you like them or not. So that's my thoughts on Femme Fatale. Bo Ransdell.
I can see him tittering as he's writing the script. You know what I mean? It's like
looking at a window, looking at his window at someone going, "You're not gonna like this movie." Bo Ransdell, what did you make of Femme Fatale?
I don't know if you know this about me, Duncan.
You are a Femme Fatale. I didn't know this, Bo. I've seen the pictures. I've read the documents.
Well, that's true also, but that's not what I was gonna say. I hate. It was all a dream shit. I hate it. You want me to invest deeply into a thing and then tell me it didn't happen?
But
and I hate it.
And yet 2012's Passion. We'll be talking about that in just a little bit.
Oh god. And yet I think Femme Fatale is a really interesting and fun movie. I agree that I don't think the central performance is great, but that's kind of been a recurring theme, is that
pretty much now for a while.
Yeah, a lot of times
bring Nicolas Cage back.
Yeah, back into the left. Back into the left.
What I wouldn't give for Nicolas Cage to play the Rebecca Romijn role in this. You want to fuck me?
I got a question for you, Bo, before you continue.
Yes, please.
Do you think that after Rebecca Romijn's character marries Peter Coyote and goes back to the States, that she has to pretend to be French for like 5 years?
Yes.
It's gotta be exhausting.
Yeah, she's not allowed to break character. She needs to be in that character for at least 5 years. I love that we all agree on that.
Specifically, the thing that makes me laugh about that, because I'm a child. I'm just a primate of a man. I'm thinking about her accidentally farting, just in front of your spouse, like you do sometimes, and she's got to go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I tooted," or whatever. Yeah, right. Pardon-moi. Instead of just snickering and getting on with your life. So,
pardon? No.
Moi? Mais non. Yeah, it just seems so dumb. But that aside, I do like the whole idea, the central conceit of, let's take one of these femme fatale characters and let's specifically follow her, that she is not the character that shows up in 5 scenes in the movie and orchestrates everything. She is going to be the center of the movie, and we're going to get into her psychology and what makes her this femme fatale and what is her morality, and again, playing with the dual natures of seeing herself, this person that looks like her, and playing with very De Palma ideas. And Antonio Banderas is really fun in it, and I like that he also has this kind of moral compass. And in a lot of ways, I think the movie is very much about that, about these kind of how do you be ethical in situations that are deeply unethical. And so I really liked it. I thought it was good. You're right, when you get to that bonkers ending and you're just like, what in the what and wait, she's just rolling with it. Okay.
What are you doing, De
Palma? It's fucking bonkers. But I normally hate that kind of stuff, but I think maybe it is just the sheer ballsiness of it. Because I kept waiting for it to be like, oh no, this was like her dying in a moment. And this is like she had this brief illusion that it was, all a fantasy. And then you're gonna cut to her just bleeding on the street, and then he never does, and then it's all the fantasy, and you're like, what? How did it's like the car taking off at the end of Grease. This is not how reality happens. But it's good. It's fun. Femme Fatale, I had a really good time with it. I do think it's kind of sexy and sleazy in the right kinds of ways, and a fun idea. And aside from an ending that you can totally keep, and the last line, oh fuck, oh man, only in my dreams. Oh no, you can certainly keep that. Put that in your movie. But it's good.
Excellent. See, so far so good here, guys.
Brian De Palma, BDP never made a bad movie. That's what they say about it.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. Let's move on. Let's do The Black Dahlia, 2006. It's based on the novel by James Ellroy, screenplay by Joss Friedman. Music here by Mark Isham, who did Kiss the Girls, Blade, which I was like, that feels like a weird step. Rules of Engagement, and a lot of serious films. And Blade, by the way, don't know if he did the techno scene, probably not. The DP here is our good buddy Vilmos Zsigmond. The cast, we have Josh Hartnett, yes, Josh Hartnett, Aaron Eckhart, Scarlett Johansson, the air babe, Hilary Swank, Mia Kirshner, Mike Starr, Fiona Shaw, James Otis, we love Fiona Shaw as well, John Kavanagh, Troy Evans, Anthony Russell, William Finley makes a little cameo in here, ladies and gents. A little factoid about that one which warmed my heart. Synopsis for this one is: two policemen see their personal and professional lives fall apart in the wake of the Black Dahlia, Elizabeth Short murder investigation. Not that the murder investigation was short, her name was Elizabeth Short. So David Fincher was originally planned to direct and intended to make a 3-hour version shot entirely in black and white.
Perfect sense.
Fincher subsequently left the project, apparently because he doubted that he would be able to make the film exactly the way he envisaged. And then, Bo, wouldn't you know it, the timeline works it in an interesting way that, within a year, he made Zodiac. So, clearly he wasn't, sitting on that. He was like, I need to make a long form, unsolved murder mystery thing here. And if I can't do this one here, I'm fucking doing this one there. But I would have watched that in a second.
Absolutely. Makes perfect sense for him to do that era of as well, that kind of a period piece. Sure. Yeah. I'd love to see that movie. I wish he'd go back and make it.
Right, stop giving away your thoughts. The book was optioned in 1986, but it took 20 years for it to be made. Brian De Palma's initial cut ran at roughly 3 hours and was a faithful adaptation of the book, with more time dedicated to Bucky's psychological breakdown during the investigation and his obsession with avenging the Dahlia. James Ellroy was shown a print of this version and wrote an essay praising it entitled The Hillikers, and it was published in reissued prints of the novel, and which were released before the film's premiere. In the interim between Ellroy's having seen the director's cut and the publication of the essay, the film was significantly edited. Feels like someone maybe should have given them the heads up. After seeing the theatrical cut, Ellroy refused to comment on it, except to comment on it to the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, which sounds like a made-up name. Look, you're not going to get me to say anything negative about the movie, so you might as well give it up. Kind of also makes me think he maybe had something negative to say about the movie. Brian De Palma's longtime friend, character actor William Finley, a frequent star of many De Palma's previous films, took on the role of George Tilden, his only post-1994 film role, which I thought was a nice little detail. Doug, kick us off with this one here. First time watching The Black Dahlia. I remember this movie being everywhere. I don't know if that's because I'm in a different part of the world and maybe we were starved for things, but I remember just the cast was what was driving this, not the fact that Brian De Palma was directing it. In fact, weirdly, it wasn't until we went through this list that I actually realised, I was like, why is that on? Was there 2 Black Dahlia movies, like 2 Mission to Mars movies? And I was like, oh no, that movie I saw was directed by Brian De Palma. I'd never put the two together. So, how'd you get on?
I mean, I remember when it was released, it was a huge deal at the time. I think, it was kind of presented as like the Untouchables meets LA Confidential. Yep. I mean, it felt like De Palma would have been the perfect director for something like that. And maybe he was. Maybe that 3-hour version is great. I don't know that it is, because it feels like some of the flaws here go a little deeper than just missing material from the movie. I still think there are parts of this that are as good as anything in De Palma's career. That scene where Josh Hartnett is trying to save Aaron Eckhart's life and he's getting strangled, and him and William Finley fall to their death. I fucking love that. That might be my favorite thing in the last like 5 De Palma movies by far. I love that sequence. I think it's absolutely excellent. I also love like the first 30 minutes of this, all the neo-noir tough guy stuff with them boxing and stuff like that. I like all the setup. I like Josh Hartnett as an actor now. Yes.
Yeah. It's a good caveat. I'm really looking forward to that new M. Night movie where he's a serial killer trapped on a concert. That I saw a trailer for that. I was like, that looks fun as fuck.
And he was great in Oppenheimer. And this part was originally supposed to be Mark Wahlberg. And I'm telling you, I'm glad that it's Josh Hartnett instead of Mark
100%.
Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg went and did The Departed, which was the exact right decision for him.
100%, yeah.
But something about this, I don't know if it's because he's too young. He just doesn't have it for this particular role. I don't think Aaron Eckhart necessarily does either. Yeah. But the problem with the Aaron Eckhart character is that he loses it so quickly in the context of what's going on. It's like he's totally on top of it. You know that he's going to have some sort of downfall, but it's like 2 scenes and suddenly he's like struggling, right? You can really feel the material cut out when it comes to that sort of material. And then things get wild with the Hilary Swank stuff and her family. That stuff is so crazy at the end as well. It's just like everyone's duplicitous, and her mother is early in the movie, it's like, oh, I guess she's going to have a small part in this. And then she becomes this kind of linchpin for the entire plot. I think Hilary Swank does a good job. I think Rose McGowan does a good job in that one scene that she shows up as well. That's really memorable. I just wish it kind of plumbed old style Hollywood a little bit more. The way that it integrates The Man Who Laughs and the porno industry at the time. The fact that they had that material with De Palma himself doing the voiceover, talking to the actress and telling her what to do, and how that gets kind of sleazier and sleazier. It feels like there's something good that existed in the script to this, and then I don't know where it got fucked up. It's not terrible or anything like that. Like I said, there are sequences in here that are as good as anything De Palma's ever done. But when I think back on the movie, all I can think about is like, boy, it's a mess. It just feels like a big mess of a movie where no one is pulling in the same direction. And then at the end of it, when he finally kills Hilary Swank's character, it's supposed to, in some way, I guess, supposed to be like how at the end of The Untouchables, right? Where it's like kind of, he sold his soul a little bit and then has to retreat back to Scarlett Johansson. But you don't really feel anything for that character. Maybe I think when it all comes down to it, the Josh Hartnett, whether it be the performance of the character, is the big failing of this movie, because I just don't care what happens to him.
Yeah, I
guess the other thing is I don't really care about the Black Dahlia murder itself, right? That seems so secondary to everything else that happens.
It's like one of those movies where it's taken. I always think of that movie Summer of Sam, where it's a story about people that were living in the shadow of, and this movie kind of feels like that's how they're dealing with it as well. I've never read the book, so I don't know if the novel treats it that way, and as such, what they're saying here is he did a faithful adaptation of the book. So that is a big double-edged sword for me, because I sometimes think that, like, there's a reason that's called adaptations to film, is like books don't often transfer very well directly to the cinema. One that springs to mind straight away for some reason, I don't know if I've told this story before, but I'm ready to accept the ridicule. But I went to see that Da Vinci Code movie when it came out at midnight. I'd read the book, so I read the book during that time when everyone had read the book, and for whatever reason, maybe misspent like attention or whatever, I don't know what I expected from the movie, and then I realised that the movie just was the book. So, and it was that like, and it was like faithfully just a recreation of the book. So I spent like the whole time just knowing what was going to happen all the way through it. And yeah, it didn't make for an enjoyable experience at all, like even slightly. So I don't know if that's a case of, you know, he's just done all that and as a result that's what you get. I do think you're right on this one, Doug. I don't think you can blame some of this purely on some studio involvement. I think a 3-hour version of a movie is an ambitious feat for, maybe not now. You go and see The Killer of the Flowers Moon, you'd be sitting there for 3 hours and that's fine. But I think then it was a hard push. I remember there was a lot of kickback on Zodiac, which, like I mentioned before, came out the following year,
right?
because of its length. Like audiences won't sit through a movie that length, and that was just like the given kind of strategy. Believe it or not, Marvel movies have maybe desensitized audiences' ass cheeks for sitting 3 hours to watch a movie. And I mean, it's a kind of byproduct. Everything's got longer streaming as well. You know, it's kind of forced that. To me, I'm with you. Josh Hartnett just doesn't look like someone of this era, like at all. It's the same way Keanu Reeves doesn't look like he should be in Bram Stoker's Dracula. You're like, watching it go, that you're here? Like, but nowadays, I think he totally. In fact, interestingly enough, that TV show Penny Dreadful, I thought he was perfectly cast in it, and that's a period piece. Set before this as well, so I thought he was great in that. So over time, I think he's found that. He just doesn't. He's an oddity in the movie that I can't quite grapple with, and we spend quite a bit of time with him, which makes it kind of more frustrating as it goes along. Like yourself, I'm never really. I'm into true crime, but the Black Dahlia case has never really interested me that much.
Yeah.
But the time period in which it's set is hugely fascinating, and De Palma's take on that would have been really fucking cool. And we get hints of it, we get glimpses of it, we get like the promise of like a story that I almost feel like he could have told much better had he moved away from the book, or just taken artistic license and taken it down a different avenue, and we never really get that. The cast is great, notwithstanding. Hartnett, I think across the board is great. I do struggle with how quickly Aaron Eckhart kind of gets a bit intense, but I like him as an actor. He also has a face of that era.
He certainly does.
Yeah, like he's got that kind of chiseled.
I was just looking, Duncan, for this Letterboxd review for this movie, which when you were talking about Josh Hartnett, it's from Branson Reese, the great cartoonist, and he says that this movie, it reminds them of this tweet about how Jessica Biel, she can't be in period pieces because she has a face that knows about cell phones, like her face, right? And that's how Josh Hartnett applies in this. It's just, you can't look at him without knowing that he has existed in the present day. You just can't disconnect it, which is so funny because he just came off of Oppenheimer, which is literally from the same era, right?
Yeah. Like, you get so far into it that you lose it. Like Josh Hartnett was in every teen movie, like for like back to back for the best part of like almost a decade. So I think it's hard. You just grow up watching that face in that way, so you just expect him to be, you know, you're a teenager in a school. But like across the board, the rest of it, Hilary Swank, you know, Scarlett Johansson, these are actresses that look of that era as well, or have a style about them, or can adapt very easily in. I think the biggest issue in this one is I think it takes a bit too long to get to the bits that would actually service the story in terms of the mystery. And then wraps up in a way which doesn't necessarily make me feel like I've spent a valuable amount of time watching a movie worth its runtime.
I can't believe that Brian De Palma made a period piece from the 40s and managed to fit in female characters that are both prostitutes and porn stars.
Give him time. Give him time, Doug Tilley. He will surprise us all. So yeah, ultimately what I come away from this one is it's another movie that's kind of dim the middle for me. It has elements I love. You're right, that set piece with William Finlay is fucking incredible. And De Palma, like, it's a frustrating thing. We're going to talk about it more. Like, there's those bits where you see it and you're like, there he's there. There's the guy. That's the guy we know. And what's he going to do next? Nothing, right? And we're now going to have to wait 45 minutes to the next big set piece. And when they come in, you feel yourself getting excited because you know what the guy can deliver. And this should have been a home run for him. This should, if anything, put him right back on the map. Like studios should have been banging down the door, and it didn't. This movie grossly underperformed. It's the closest he got to a large budget since. Bo Ransdell. You have kind of hinted a couple of things you've said about the Black Dahlia in particular. So the floor is yours. Go for it.
Well, I think what's interesting is neither of you have really talked about the relationship between Scarlett Johansson, Josh Hartnett, and Aaron Eckhart that is kind of at the center of this movie, which is one of the reasons I don't think it works, because it's the least interesting by far thing about anything going on in this movie. And the movie spends a lot of time with, this weird threesome, a throuple, if you will, that they have become. And there's some like interesting stuff if you scratch at it, like the suggestion that maybe he's impotent. Possibly. Like if it got into some of that stuff, maybe it would be more interesting, almost Hemingway-esque even. But it just never goes for that, and so it feels like a really lost opportunity, and it's just kind of dull. Like all the stuff that you guys talked about with like this examination of old Hollywood and the seedy underbelly of the adult film industry at the time, and these actors being like chewed up and kind of spit out the bottom of this really exploitative system. Like all of that stuff is really interesting. I wish the movie was as interested in that stuff as I was. And I constantly felt as a viewer that the movie was trying to steer me back to a story I didn't care about, and away from the stuff that I did think was actually interesting. And I think as a result, it ends up being kind of frustrating and dull. And I guess I am curious what a longer stretch would look like. I also don't think Scarlett Johansson is very good in this.
She's fine. I think it's more from an aesthetic point of view than necessarily a full-on performance, but I don't know how much of that is just how the character's written.
I mean, I'm not sure, but I don't know that she's got, or at least at this time, because I think she's a really good actor. Like I think was that Marriage Story with her and Adam Driver. Like they're amazing. Both of them are amazing in that. So I don't know if she's right for this kind of dialogue, that kind of a period dialogue or something. It never sounds quite right to me in this movie. But and Josh Hartnett's real flat. Like he's very he's very cardboard, and it's just I mean it's so frustrating because there's a really interesting movie that I would love to watch, and it's probably the one Fincher did. So like maybe Zodiac was just the movie I wanted all along, and now I don't think it succeeds at what it's aiming for, and in fact it's hard to tell exactly what it is aiming for. It's super frustrating.
Fair play. Well, let's take it away from this controversial topic into our next movie, and our third to last movie. We're going to be talking about Redacted from 2007. So, Redacted 2007. This one is both written and directed by Brian De Palma. DP for this one is Jonathan Cliff, who I've just remarked he has done loads of TV and shorts, because he has. Cast here: Patrick Carroll, Izzy Diaz, Ty Jones, Annis Wellman, and other names. There is, but let's be honest. The synopsis for this one is: the devastating reconstruction of the rape and murder of a 15-year-old Iraqi girl by American soldiers in Samsara in 2006. Some of the trivia on this one, not a lot of trivia actually. This was chosen by Cashier du Cinema magazine as the best movie of 2008. Your silence is deafening. This is loosely based on an incident in a part of Iraq that I can't pronounce, so I won't disservice it. In 2006, where US Army soldiers raped and killed a young Iraqi girl along with her family. And the last bit was: the film was financed by Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks professional basketball team. Which,
he's now on Shark Tank, right?
Is it?
Yep. He's one of the main shark guys.
I'm trying to think, like Shark Tank. We call it. What do we call it? It's called Dragon's Den over here.
That's right. Dragon's Den, I think, here in Canada as well. But yeah.
I mean, we don't have dragons.
We don't have
America.
mythical creatures in America, so they have to do Shark Tank.
Yeah.
We stole ours from the UK, so
yeah, that's
sister countries.
You are welcome. Part of the Commonwealth.
That's right.
So technically, if anything, we've been stealing from you. So I apologise. But that's a conversation for a different for recording. I don't want to talk about this first. Who wants to talk about Redacted first?
I got this.
Thanks, Bo.
Redacted is a distasteful bit of pseudo-documentary filmmaking that remakes Casualties of War in a really unpleasant way. I get the impulse to as De Palma. Clearly, he's an anti-war guy, and
Boo.
wanting.
Sorry.
Sorry, let me rephrase. He's a snowflake. He's a liberal cuck.
A wokester.
He's woke, and I mean, obviously, he wants Americans to confront the awfulness of war. That was the idea behind Casualties of War. That's the idea behind this, and it's taking a very similar story, a really tragic story, and obviously nobody's undercutting the horror of the story that's being told, but it's done in the most ham-fisted. Like, this is a movie I totally agree with in terms of its ethics and its its themes, but it's so poorly made. It's like it's the most obvious reactions to any situation. It's badly written, or if it's not written, if it's one of those found footage movies that's sort of more improvised, it's poorly improvised. Everything is just superficial. And then the movie, the thing that's frustrating to me about the movie, it's not that part. I mean, that part of it's not good, and like the Rush character is just a complete cartoon, and all of those things, up to and including that weird ending where one of the main characters comes home and has this like a breakdown in the middle of a bar, celebrating his homecoming. And it should be a really effective scene, but it comes across as like, this is just not all that well done, and so it feels exploitative more than it does poignant. And as if hearing my thoughts, De Palma was like, "Oh, you want exploitative? How about actual photos of dead Iraqi citizens as part of this subpar, anti-war found footage mess?" And it just feels like you're co-opting something that is it's horrific. And I don't disagree that Americans should have to face those images to see the starkness of war. This is not the time or the place.
No.
Or on the back
very
of this
Mondo
movie
of it, I mean,
yes, it felt
Mondo way of doing things.
right, like it feels distasteful, and for all of De Palma's creepiness with his psychosexual thrillers, none of that ever feels like it crosses the line. Redacted, like, my note for Redacted is just ugh. Yeah. It's gross. It's a movie that doesn't earn the shock that it gives you. Mm-hmm. And I think that it's just I think it's a bad movie. I think and not bad in that it's poorly made or whatever, but it's in poor taste.
Doug Tilley.
I think that this concept of making almost this exact same movie could work if it was done with like Blair Witch Project level money, right? With like people who are just like, we're going to make it as real as possible. Everything about it is real. And I think that is what Brian De Palma thought he was doing. But you're not convinced for a second that these performances are real people. This minute that you see the Confederate flag on that guy's bed, you're like, oh, this guy's going to end up being a psycho piece of shit. And he is. He's just a psycho. There's no nuance to it whatsoever, right? And it's just, you just want it to be better than it is because, like Bo, it's like, I agree with what he's doing here. And I also think that it's, as a wake-up call, it's like, it could be very effective to see it like this, but no one acts like a real human being in it. And I know that they're supposed to be programmed soldiers that are, and they've been there for so long that it's twisted their morality and all of that material. but it's just the fact that it takes this found footage approach, which I think is a pretty interesting and unique approach. It could work, but when you see these really hammy, weak performances in that found footage mold, found footage really requires people to be as natural as possible, and I just don't see it, particularly with the overweight character and his buddy, right? Like they're just so terrible in this movie. And Salazar's not very good either, but I mean, it's like that's an impossible role. The fact that we're supposed to think that he's going to go along to the rape to film it because he's trying to get into film school, all that stuff just feels so hacky, and so it just feels like it does not reflect a reality that is identifiable enough to have it, because you are separated from the reality of it. It means that it doesn't have as much impact as it should.
Yeah, if you're as a movie trying to hold a mirror up to show those actions, and then you create things in an unrealistic fashion, that kind of defeats the purpose.
At some point, De Palma saw one of those videos of someone's head getting cut off, and apparently it really affected him. As I saw one of those, and it affected me too. It's a nightmarish thing, right? And the fact that he is showing the empathy to the right people in this scenario is, I think, admirable. Like, again, this is a noble movie in a lot of ways, and I hope that it would have the intended effect. But we know that someone saw this movie and thought it was a real documentary and ended up doing real life violence because of it. And maybe it should have just been a documentary, right? Maybe it should have been a documentary about the incident it was talking about, and maybe that incident isn't as engaging as some of the stuff that we see here, but at least it would have real resonance. And that's, I think, the biggest crime for Redacted, is that it just doesn't resonate with me whatsoever, even though it is as vicious a condemnation of American foreign policy as probably you'll ever see in a movie, right? It's very direct about it. It just isn't impactful, which is what a fucking bummer this movie is.
Yeah, this was a slog to get through. It was interesting because you posted in our group chat before we started recording that like Brian De Palma's name had been linked to Paranormal Activity 2.
That's right.
Which you've got to think off the back of this.
Was it maybe before this? Maybe
no,
right? Maybe
like Paranormal Activity's 2007.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, maybe it was off of it, or maybe he just generally had this interest in found footage movies and was pursuing something like that.
It's so bizarre, the timeline, because like Paranormal Activity's 2007. I think it was formally released 2008, but done like press screenings and that.
Sure.
Him doing a kind of found footage movie in 2007, releasing in 2007, is actually very much against the trend of what cinema is doing, because it hasn't picked back up yet. Very few people are actually doing found footage at this time, so he's on the cusp of it, which is like interesting, because we don't usually say that about Brian De Palma. It's usually the other way around, you know, like, oh, here's this well-trodden thing, and then Brian De Palma was putting his stamp on it. So
in some ways he should be like the last person to do found footage.
100%.
Part of his style is keeping the audience at arm's length, right?
He understands the language of cinema. He should not be doing found footage.
And his style, it means that there's always going to be a distance, right? The reality is always going to be one step removed. And even though he did documentary stuff at the earlier part of his career, so it's not like he doesn't know that form, but I just don't think that he's interested enough in the reality of a situation to present something that feels like reality.
Yeah. It's bizarre, because he's already kind of told this story in a different time, right? A different war. And there's a part of me that feels like a kind of, look how far we've not come.
There's that. It's also, I mean, that movie, Casualties of War, was 20 years removed, and this one was like, he's right in the midst of it.
Yeah, this is like, that's right during it. So like, I think there's a really interesting commentary there. I just don't think it's wielded with the, not even the nuance, but the kind of reverence of execution that it requires, and as a result of that, it just is an unpleasant watch. I think Bo summed it up perfectly. This is an movie, and I just wanted it over very quickly. And I've said this already once or twice on some of these movies. I will never watch this movie again. It was one and done, and that was enough for me. And it seemed to be enough for De Palma for a wee while anyway, because it was 5 years before he came back. He returned with Passion, which is a remake of a movie that came out, 2 years before? A French movie which came out 2 years before, financed by French people that wanted it done in English language. So There we go. The original film was called Crème d'Amour, and was done by Elaine Corneau and Natalie Carter. Brian De Palma obviously did some of the reworking on the scripts here. Pino Donaggio returns. He's back. Hey, Pino, high five. And the DP for this one is Jose Luis Alcaine, who did The Skin I Live In, which is a movie I fucking love. And appears to have done quite a lot of stuff with Almodovar. But he also did Domino. So he's going to carry over to the next movie as well. So we won't get too far ahead on this one. Rachel McAdams, Nomi Rapace, Caroline Herfuth, Paul Anderson, Rainer Bock, Benjamin Sadler, Michael Rochkoff, Jorg Pincht. And the synopsis for this one is: the rivalry between the manipulative boss of an advertising agency and a talented protege escalates from stealing credit to public humiliation to murder, which is the natural progression if you worked in an office. It's just we've all been there. So the trivia: this is a remake of the French film Love Crime from 2010. The director died the same year that this was released. I imagine that's just a coincidence. Can I go home? So this is the 8th film.
He was invited to the screening, but he took the easy way out.
Died of shame. This is the 8th film by Brian De Palma that has been scored by Pino Donaggio. Their first collaboration was Carrie back in 1976.
Probably an awkward conversation where he's like, "Look, I'm not going to replace you."
Listen, you gave me something. I didn't think it was great. Some water under the bridge since then, but I really need a Donaggio score right now. He's gonna give me some of that. Give me that good stuff. By the way, he also scored Domino, so they're back, best friends now, BFF. Actually, with a lot of the kind of carryover here, you'd be surprised to realize that these movies do actually, the last two have some time in between them. It does kind of have that kind of almost that bit that kind of Jesus Franco, let's just make 3 movies back to back kind of feeling with the personnel. So yeah, Carice Van Houten did a screen test for the film but didn't get the part. She later did get the female leading part in Domino from 2019. Also
lucky her.
By Brian De Palma. So there we go. So like people just take reject from Brian De Palma really well. They're like, I'm just gonna try again. Bo, Passion, first time watch. Sexy manipulative rivalries between hot young women. I can imagine you were in like Flynn.
Yeah, I could barely keep my pants on, Duncan.
This one's got a creepy mask on the cover though, so that must be creepy.
Sure. This took me a couple of tries to get through.
Age kicking in.
Yeah.
That's
what it was. Yeah, it was just the age. No, here's the thing. I find Rachel McAdams, I think, is a really interesting choice as sort of the heavy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't see her that way, and even after watching this movie, I still don't see her that way.
This reaffirmed my opinion.
Right. Confirmed, like, the theory was, can Rachel McAdams be the heavy in a movie? And what science has led us to is that is a failed experiment. I like this kind of cat and mouse thing that's going on between the two of them. Like the first 30-ish minutes of it, yeah. I'm really engaged with it. And then it just starts getting like to double crosses and triple crosses and the kind of subplot involving this business dealing and all of that stuff. And at a certain point I realized like, oh, I just don't care about any of this. And then the conclusion I don't think is very good. I think it's very silly, and I don't think it's silly in a way that like Brian De Palma, notably a great sense of humor, but I don't think it's funny in the way that he thinks it's funny. So there are elements that I really do like. But it ultimately feels kind of lifeless at the end of the day, and it doesn't feel like good De Palma does. Like
Mm.
even when it's messy, good De Palma just has a vibe and an energy to it, and this just doesn't feel like it's got that vibe.
You think
Speaking
that
of
anyone has
vibes.
ever really woken up in a prison cell from a dream and being like, and for a second they're like, oh, thank God, my whole prison sentence was just a dream. And then they wake up and look around. It's like, oh no, I'm actually in prison.
Yeah. It's real dumb.
If you
Knock on the door. No, here's the thing. I'm actually innocent. Oh, let's get you out of here right away.
if you're in a David Lynch movie like Lost,
Oh, I
Highway,
will
you
ride this way,
transform into a completely different person while you're in a jail cell. You just like morph. Like,
Yeah.
one minute you're Bill Pullman, then you're someone else.
Right, innocent, you say? Well, this is quite the pickle. Let's get you right out of here. Anyway, yes, Doug.
Thank you. I had the exact opposite response to Bo in that I did not like any of the setup. I found it very, very dull. And I didn't really care about the fact that these women were sniping at each other because they're all rich. So who gives a fuck? And then once it gets stupid, I started liking it a lot. Once they really, she's like, once you're framing someone for murder and you're taking sugar pills instead of these drugs and you're trying to convince people that you've gone insane and you have a assistant who's in on it and tries to frame you and the blue fucking look, it gets really silly in the second half. And I was on board with the silliness. It gets this is maybe the closest he got in a long time to a giallo. In that it's the point of view stuff. There's one sequence, especially with the point of view shot where Rachel McAdams gets killed, and it's got the black gloves and everything, and the fact that now the technology that Brian De Palma is embracing is like cell phone videos. Now he's like that's perfect for him. He was born to be in the smartphone era where you can just be recording people all the time. It must be just a dream for that fucking guy. It feels, this one has kind of a Sisters-ish feel to it for me, even though it is definitely trying to be more of an erotic thriller. And like I said, the eroticism in this does not work for me whatsoever. I don't. And that Dirk character, who gives a shit about that guy? What a fucking empty vessel that guy is. But the feud between these two women, once it gets crazy, I get really on board with it. And I'll say that this is half of a pretty darn good movie, but the rest of it I just don't have any time for.
Yeah, there's big old giallo vibes in this one, particularly in the score. The thing about this one is I think its conceit really relies on you, like, truly, like you think you mentioned it rightly there, Doug. I think it relies on you, like, just being like fully invested in these very entitled, very rich people who've just decided they're going to fuck each other over. You were talking about like that kind of giallo nature of it, and it does. It kind of feels like, if you want to do a comparison here, you know what movie also came out in 2012? Dario Argento's Dracula 3D. So I'm just gonna say, passion.
The old master's return.
If we do the old game with a gun,
yeah, I mean, I guess point De Palma.
But if you hang in the game long enough, eventually you win that point, because the competition goes away and makes a fucking shambles.
I like how they try to present like Rachel McAdams' character. She's such a pervert.
Yeah.
She has a mask.
Oh yes,
strap on. Can you believe
like
it?
she has the cleanest sex drawer I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, that instantly takes me out. There are no sex drawers that look like that, like ever. Like she's not like that. Like everything looks polished and nice. like someone's put like potpourri in there as well, just to give it a nice lavender smell. So I'd look like a load of nonsense. Like,
so what does your sex drawer look like? I mean,
yeah, right.
Cobwebs.
Like, I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like the sad, lonely life of someone that's used it too much. Like, there we go. Not like things that look like they're cared for. Things look like things that have been used. Right, so
they've got mileage. Okay.
Yeah, I'm thrifty, Bo. You know what I mean? I ain't throwing anything out.
Oh, God,
right, so why did we get in this topic? So yeah, like to me, I'm kind of leaning more towards the Doug side of things. Like this movie started off so painfully boring for me that I almost bailed. I almost did the like I need to watch this in several sittings that Bo did, and like I was kind of I just wasn't digging it at all. And then at some point things just went full bonkers, and I was like, that's the De Palma that I know, right? Let's stick with this one. And then it gleefully just got more and more absurd as it went on. I think the problem is, overall here, is that I don't know how much it's like the previous film. So this is a remake, so I don't know if that's how the original is intended, and as such, De Palma's just doing a kind of beat-for-beat remake without much change here, and as a result, some of the things I would niggle at from a narrative perspective are just part and parcel of doing the remake. It kind of feels like a bit of a cheap way to get out of some of the movie's more egregious, kind of boring turns. But I will say this about it: when it needs to go big, go bold, and go a bit silly, the movie goes there, and I kind of like it for that. I mean, this is still like lesser Brian De Palma. I mean, it's only 10 years between this movie and Femme Fatale, and Femme Fatale against this movie looks like a fucking Oscar winner. So yeah, I thought it was okay for what it was. Definitely not top tier De Palma. Definitely not the very bottom either. Like if it took him 5 years to get that Redacted stink off him and then come back and do Passion, I would much rather he was doing movies like Passion than doing movies like Redacted. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Let's swing this into a lot of similar names coming in here in the last movie, which was Domino from 2019. Interestingly enough, I saw that Doug posted this on Twitter. The movie takes place in Copenhagen in June 2020, not a masking site. So that has aged horribly. like no COVID in this world. So why he chose that date as well makes no sense to me. Even a little bit. This one is written by Peter Scalvin. Maybe, I don't know. Pino Donaggio back on music. Jose Luis Alcan back doing the DP duties here. The movie stars the dude from Game of Thrones, the woman from Game of Thrones. A lot of foreign names here, a lot of Danish names. No, it's got Nikolaj Coster-Waldau, Soren Malling, Paprika Steen, Helena. You've got a hard name, so let's skip that. Guy Pearce, I know him. Guy Pearce. Why is Guy Pearce?
I like how you really grabbed that one. You know,
why is Guy
it's like
Pearce
a
in
life
this movie?
preserver.
Why is Guy Pearce in this movie, and why is he coming in with that like kind of faux Texas agent like? I work for the State Department. You know, like I
Foghorn Leghorn.
You know, I say.
He wandered off the set of a Robert Rodriguez movie.
I have no idea why he's in this movie. Guy Pearce is better than this movie, right? But I don't want to get too far into myself here. Synopsis is: a Copenhagen police officer seeks justice for his partner's murder by a mysterious man. Some trivia here. Christina Hendricks was originally cast in Domino, didn't do it, and so he got the woman that didn't get selected from the other one. He's like, I can go back to her, give her a role. There was never, according to De Palma, there was never a longer version of this movie, according to the assistant editor. Director Brian De Palma confirmed in June 2019 that the released version is his cut. It was not recut. I was not involved in the ADR, the musical recording sessions, the final mix, or the colour timing, or the final print. So makes me wonder what he actually did. Brian De Palma complained about the difficult production conditions. He said, I had a lot of problems in the financing. I've never experienced such a horrible movie set. A large part of our team has not even been paid yet by the Danish producers. The film is finished and is ready to go out, but I have no idea what its future will hold. It's currently in the hands of the producers. This was my first experience in Denmark, and it will most likely be my last.
A lot of people are saying that.
Which is a shame. I really enjoyed Denmark. I've been over twice, but it's a nice place to visit, not a place to stay or shoot a movie. Very expensive. Very expensive. Like Scandinavian block, expensive. Like, so they've got all like they've mostly pay for everything over there. So we kind of partially pay for things over here. You partially pay for things over there. In Bo's country, no one pays for anything. like, so, like, I mean...
No. We pay for a lot. We just don't get much for it.
Yeah. So, but over there, they pay for everything. So as a result, everything costs more. But they get paid better. So, I mean, it swings and roundabouts. Right, let's... I'm gonna be honest. I enjoyed Domino a lot more than I thought I was gonna. Right. I came into this one gently because I remember when it was released. I remember covering the news about this one for the podcast. I remember going like that. It sounds like he's back doing a thriller. Yeah, Brian De Palma doing a thriller. Yeah, let's do this. And then the initial reviews came out, and I was like, maybe it's good that I don't break my heart by being left memories of movies. Like, maybe I don't pull a Friedkin to myself and then watch that fucking documentary with that exorcist and just be like, oh no, oh no, I've been done William Friedkin. Why are you leaving me with this? Although we'll start to see his new movie, and I think that fixes a lot of the kind of this was your last movie. Domino, I mean, his name is so on the nose, you might as well punch yourself. Because he leaves his gun, it sets off a chain of events like a domino, which is going to work its way through to the final conclusion on a fucking neon sign above a ballpark. It's just so out there and kind of fun and quirky. At its core, this is a movie that arguably needs more money in it. Unlike what I said about previous ones. This one could have done with it. We've got drone tech in this as well, but the drones will kill you if it flies into you. The most vicious fucking drone I've ever seen. This is the Freddy Krueger of drones. This is the welcome to primetime, bitch.
I'll tell you, if they make another Nightmare on Elm Street movie, Freddy's definitely going to get
Freddy the drone. Like, there is a drone Freddy. Like, that's not happening. Like, see if it does happen. We mentioned it here. I'm copyrighting that 28th of April. That's a Sunday, 2024. Sitting with my boy, Bo and Doug. So it's copyrighted. That's how that works. Yeah. Some of this I thought was brilliant. Some of this I thought was laugh out loud.
Why don't you list what you thought was brilliant?
I'm gonna get to some of this I thought was
in order of brilliance, please.
Some of this I thought was brilliant. Some of this I thought was laugh out loud funny. And some of this was just fucking ponderous, right? The stuff that I thought was brilliant. Some of the cinematography on this is like this is the like where you get giddy and you think Brian De Palma still got it. There is a chase scene across a roof, which I thought was fucking great. Like Tens kind of got me in. Camera work was awesome. The whole end sequence where they enter the stadium and that's a big tracking shot. And it's all the stuff that Brian De Palma does really well. So I'm giving them praise for being able to do things he's shown time and time again he can actually do. It's like me praising my child for walking, even though she's been walking for a year. You're like, oh, well done. I feel that I need to mention those things because they stand out like a sore thumb against a lot of the missteps this movie does. The big misstep is the casting. This is casted horribly. Like, horribly. Notwithstanding Guy Pearce, who's easy in this movie. Our main dude, like the Game of Thrones dude, he's not great in Game of Thrones. He's less charming here. He's the least convincing police officer I think I've ever seen. His partner, I couldn't give a fuck about, but he's like a father figure to him, who's also having an affair, which he seems to be fine with. There is a scene in this.
He seems to kind of root for him with
I
the
was
affair,
howling with laughter. I was howling with laughter watching
Like,
this
that
movie.
good on you.
Right.
Yeah.
I was howling with laughter when he's on the plane travelling to Brussels and he's got her phone and he's flipping through it, and then there's just photos that have clearly been taken the day before, right? With this cop who's now died. He's died in the movie, but like kind of cuddling, like he's bit on the side, and but our main dude's looking at this smiling. Like, oh, I'm so happy. He was so happy.
So glad he was fucking during that time period.
Oh, wait,
and this guy is friends with his wife. Like, they
friends.
Goes to his
she
house.
is crippled. She's a crippled woman. She's a crippled woman that lost her husband, and it's your fault because you took his gun because you left your gun at home. Like, but you're happy. This guy was stepping out, and that she's pregnant. That's not gonna be awkward. I was
My best pal and this acquaintance getting it wet.
I was
I couldn't be happier.
howling with laughter, right? I thought this was absolutely hilarious.
Then he gets a little startled by the fact that she's pregnant.
Yeah.
Apparently, like, well along as well.
Yeah.
You think he'd be like, gotta wrap that shit up, buddy. Come on.
Oh, for a second there, I didn't realize that was their baby. I thought he was just dating progressively younger women.
But like, this guy's supposed to be his mentor, and we never spend any great time to really establish any of that. And as a result, like, and he's not portrayed in any way which then retrospectively makes me feel sorry for him. So I don't know.
It's the old adage, Duncan, of tell, don't show.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? This is almost a giallo kind of story as well, on some level, because like it sets up and they make sure the camera, De Palma focuses so much on this gun being left in this house. I actually thought his camera got stuck. It's like, no, we're just gonna have to stay on the gun. That this is the thing that forgets it kicks off the dominoes and all the rest. But when you then go through it, this gun, not taking it, is going to lead to him basically having to go and investigate something with his partner's gun, and they don't know the guy that they've captured is essentially an assassin, who then kills his partner, and then he himself goes on the run, but is then captured. Now this is all the same movie, then captured by the CIA, led by Australian actor Guy Pearce, who's doing an amazing kind of just stock American CIA agent. Like, if you watched any movie where it's the same accent they use in Sicario with Josh Brolin, or what's that one with fucking Russell Crowe and Leonardo DiCaprio, where he's the CIA handler. Russell Crowe has the same accent. It's like just generic CIA American accent. So
yeah,
like, Guy Pearce shows up and is like manipulating this guy as like an asset to kill these terrorists who are in Copenhagen, like just about to murder and blow people up, right? And I'm watching it going, how did we get here? Like, it's like you forgot we were buying sandwiches 2 minutes ago and you left your gun at home. How do we get here? And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You know what doesn't get bigger? The budget. The budget stays the same. And things keep getting bigger, and as a result, I can see the cracks all the way through this. And then it ends up in an ending that I'm not quite convinced I understand what the ending meant at all. Well, you can't take him back to the CIA, I'm going to arrest him, but you're going to shoot him because he killed your and everyone's alright with that, no one's been arrested. Roll credits?
That's not roll credits. Remember, there's one more sequence where they re-show the bit with the woman shooting the thing, and then it fades into the credits. It's so fucking terrible.
The ending is basically so the ending is the YouTube video.
Yeah,
that's right. A different way. I will tell you this: there is a bit where they do split screen. But they do split screen from the terrorist perspective that I've never seen done in a movie before. And when I was watching it, I was like, part of me wants to applaud how genius that is, and the other part of me thinks that is like insane that you would think about that. Like, this is what I mean. There's moments, there's flashes of creativeness, whether it works or doesn't, or like the skill level there. The story is just fucking bonkers. Like, it is absolutely nuts, and it goes so huge. So it's like Blowout, like, manages to contain, an assassination conspiracy in a tight, condensed movie that feels fucking massive. And this one is the inversion of that, where it's this huge conspiracy and this huge government overreach and terrorist organizations and no fucking budget to shoot it. So I got to the end of it. Was I entertained? More than I should have been. I
cannot believe how long you've talked about this.
Because this is the last one I watched. I watched this last night and I got to the end and I was just like, this is the last movie that we have of his for now. It's better than some of the final movies we've ended up with from some of the other directors.
Fair enough.
It is so far down from where this guy should be. I feel cynically that Brian De Palma might just be making movies because the opportunity comes up, as opposed to actually wanting to make movies. That's my thoughts on it. Doug Tilley, I'm sure you'll be more concise than me in the scale, but Domino.
I mean, I agree with most of what you said. I think the opening segment is terrific. I think it's really tense because at that point you don't have to care about who these people are or what's going on, right? You understand the relationship, but you understand it's like shit is going down, it's getting bad, it's exciting because it's a chase scene, and then you actually have to get into the plot, and that's where everything fucking falls apart for me. Here's the thing. If the movie was Eric Ebenet's character, his Ezra Tarzi character, with Guy Pearce having him under his thumb and making him do stuff around the world and hunt down terrorists, that's fucking great. That's my favorite part of the entire movie is that character. It's like this guy, he murdered this dude earlier, so we know he's not like a good guy, but he's a guy who has a motivation because his father was killed by terrorists. He's going around the world, right? I mean, I think that's a great fucking idea. Why do we need these Danish fucking nobodies just driving around? It's like, and then it ends with that terrific sequence at the bullfighting ring, and I think all that's terrific. But of course, I don't care outside of, oh, I don't want that guy to blow up innocent people, right? That's a good enough reason. That's good enough. That makes the sequence work for me. I also love that the whole idea is that the drone has to get the perfect shot before the guy can blow himself up. That feels like such a beautifully meta moment. Like that's a great use of De Palma stuff. I also think that sequence where the woman is on the Hollywood red carpet, the red carpet at the film festival, and she's shooting and stuff. I think that's a pretty effective sequence.
I think it's really clever. It made me wonder why we'd never seen something like that before.
It feels like the next evolution of the kind of stuff that De Palma was doing anyway. So that felt like really good as well. So there are moments in this movie, probably a good 15-20 minutes of it that I'm like, oh, this is really good. Now let's make the whole rest of it rely on the most boring fucking nobodies that could ever exist. And I'm like, I sent an article to the both of you that someone sent to me because I said I didn't like this on social media. They said, look, I read this and it changed my opinion of it. And I read that article as well. And it's a beautifully written article. It is really, really good. And it's pretty convincing. It's like the way that De Palma used his limitations made him be more creative. And I'm like, I agree with a lot of what I'm reading here, but it does not make those characters interesting. It just doesn't make me care about what they're doing. This guy should got fucking suspended. What, he leaving his gun? When he fucked some woman, he even lied about it afterwards. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel it. It felt like you had to have a bunch of white people at the center of it, and that's why that part is going on, and that made me feel like the movie. And the worst thing about it is that when I watched it, I was like, this feels like a direct-to-video. Like this feels like a direct, like one of those Aaron Eckhart movies that come out now, those action movies that are just like throwaway garbage. It feels like that's where he's treading, and it's like, this is Brian De Palma.
This is Brian De Palma. This is the director of the Untouchables. What are we doing here?
What are we doing, world?
Yeah. Bo Ransdell. Final thoughts on the final movie.
Yeah, Doug really turned me around on my opinion. Not because I had a high opinion of this movie, but because I was like, I don't like it, but I'm not entirely sure why I don't like it. And as soon as Doug said it's because of the boring white people in the middle of this movie, I was like, oh yeah, that is it.
Yeah, let's cast this with actors from Game of Thrones that aren't like compelling actors in Game of Thrones. let's put them in here. Let's have them be. Let's have this set in Denmark, but everyone talks in a pretty good English accent. Like, what's the purpose?
It's like that Dirk character from Passion was just like everybody, right? It's just
right. Yes. Right, but like Dirk was the main character all of a sudden, and all of the interesting stuff was happening in the background. It's not good. It's a bummer that this is the last thing that we've gotten out of Brian De Palma. For now. Hopefully, knock on wood. Hopefully he's got another 5-6 movies in him. It's my note, which is a little cheeky, is that this feels like somebody doing a pastiche of a De Palma movie. And of course that would be directed by Brian De Kinda. But that's how it feels. It feels like you ran like a De Palma movie through the telepods from The Fly, and it was before the equation was quite right. And so it comes out and it's mostly the same, but it's lacking that thing that, makes the thing the true thing. And
Yeah, this is like the direct to streaming directors, like movie world like that. Yeah, I was really channeling my inner De Palma. I mean, like some people have said that my movie making's very De Palma-esque.
Right. Like I watched Femme Fatale before I directed this movie. And so it's disappointing. It's got flashes here and there of good stuff. And like you said, all the drone stuff at the bullfight is really cool.
That drone has like scissor hands. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when that guy goes up, it's like we watched the movie X-Cross recently, and there's a character that literally explodes in that film, and it was very similar. Of just like, oh, this drone just reduced this guy to chunks. In a way that I really could get behind.
Well, ladies and gents, that is us at the end of our Brian De Palma filmography. You know what's left is the bit that everyone loves this because they get to basically sit with their listening device on and go wrong to whatever we say. So what you're going to do is hopefully the guys read my message earlier on and did their extra homework. I don't have to pad for time here. But we are going to do our top 5 movies from 1981 through to 2019. So basically covering this episode. And our bottom 3. And then as a little cheeky bonus, just because you've stuck with us for over 5 hours, we're going to do our overall look at the Brian De Palma filmography, giving you our top 5 overall and our bottom 3 overall. And it'll be interesting to see how they line up. We will start with Bo Ransdell. Let's do bottom 3, right? So, and you can start, we'll go in reverse order, so 3 down to 1. So what is your third least favourite movie from the period that we've just been talking about?
Those instructions were perfectly clear and in no way confusing. My third least favorite of the De Palma movies, as I understand it, is the Black Dahlia, is it's just a total misfire and dull.
Excellent. Doug Tilley.
I have been changing these as we've been talking. I mean, I had it written up, but the conversations have shifted some things around. My number 3 of my bottom of this era is Domino.
Mine's is also Domino. There we go. Interesting. I talked a lot about that movie. But what's your number 2? This is where I'm super curious because I know we will have similar ones, 1 and 2. I just don't know what the order will be when they drop. So give me your second least favorite movie.
Mission to Mars.
Really?
Right. Oh yeah, I can't stress enough how much I dislike that movie.
That blows.
After hearing him talk about it, it does not surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah. What a waste of time. Anyway,
I don't think he said he liked anything.
There's at least 2 other movies he said he didn't like anything in either, and I thought those would be higher. Doug Tilley, your second least favourite movie.
Number 2, The Bonfire of the Vanities.
Ooh, right. It's a Bonfire of the Vanities. Mine's was Redacted. So this is where we come in slightly different. I'll be interested to see who has what at number 1. So, Bo, your least favourite movie of this period?
Redacted, easily.
Yeah, so Bo is Redacted, and Doug is? Redacted. Mine's is The Bonfire of the Vanities, and I'll tell you why it's like number 1 for me, because I think that movie has all the benefit in the world to be a good movie, and with everything at his disposal and everything he could have done, he didn't fucking do it. He made a fucking shit movie. So you can't hide behind budget or actors or anything like that. That's just a bad movie. So there we go. Right, so there you are, ladies and gents, in reverse order. Bo's was the Black Dahlia, Mission to Mars, and Redacted. Doug Tilley was Domino, Bonfire of the Vanities, and Redacted, and I was Domino, Redacted, and the Bonfire of the Vanities. Let's do the one they all want, though. This is the top 5. This is the GOAT of this episode. Let's start with Bo. What is your 5th favourite movie? So let's go to reverse order again.
Raising Cain, baby.
Raising Cain. Oh my God, it's Cain. Some wrestling reference. That's gotta be Cain.
That's gotta be Cain.
That's gotta be Cain.
Surprised it took this long, quite frankly.
Yeah, I was saving it for the end. Doug Tilley, what's your number 5?
Maybe controversial. My number 5 is Snake Eyes.
Number 5 for me is also Snake Eyes, buddy.
Hey,
Woo-woo.
Snake Eyes buddies.
Snake Eyes buddies. That's what they're going to call us on the internet, Doug, and I'm no way upset about that. But what's a number 4 for you?
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. Don't know what I was doing there. Doug Tilley.
We're all getting a little loopy at this point.
Yep.
It's, my number 4 is The Untouchables.
Untouchables, what? Number 4 for me is Carlito's Way. That was the worst of all our Al Pacinos. Hooah! So that's number 4 for me. Number 3 for you, Bo Ransdell.
Oh, Carlito's Way.
I love when you do that. Doug Tilley, number 3 for you.
Carlito's Way.
Nice.
We are going through the different phases of Pacino intensity. Number 3 for me. Some people may argue it's high. I don't care. It's Body Double. I love me some Body Doubles. It's number 3 for me. Number 2 for you, Bo.
Blowout.
Ooh.
Number 2 for you, Doug.
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible.
Oh, he's doing it again.
Mission Impossible.
I think that the disguise your voice puts on.
It's authentic. See if you close your eyes. French. I know.
Yeah, that's
what you're thinking. Bro.
Hey, remember when Tom Cruise he's got makeup on to look like that senator?
the vocal equivalent, is what you're saying.
Hey, listen, Bo, you wouldn't like me when I'm very angry. And number 2 for me is the
It's a right to defend itself. That's right.
Oh my god.
No, number 2 for me is the Untouchables, which I think I've worked out. Where we are with this one. Bo, what is number 1 for you?
Oh yeah, sure, the Untouchables.
That's where I thought you were going. Doug, I also think I know what your number 1 is.
Yeah, this one won't be a surprise. It's Blowout.
Blowout, and my number 1 is also Blowout. So, in reverse order, Bo's and number 5 is Raising Cain. Number 4 is Mission Impossible in a Scottish accent. Number 3 is Carlito's Way. Number 2 is Blowout. And number 1 is The Untouchables. Doug Tilley at number 5 is Snake Eyes. Number 4 is The Untouchables. Number 3 is Carlito's Way. Number 2 is Mission Impossible. And at number 1 is Blowout. And at 5 for me is Snake Eyes. 4 Carlito's Way. 3 Body Double. 2 The Untouchables. And at number 1 is Blowout. So that's just this episode, right? We can do better than that, right? We can extend this out over the whole fucking thing, right? So this is like from the 60s to 2019. This is all bets are off. Let's start with the bottom 3. This is going to be fun, right? Bo Ransdell, what did you have as your third least favourite movie from the entire back catalogue of Brian De Palma? Bo Ransdell is on mute.
Son of a bitch. So third worst for me is Get to Know Your Rabbit. One of the unfunniest things I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Don't tell me, was it number 3 for you?
I've been struggling with this a little bit because there are movies that I think are worse, but they're not as irritating to me. So I'm going to start with number 3, The Bonfire of the Vanities.
Ooh, that is where I started as well, buddy. Bonfire of the Vanities for me, once again, for all the reasons I mentioned above. Number 2, your second least favourite movie in the Brian De Palma back catalogue, Bo Ransdell.
This is a crazy one, I know.
Oh.
I think it's The Fury. I think I really don't like The Fury very much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. I love your boldness. That's what we have on this episode. So how very De Palma of you, just to go bold.
I know.
Doug Tilley, what's at number 2 for you? Second least
Number
favorite.
2, for all the reasons that we've said, it's Redacted.
Redacted. Mings is Murder a la Mode, which, yeah, we spoke about it for a while, so go and listen to it. I'm super curious in this one then, right? Bo Ransdell, what's your, like, has it been overtaken? Has the prominent one from the previous episode been overtaken from movies in this one? What's your least favourite movie that Brian De Palma has directed?
It's still Redacted. Redacted offends me. I think Redacted is, like, genuinely a thing that people should not see.
Doug Tilley, what's your least favourite movie?
Brother, you know what it is. It is, look, this is a very interesting movie. In some ways, it's the most De Palma movie, and maybe that's why I don't like it. It's home movies.
I'm the same as you. Home movies fucking sucks. like Redacted made me feel icky, yes, and horrible, and made me question why cinema exists, but home movies just fucking what are we doing here, De Palma? Right, let's do our top 5. Our top 5 De Palmas of all time, because we've seen them all, so we get to comment on this. Bo Ransdell at number 5.
Yeah, Phantom of the Paradise. Suck it.
I love it. Doug Tilley, number 5 for you.
Number 5, Mission Impossible.
Woo! Number 5 for me is Body Double. That's right.
Ooh,
I like.
nice.
I told you I like sleazy, trashy, pee movies. He really speaks to me, that Brian De Palma.
Movies.
And number 4 for you, Bo.
Carlito's Way.
Oh,
nice.
You can't say it like that though.
Carlito's Way got bounced down.
Doug Tilley at number 4 for you.
Number 4, Dressed to Kill.
Oh, my boy. Number 4 for me is Carrie. Carrie at number 4 for me. And number 3 for Bo Ransdell.
Carrie.
Yes, Queen. Don't even know what that means. My daughter says it all the time, though. Doug at number 3 for you.
Number 3 is might make you upset, Duncan. It's Blowout.
Oh, my heart has been pierced by the dagger of betrayal. My dagger's name is Doug. Number 3 for me is Dressed to Kill. Number 2 on the list, Bo Ransdell.
Blowout.
Blowout, baby. I don't know. I'm seriously starting to lose it.
Folks, 5 hours, okay?
5 plus. 5 plus.
5 plus.
Yeah, don't diminish. Doug Tilley, number 2 for you.
My number 2 is Carrie.
Carrie. Yes. And number 2 for me is The Untouchables, which should leave no surprise where my number 1 is going, but let's work our way around this. Bo, what is number 1 for you?
Still The Untouchables.
Yes. Right. Doug, I'm curious. What was your number 1?
I think you know, if you really search your heart, you know that number 1 is Phantom of the Paradise.
Of course it is. I love you for it. And number 1 for me is Blowout, which means that if we do them in reverse order, Bo Ransdell at number 5 is Phantom of the Paradise, and number 4 is Carlito's Way, and number 3 is Carrie, number 2 is Blowout, number 1 is The Untouchables. Doug Tilley at number 5 is Mission Impossible, number 4 is Dressed to Kill, number 3 is Blowout, number 2 is Carrie, and number 1 is Phantom of the Paradise. And number 5 for me is Body Double, 4 Carrie, 3 Dressed to Kill, 2 The Untouchables, number 1 is Blowout. And I don't care whichever way you look at any of those lists, Brian De Palma is one fucking great director. He's an incredible director. He's just fallen on hard times, and I think he just needs a hug.
It's a really interesting catalog.
It's a bizarre catalog.
It's so strange.
The moments of greatness, and there are like many moments of greatness, are dizzyingly good. Like to the point where you're like, this is as close as you get to pure cinema. But the moments where he missteps things or tries to do comedy are just. It's not even just like how did we end up here. It's just so confusing that the same person is behind the camera. It's very, 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 very bizarre. And with that, it is all an end. I love to do these right at the very end. I love to do the director's conversations in general. They're always a ton of fun. They are not possible without the two guests who give up a huge amount of their time to join me. But what was always great before I lavish them with accolades and and kind words, which is not my want. I want final thoughts. You're now in the few and the proud, privileged position, along with myself, to have now watched every movie from director Brian De Palma. Final thoughts on the director Doug Tilley.
I don't want to be a downer, right? What I mean is that he walked among giants in the 70s. He walked among Francis Ford Coppola and George Lucas and Steven Spielberg and Martin Scorsese, and and he was considered in that realm. And I think for a certain kind of nerd, he still is. He's considered within that, but he's always a guy who's had to fight for every success that he's had, and with every success comes sometimes multiple failures. And whether they're entire failures or just partial failures, or if they're failures because they were good movies that didn't get the attention they deserved, or they were bad movies that also didn't get the attention that they probably deserved. He's just a really interesting character. I think psychologically, he might be the most interesting director, maybe outside of David Cronenberg, that we've covered on one of these roundtables, because he puts so much of his interests and fetishes and his family life into his work. We didn't really get into that, but I mean, there are books have been written about, how his relationship with his brothers and his father and his mother. You can see it all on screen in home movies if you care to watch that movie, but you'll see those relationships again and again and again. And when he made the Bonfire of the Vanities and the behind the scenes stuff, they talked to his parents or his mother anyway, and his brothers. And you see all this kind of weird stuff that is sunk into the movies that he chose and has continued to choose to make. I think he still has the juice. I still think that, unlike some of the directors that we've talked about here, I think that he could make a top tier Brian De Palma movie. I don't think he didn't make a vineyard where he can make hundreds of millions of dollars. So he can't do the Francis Ford Coppola thing of making $100 million movie on his own steam. But I think it would be really cool for him to get like a $50 million budget and some stars, and get the gang back together for one more go around, the people who are left at the very least, and really make the final great De Palma movie that he can send off with. We talked a little bit actually, but we've talked about Tarantino in this entire episode. But Tarantino is a guy who really is so fixated on his legacy that it maybe hurts some of his decision making, but I kind of respect it, right? Yeah. It's because he knows you don't want to be the guy who fizzles out. You don't want to be the guy who we see as having a slow decline. I know people argue about that when it comes to De Palma, but at least in terms of the public eye, there's been a slow decline, and it's sad to see, but it's not a necessity. It's not that it doesn't have to be that way. And I think it's so funny to think A24 put out a documentary about De Palma. Would they put out a De Palma movie if he made one tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'd love to see just one more kind of collective effort in a better, more artistically minded world. This wouldn't be a problem, but I'd love to see it where he just gets one more chance just to show what he can do. And goddamn it, even if it's a huge disaster in terms of the production, and even if the final result isn't great, I'll be there opening night.
Very nice. Bo Ransdell, final thoughts on Brian De Palma.
Yeah, I like this idea of the Viking send-off movie, where the great statesman of cinema, like a De Palma, where it's just like, hey man, here's $60 million, whatever happens. Best of luck.
Well, some directors are like weirdly coming back, like Cronenberg has maybe a couple of years ago. He's got another one coming out this year. Like he's found something there, and it's got him energized to start doing. Argento has a movie a couple of years ago, another one coming out this year. So some of these guys are coming back because they've got things to say. It'd be interesting to see what's stopping that happening. You know what I mean?
I think it bothers De Palma that the Domino is his last movie.
Continue.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, they bother me too. It's not great. I mean, it could have been Femme Fatale. That's a perfectly fine. I mean, it's not a great movie, but it's totally a fun movie to go out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, but De Palma is fascinating, and one of the, again, not to just rip off everything Doug said, but shit, but he's right when he says like psychologically super interesting, and puts everything right out there, and is fun. Like there's a bit like when he's not trying to make a comedy, he can be very entertaining.
He's
And
trashy in a way his contemporaries never really were.
Yeah.
And that's one of the fun element of him.
Well, but I also think that's the Hitchcock thing, because Hitchcock was a little sleazy too.
That's true, absolutely.
And I think that's one of the things that in taking not just some of Hitchcock's construction, but taking a little bit of that willingness to be seedy and willingness to be a little salacious. I think that's fun, and it makes his movies feel personal and weird and different than his other contemporaries. Like I was thinking about, well, who do we do next? And I briefly considered Spielberg, but it's like, well, all of his films are almost too saccharine.
Yeah.
They're all too like this wide-eyed, even the rugged stuff like Schindler's List and Private Ryan. But
it still commands huge budgets. Like part of some of the fun of these is the inevitable decline into not obscurity, but what do they do when they don't have like millions flung at them and like all the studios kind of bending to their will? That's where sometimes you get the really exciting stuff.
Yeah, well, and there's no personnel. Well, I mean, there's personality. Like Spielberg directs a movie a certain way, but there's none of that. Like, let me show you the creepy shit going on in my subconscious, and that feels very different for a director like De Palma.
Yeah, while you were talking about, like Hitchcock had that seedy element, I was like, oh, maybe Hitchcock, and then I just saw how many movies, and I was like, maybe not. So maybe not. That's a 4-parter, right? It's like a 4-parter, and we're all tired.
Look, when you stop having ambition, that's when the trouble starts. So we need to remain ambitious.
That's right.
Listen, there's at least 3 or 4 names that we've got batting around here, and this is not the end of the director conversation. In fact, if anything, all we've done is given us our options with the format change that we've employed here to one day do Takashi Miike. So Doug Tilley will be overjoyed with that. My final thoughts, he is genuinely one of my favourite directors of all time. And at the end of now having watched everything and seeing some movies that really question him as a director, he's still one of my favourite directors of all time. Like, he's given me so many memorable moments. Like, he's a director who speaks in the language of cinema, and I think his impact, like, when you see a movie where someone's grown up watching a Brian De Palma movie, like, just like the language he speaks is transferable in other movies, and he's created so many moments. Like, those moments are like almost define genre in different decades. Unlike yourselves, I would love to see something else from him, and I hope the 2 projects his name is attached to, neither one of them necessarily fill me with a great deal of joy. I think an A24 would be a perfect fit. I think that'd be awesome. I just don't know if the reluctance is from, I said it before, whether the reluctance is coming from the studio or whether it's coming from the documentary answer he gave, where I got the feeling that he himself knows that he might not have much left to say. And I don't know if I want to see another movie where the director themselves doesn't feel like they have much to contribute or much to say. I'd much rather they were doing what Cronenberg's doing now, which is kind of get right back into it, going smaller scale and delivering weird, kind of almost doing Full Circle, which is
also get your kids making movies. Come on.
Yeah, he's got there's a Cronenberg movie factory in Canada, like Canadian jobs, man. Like, I tell you right now, the film industry's booming. It's been awesome. It's been awesome going through this, and it's another director I can tick everything off from. The last thing I'd like to say, and I kind of touched on it before, is that these series are not possible without the involvement of Bo and Doug, who give up not only a huge amount of time, and in the case of this one, it's over 30 movies, to watch the movies, take the notes, like get themselves mentally prepared for the long form discussions. This episode will end up being about 5.5 hours in total length. It wouldn't happen without them, so I want to once again thank them. They will be back for another director's conversation later on in the year, where we either do a standalone one. We've already talked about a recap where we cover movies released from directors have already been on here, of which we would have enough to do an episode, which would be really, really cool, and it wouldn't be super, super long, which is also kind of inviting. thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. This is the point where you plug what it is you do, where people can check you out. Doug Tilley, where can people check out your stuff, buddy?
I'm just going to say, if you're listening to this right now and you didn't listen to the first part that we did months back and then listen to this part, you are a coward. You need to listen to it all in one piece.
I might do, like, the first episode is up on YouTube. I might actually put this up as a part 2 and then put up the whole thing as a one.
Yeah.
Do it!
You're a coward if you don't.
Yeah, thank you so much, Duncan. And thank you to my wife being tolerant enough to let me record for 5+ hours on a Sunday about this very topic. And not to mention the countless hours of watching these movies. It was a really great experience. It always is. And I love getting to spend this extended time with the two of you. You can find me at Cinema Smorgasbord every single Monday. It's a topic... It's an umbrella podcast which has such diverse topics as covering the career of Cain, Jackie Chan, Alejandro Jodorowsky, George Kennedy, lots of others over at cinemasmorgasbord.com or on Twitter at cinemasmorg, SMORG. You can also do a search for it on Facebook, Cinema Smorgasbord. I also occasionally have No Budget Nightmares, which is a podcast about micro-budget and shot-on-video cinema. It's been running for years. You can find us at nobudgetpodcast.com or do a search for No Budget Nightmares on Facebook as well. If you just want to follow me, I'm on Twitter at Doug_Tilley, Tilley. I'm also over there on Blue Sky as well for when I inevitably get thrown off that platform.
Bo Ransdell, where can people check out your stuff, buddy?
Yeah, you can just check out The Dark Parade on anything that houses podcasts of ill repute. And things have really been spinning up in a fun way. We've got more Heart of Horror with Kay Pollack, where we talk about horror movies and relationships. There's a new episode with Court Psyops and myself talking about Sweet Home. New one coming soon with Richard Glenn Schmidt, talking about X-Cross, which was a ton of fun. And as if that's not enough, I started a new project called Ranking of Horrors, in which we apply science and objectivity to ranking every horror movie that has ever been. So we're on number 20. So making some good headway there. But it's a tremendous amount of fun. And but look, hey, science is our North Star. And everything so far has been fully vetted and thoroughly checked out. So
I like that you picked a topic and a medium of movies that is no longer releasing hundreds of movies a year.
Yeah, no, the one thing that I wanted the project to be was manageable. And right now, the haunting best horror movie ever made. The worst. I think it's called Uninvited Visitor. So
sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much, and listeners, thank you very much for checking this episode. As always, I love to hear your comments back. How did you get on? Let me know what your top 5s are, what your least favourites are, but don't argue that our lists are incorrect, because you're wrong.
We put the work in, okay?
we did the math. The last thing I would say is, if you have any suggestions, not that I'm giving any indication that we'll take them forward, on future potential directors' conversations, let me know, because we obviously have our ones, but there's plenty out there that we just haven't considered yet, and it'd be interesting to see what those suggestions might look like. All that's left for me to say is thank you very much for checking out this episode, wherever you are, whatever the time zone is, and whatever you're up to in this big bad world of ours. Please take care of yourselves out there. This is Duncan McLeish, broadcasting live from Under the Stairs, and I am signing off.